Hello, RPG Limit Break 2026. My name is CC, and I wish for you to join me in a world where the myth of gods and demons is no myth. Whether you are Team Mothman or Team Jack Frost, our choices together will reshape the very universe itself. For it is time for Shin Megami Tensei 4 with your runner, Freedom Pulse.
Yo, what is up, everyone? How are we all doing tonight? I am Freedom, and I will be bringing you Shin Megami Tensei 4. With me, I have my wonderful commentator and wonderful Dragon Quest VIII runner, Flutter.
Hi, I'm Flutter. I'll be here on backup comms, and hoping you enjoy this run.
Yeah, so without further ado, we have a bunch to talk about, but we will get started with the run here as soon as I select new game. So we will get started in 3, 2, 1, go! All right. So Shin Megami Tensei 4 came out in 2013, which was 13 years ago. So this is the lucky year for this game. Around, I forget the exact month, but this is for the 3DS. It was the 4th numbered mainline entry. It was the first one that I played. I remember seeing the trailer for it at E3 or some game show and being super intrigued by the game. But we're actually going to need the Flynn name immediately, so if you can give that to me.
Cutting it off right now with the last minute refresh.
All right.
The name of Flynn is going to be Mr. Atlas.
Mr. Atlas, all right. So this game begins like any good SMT game. I'm not throwing shade at SMT2, I promise. In a dream sequence. So we are flying through the sky when we hear a bunch of random voices quoting Bible quotes at us. That's my favorite Bible quote right there.
Yeah, same.
And then the voice is like, "Who are you? State your name." And we're like, "You see, I am in fact Mr. Dot. T. Where's L? K, L, U, S. There we go. This game doesn't use a QWERTY keyboard, so it's testing how well I actually know the alphabet. But we speak our name, and then they're like, because you know what your name is, your life is irrevocably changed, which that sounds pretty permanent. I don't know. We suddenly find ourselves in a mysterious garb and pulled into a whirlwind, which when I saw this game announced, I thought was like a time travel vortex, which it is very much not. We're told, oh yeah, all your actions are going to have super important consequences and all this stuff. And we're going to be shown a couple of different scenes here. First, we're going to be teleported to my hometown of Phoenix, Arizona. You can tell that this is Phoenix, Arizona because it is incredibly hot and everything is on fire. It's great. It's a lovely place. But a strange voice calls to us and like, "Hey, approach me." We're like, all right, sure, why not? So we have a little bit of movement here. And once we approach the voice, they'll be like, excellent. Now that you have perceived me, I can take my true form. And he...
A vague silhouette.
Yeah. And he's like, hey, you see this place, right? It's pretty sweet. Everything's on fire. Fire's pretty cool, man. You should, make everything like this. And we're like, okay. I don't know where I am, but sure. And then we're teleported suddenly, far away, to a strange, desolate, deserted landscape where no man can live, also known as Tucson, Arizona. And we find another mysterious voice that's in front of this statue head. And it also transforms into the form of another man and is like, hey, isn't this desert great? Don't you love how barren and destroyed everything is? Isn't this statue just so cool? You should, create my world. And we're like, okay. I'm still confused, but whatever. And then suddenly we're greeted by a group of people who are having a really good time. Thank you. And then this girl talks to us in a very staticky and painful voice that thankfully we can skip with auto advance. And she's like, I must revive for everyone's sake. Please revive me. And then suddenly we wake up to a title screen.
Yeah, unfortunately, all text in this game you can skip, except when it's like a cinematic cutscene like this. These are unskippable, so you have to sit through them every time.
Yeah, these scenes I think are really, really cool. This being a 3DS game and actually a pretty big game, a lot of these cutscenes are very... they had to get very creative with how they did the scenes rather than like full 3D scenes. They have these like kind of anime slideshows for the cutscene that I think are pretty cool. And we're shown the main setting for this game. This is the Eastern Kingdom of Mikado. It is a kind of blend of feudal Japan and also like the Middle Ages Europe in a sense. And we're given a nice landscape of the capital city along with a zoom out to where we will find our friend Mr. Atlas and his super awesome, important childhood best friend, Issachar, here. As it turns out, today is the day of a ceremony called the Gauntlet Rite. Every year in the Kingdom of Mikado, everyone who has turned 18 in the last year is summoned to the capital city to participate in a trial of sorts. Those who pass the trial are become what is known in the kingdom as samurai, which we don't know a ton about their role other than the fact that they're super important, and Issachar here really, really wants to be a samurai, and he thinks he's just going to be the best samurai ever, the very best like no one ever was. And because we're a bit of a slacker, he thinks that we're just going to completely fail this trial, whatever it is. But as we are exploring Mikado here, we are introduced to... Mikado has a bit of a caste system. Us and Issachar are what are known as casualties, which are basically kind of the poor working class, farmers, fishermen, general peasants. And we also are introduced to the luxurers, which are the aristocracy, wealthy class that sort of lord over the casualties and take advantage of their hard work. One of the reasons why Issachar really wants to pass the samurai examination is that anyone who becomes a samurai is automatically ascended into basically the rank of a luxurer. And so he wants to escape his life of strife and hard work and stuff. And so we're greeted with the Gauntlet Rite. We are seeing this is the samurai courtyard, and we have a great statue of the first king of Mikado, King Aquila, who is a very swole and jacked individual. Definitely does not skip the gym. Anyone who has played for Apocalypse is laughing now at my description of the character of Akira.
Yeah, Frida mentioned it, but this game has a sister game to it called Shin Megami Tensei 4 Apocalypse. It's a spin-off of one of the endings of this game, and we'll be probably making callbacks to and comparisons to both games throughout this run, because even though they're sister games, they are very different games.
Very. So we are called to the samurai, to the Gauntlet Rite is what the is called, and we find that Issachar failed miserably. So that's a good sign. Here we're asked to put out our hand and we extend our arm, which actually gives us alignment points. This game is really funny, and every single dialogue option for the most part gives you like minor amounts of alignment points. To explain alignment really quick, this game has four endings, kind of three major endings and a bad ending. Law, neutral, chaos, and then the white ending. We will be going, as the category says, for the neutral ending. The neutral ending is the ending that we go for in the speedrun because it is the most complete ending. It features the most content, the most things to do, and it covers the final dungeons for both the Law and Chaos ending as well. So we'll be managing our alignment points a little bit. Alignment's a little complicated, but basically by the time we get to a specific point near the end of the game, we're going to need to have our alignment within a certain value, which thankfully is routed out fairly well, so I don't have to think about it all that much. However, we do get the Gauntlet Rite. We press the button. Very challenging trial here, and it activates, and suddenly we're shown a vision of the two final bosses of the game, which is surely not anything sinister. And then you're like, ah, cool, yeah, congratulations, you know how to press a button, you're a samurai now.
Yeah, the way you pass the gauntlet, right, but is if the gauntlet reacts to you, then you automatically pass, which doesn't happen often.
Yeah, in fact, we'll find out that it is incredibly uncommon. We are one of 5 people that passed the gauntlet right this year, which is apparently an inordinately high number. So we're ushered into our quarters and told, all right, from now on, you're a samurai, so good luck, have fun. And we awaken the next morning to find a strange individual in our room. This is everyone's favorite character in this game. This is Walter, a very popular character among the fan base. And he's like, hey, have I seen you somewhere? And we're like, maybe. He's like, no, it couldn't be. But we are ushered to the entrance to an area called Naraku, or I'll usually say Naraku because I'm American, where we're introduced to the other apprentices of the Gauntlet Rite. We already met Walter. We're introduced to Jonathan, the floofy-haired individual, Isabeau, who is best girl, and then Navarre, who exists. Navarre's kind of a jerk. Walter and Mr. Atlas are casualties, and whereas the other 3 who passed the rite are luxurers. And Navarre's pretty upset that he is basically being made to be equal to casualties, and so he's being kind of a jerk to the 2 of us.
Yeah, thankfully we don't have to deal with Navarre for long. He's very briefly in the story. He's very prominent in For Apocalypse, but here it's like he's prominent for the first like half hour, and then you never see him again.
All right, so it's been, 10.5 minutes, 11 minutes, and we get to finally play the video game.
Yeah, so here we're going to go through the game's basic tutorial, starting with the game explaining combat to you, how recruits work, how leveling up works. And we're introduced to Burroughs. Burroughs is your help assistant that's located in your gauntlet.
Well, it's time for the first time in the run. We're going to do the thing.
Yeah, so whenever you come to an area for the first time, you get this animation of Lynn scanning the entire cutscene, or Mr. Atlas, excuse me.
So here you have a bunch of tutorials from Burroughs. We're just going to skip over them because I've seen this tutorial more times than any man should. But we're going to be told, the first step of being a samurai, basically the entire goal of samurai is to protect the kingdom from incursions by demons, which are creatures from various different folklores and such. And so this is our tutorial battle. We're just going to auto-battle through it. Basically, this game, like many games in the series after Nocturne, uses the press turn battle system. If you look in the top right corner of the screen, you'll see a couple of icons next to the player or enemy text. Here we're going to level up. You get to pick your character's level ups. Every level you get 5 stat points to allocate. We're going to put our first 2 levels into agility, which affects turn order and accuracy. And then we're basically going to go all in on magic because magic in this game is absurdly broken. We'll get into that in a little bit. Here we complete the first tutorial, which gives us some minor EXP, and we're going to be told about the other big mechanic in this game, and that is demon recruitment. In this game, you can talk to any enemy demon, except with some exceptions of certain enemies that are unrecruitable, and you can try to convince them to join your party. It's incredibly random in this game, and so we might be here for a while. Thankfully, this run only has to recruit 4 things total. And one of those recruits is mostly guaranteed. So here this first enemy we hit is always going to be a centaur. We're just going to talk to him. To continue the explanation of the battle system, though,
So as Freedom was saying, in the top right corner, you'll see various icons. The more party members you have in your party, you have more icons, which we call press turns. You can have up to 4 press turns, and if you can generate more press turns on your turn by hitting into an enemy's weakness or getting a crit. Or if you pass your turn, that also turns a press turn into a half press turn, which basically gives you another action.
Conversely, though, if you miss an enemy, or hit something that they null or reflect or drain, then you will actually lose press turns. You'll lose 2 turns if you miss or hit a null. You'll lose all your turns if you hit a reflect or drain. A lot of these strats in this game are actually going to revolve pretty heavily around taking full advantage of the press turn system. It's also why magic is so incredibly powerful, because magic is able to hit weaknesses a lot more readily than Fizz and Gun are able to.
Yeah, and something to note that's very important for Shin Megami Tensei games, the loss of press turns always has priority over the gain of press turns. So if you use an AoE spell and one of the attacks misses, even though you hit a weakness, you will still lose 2 press turns over gaining a half press turn. So thankfully we found one of the recruits we need, McCoy. It's pretty... So as Freedom's running through the tutorial dungeon of this game, you'll see the various like enemy types that are different shapes, sizes. They look different. You can kind of ascertain what demons will be in the encounter based on their enemy type.
Yeah, there I got an auto-recruit. Sometimes demons will just join you without asking for anything, which is really nice because McCoy can be awful to recruit sometimes.
Yeah, and to go a little bit into demon recruitment, even though we're not going to... It's an incredibly volatile system. It's incredibly random, as you can see. Lam Dirk here asked for a Megiddo stone, which is a very high-level item.
And he asked for an Emerita shower before that, which is even more rare.
Yeah. So they'll just ask you for the wildest things, and we want to avoid demon recruitment as much as possible. Unfortunately, we need to do these basic recruitments so we can be able to make our demons stronger and get into our final demon party at the end of the game.
Yeah, so we only have one more recruit to do, which is good. Unfortunately, it's the hardest enemy to actually find. The last thing we need to recruit is a Fushi. Fushi is a bird with an old man for a face. He can show up in either the large man or the tiny sprite enemy types. However, he is not guaranteed in either of those, whereas McCoy is guaranteed in the tiny sprite and Lamdurg is like a 50-50 in the large enemy, or in the large man. Thankfully, if you have a demon in your stock, and then you encounter the same demon in an encounter, you can talk to that demon and it will cause the entire encounter to leave. There, I killed the Napaya because I wanted a chance at a drop. There, I got a life stone. You're given 1 life stone to start the game, and life stones are like Demon's favorite item to actually ask for in negotiations. I wanted to avoid giving a life stone to the centaur that I was trying to recruit at the beginning. Unfortunately, it was very insistent on having that life stone. So I don't have that. So thankfully I was able to get one as a drop. So if Fushi asks for one, I can actually give him it. Also, while we're doing these recruits, I'm looking for these bird animations because they have griffins in them. Later on, there is a side quest that we need to complete. This game loves mandatory side quests, so get used to hearing that terminology thrown around. We need to kill 3 griffins for their griffin talons for a quest that's in a tiny bit. So killing them early is nice. So here, this is how we learn skills in the game. This is what is called Demon Whisper, where when a demon levels up, they will occasionally learn one of their set skills. And when they learn all of their skills, they initiate a Demon Whisper, where you can pass any of their non-unique, non-passive abilities onto the main character. So there we grabbed Bufu, which is an ice spell, as well as Needle Shot, which is a gun element ability. Like we said, we're not really going to be making use of gun abilities, but we have the skill slot, and there's like the Griffins specifically are weak to gun, and so having access to a gun skill for this very start is really nice. Unfortunately, Fushi is currently being MIA. I would like him to join the party. We're having such a good time right now.
Yeah, we're getting not good luck with the recruits, and this
This poison though.
yeah, this is a prime example of why we want to avoid demon recruitment as much as possible. Because if it's this bad this early on, you can only imagine how much worse it gets as you encounter higher and higher level enemies.
Yeah, for reference, Fushi is about 50% chance to spawn in these like little dwarf Mickey Mouse like encounters, and a 1 in 3 to show up in the large man encounters. Which you would think, oh, that's a pretty good chance. He should show up all the time, and he should. But oh, there he is.
There
Okay.
we go.
So really quickly, we're just going to kill this Lamjerg because they can do a lot of damage and they hurt. Also, if I happen to get a Smirk on Centaur, that would be nice. No such luck. Smirk is a mechanic in this game that is unique to 4 and 4 Apocalypse.
Yeah, so when you crit or you hit an enemy's weakness, you have a chance to smirk. This applies to both you and the enemy you're fighting. Smirk is very powerful in this game, so we want to try to smirk as often as possible. Though it's not guaranteed, it's quite random when it actually can happen.
Please just be my friend. I'm begging you. Thank you.
Yeah, so when you're smirking in this game, you cannot be hit by, if you're weak to something, you cannot be hit by it. You have an incredibly high evasion.
85%.
Yeah. And you have a 50% damage multiplier on your next attack.
So it's a little different in this game than it is in 4A. In this game, the game basically treats it like you have a full attack buff.
Yeah, so smirking changes from this game and 4A. They reined it in a bit in 4A because the evasion you get from smirking is so powerful. And they changed some stuff about it, but it's still quite good in 4A.
Yeah, so unfortunately my McCoy died, which means he's not going to be getting EXP for a little bit, and we do need to do a bit of a mini grind here once we are done. Currently we're in the middle of our training, so we're learning about how to recruit demons, how to fight demons, and then how to explore the world around us. So our trial right now is to basically find a item in the second stratum of Naraku. So the item is going to be up here. It's guarded by a mini-boss. Something very important to note is, unlike a lot of other games in the series, you actually don't get a game over if the main character dies. However, it might as well be a game over in a lot of cases because the main character is our primary source of damage. And also we need him to get EXP from basically every fight we possibly can. This fight is like one of the notable exceptions where we really don't care. In fact, in most cases, the MC will probably die. So this is a Wild Hunt Horde. I think it's called like Disaster Horde or something in game. But we took it down first try and we got the EXP. So once we take that down, we open this chest and we find a woman's ring, which is the item we've been tasked to find. So we have this one was kind of made as a bit of a competition, and so we win the competition. What's really funny is that Walter is like, oh, I was so close to finding it, and then you can just like find him chilling in a room, like doing literally nothing, like, yeah. Working hard or hardly working, my dude. Now that we have completed that, though, we're actually going to do a little bit of level grinding. We are going to hit level 4. Something interesting in this game is that the EXP of... ow, my face. The EXP that you get from quests, like completing quests as part of the main story and such, is actually based on your character's level. So eventually we're going to want to hit level 5 before a pretty important like set of fusions and things that we need to do. So we want to hit level 4 here so that completing the tutorial quest will give us just a little bit of extra EXP. I'm looking for these like dog, four-legged beast encounter configurations here because they are guaranteed to have this enemy here, Chagrin, also known as Legally Distinct Pikachu. Chagrin here is not super threatening to fight, but gives a lot of EXP for some reason. And so we will be trying to take them out. Specifically, they give a lot of EXP when they are paired with another enemy for some reason. We're not entirely sure. Chagrin is level 4, so they're a little higher of a level, but the way this game calculates the EXP you get is a little bit interesting. I already have my birds, so I don't need that one. This should just give me the XP that I need. If not, I can get it while I'm walking out.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, McCoy died earlier, and McCoy has the electric skill Zeo, which is what Chagrin is weak to. So ideally, I would have put McCoy in my party to get the EXP so that he can teach the main character Zeo, and also to deal with the Chagrins faster. Also, Centaur is weak to Zeo as well. There we got our level. Now we're going to start pumping points into magic. So we're going to start seeing the main character's damage just absolutely explode compared to demons. Demons are nice in this game because they are extra bodies on the field, more turns, and they are really, really good support tools. Rarely is a demon going to be our primary source of damage outside of this early game. They basically exist as vessels to teach the main character better skills, since we can control where our stat points go. Whereas level ups for demons are completely random. I believe they are weighted to whatever affinity that the demon has. But aside from that, they can just get super random stats, and like nothing's going to beat a min-maxed 250 magic main character throwing out Bufudines at things.
Yeah, so something you saw Freedom do there is save load. When you load into the game, any enemy that was on the field disappears. And since we really want to avoid random encounters in this game, as much as we reasonably can, we're going to be utilizing save load a lot. Because there are plenty of encounters that can just straight up murder you. And you have a very, very, very low run rate in this game.
Yeah, your run rate is more or less just based on your level, and since we are going to be very underleveled for the vast majority of the game, it's not going to be. We're gonna have a pretty bad time of it. There is a ability that allows us to automatically flee battles that goes by the name of Trafuri. However, we won't be getting that skill until about just barely halfway through the run. So
yeah, when you time Trifuri and save loading, they're about a time equivalent which one you do. However, if the enemy goes first, then Trifuri is slower, so it's always preferred to save load.
Hello there.
All right, so in celebration of us becoming samurai and like exploring our new life together, we agree with Jonathan and Walter to meet up at the top of Mikado Castle to take in the view. And Walter loves this view a lot.
It's a wonderful view of the city.
Broken view of the kingdom from here. I feel like a king.
Feels like a king. Not foreshadowing or anything. But we see the kingdom and we're like, oh yeah, how do you feel about being a samurai? And we're like, oh, it comes naturally to me, which of course gives us chaos points for reasons.
Yeah, Freedom touched on it briefly at the start of the run, but quite literally almost every decision you make will give you law points or chaos points. Your alignment fluctuates on the law and chaos scale. Well, can fluctuate dramatically on the law and chaos scale. Thankfully, we know what decisions to make to mitigate that as much as possible, but casually it can be a nightmare.
So, you know, we just finished hanging out with the boys, and so, of course, we're going to have some dreams about the homies. So Walter's like, yeah, you see how, like, much, like, everything is kind of terrible? Yeah, we should change that. And then we have a dream about our other homie, Jonathan. And he's like, no, everything is awesome. Everything is cool when you're part of the Mikado Samurai Brigade. You should keep things exactly the way that they are and preserve the status quo. And we're like, dude, I just met you. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah, they really bury the lead with this one by Jonathan being your law representative and Walter being your chaos representative.
That we wake up, Jonathan and Walter have stormed into our room to inform us that now that we have become samurai and been informed that our duty in life is to risk life and limb every single day protecting the kingdom, our next task is to go to the bar.
Yeah, so the bar or the tavern in this game is how you are supposed to pick up a majority of your side quests.
Yeah, so we meet Kay here. Kay is the bartender, and yeah, in this game you'll come across several associations or like bars that have these blackboards, and in checking the blackboard you'll receive any side quests that the area has. These are also your heal points once you're like out in the field. And this is just your introduction to side quests. So we have some mandatory side quests.
Yeah, your introduction to mandatory side quests in this game. Get used to that term because it's going to come up a lot. Because in order to get the neutral ending of this game, you have to complete 18 mandatory side quests, and they have to be very specific side quests.
Yeah. Here we're given, Navarre is eager to stick it to the casualties and how, and all that stuff. And so he's like, hey, Jonathan and, not Jonathan, Walter and Mr. Atlas, let's have a little competition to see who can complete these 3 quests the fastest, because I bet I'll just absolutely destroy you.
What should we do?
And we're like, yeah, sure, why not? And then Isabeau and Jonathan decide to join in because they're bored, I guess. So here we're introduced to... we're introduced to side quests. Here in this game, you have to accept battle quests. There are basically 2 types of side quests in this game, kind of 3, but we'll only really talk about 2 of them. There are delivery quests that usually just require you to gather an item that's somewhere in the world and just bring it to the nearest association. Those Griffin Talons that I was picking up earlier, along with I was grabbing some of these random relics, the Naraku, or the Deep Green Moss item. We need 3 of each of those for 2 side quests, so we've already completed that. And then we have 1 battle quest or accepted quest that we have to do, that we need to defeat the demon Orthrus, who is down here in the 2nd stratum.
Yeah, so Naraku, the tutorial dungeon of this game, is broken up into different levels, 1 through 5, I believe.
Yes.
We don't have access to the later stratums right now.
Good, we go first.
The 2nd stratum is as deep as we can go for now.
Yeah, the makers of this game really, really like Etrian Odyssey. Shoutouts to Etrian Odyssey. It's another amazing Atlas IP. So this game likes to throw around a lot of Etrian-esque terminology, such as stratums, and there being 5 stratums. Along with a bit of a twist that we'll see later. That if you saw the Metaphor run last year, will also look a little similar. So there, we defeated Orthrus. That quest can be a bit of a nightmare sometimes. In this game, for challenge quest fights specifically, it's completely random whether you go first or the enemy goes first. And a running theme throughout SMT speedruns is that all of the quests that kind of suck to fight are all of the ones where you don't go first. That Orthrus there likes to use an ability called Fire Breath. Fire Breath is a random targeting fire skill that can hit anywhere from 1 to 4 times to random targets. Something worth noting, Flynn, or Mr. Atlas, our main character, starts weak to fire damage. So if he decides to Fire Breath and hit Flynn or Mr. Atlas more than twice, or even twice, we just die. Thankfully, that is one of the fights in the game where you are allowed to die and still win the fight, because it gives you like 3 EXP for killing it. It's very minimal. And in this game, if you end a fight with the main character dead, he will revive at 1 HP when you get back into the field. So like the quest EXP, which is also incredibly minor, we do get on the main character. Here we're going to be taking a couple more fights. We want to set it up so that when we go back to the surface to turn in these quests, we want to hit level 5. Here, our birdie boy is going to teach us Zan. Zan is a force element ability, so we're just rounding out our elements. This game has 4 main elements: fire, which is Agi; Bufu, which is ice; Zio, which is electricity; and Zan, which is force. It also goes by Garu in some other SMT and Persona games.
Burrows.
Whatever.
Yeah, this game has 4 main magic elements and 2 physical elements, which is just Fizz and gun skills. Fizz in this game is very weird. So when you pump your strength stat, instead of it doing more damage, making your physical attacks more stronger, it makes your basic attack stronger. In order for your phys attacks to do more damage, you need to pump up your dexterity.
Yeah, we're pretty sure it's a bug or something, because in 4 Apocalypse, it works the way that you think it would, where strength affects your phys abilities and dex affects your gun abilities. For some reason, yeah, in this game, strength is just your basic attack and like a quarter towards your physical skills. It's like a very small amount, whereas dex is like your gun attacks, which we'll get guns later on in the game, along with your gun skills and your phys, and like, I think 3/4 or 4/5 of the scaling for your physical abilities. It is very strange, and it makes strength really, really bad in this game.
Oh, welcome.
Here we're going to be delivering the last 2 quests. When we deliver them, we'll get tiny bits of EXP and some items, and then we'll get the completion reward for winning the competition between our fellow apprentices. Yep.
Yeah, and this last quest, main quest from Burrows, will get us to level 5, which we want to do our first set of fusions.
Yeah, unfortunately, because McCoy was dead for so long, even though I got him super early, I'm not going to get Zeo from him, which is fine, but a little annoying.
Is there anything else?
But there one of the samurai is like, hey, so you know Navarre, right? He kind of went missing in Naraku, but don't tell anyone. But I think you should probably go alone without telling anyone.
To go find him, wink.
Yeah. Because it would sure be a shame if anyone were to find out. I need 42, so I have to sell this rock. Good thing I didn't use it. We need a little bit of money for some fusions here, so I had to sell those. Yeah, so make sure you don't tell anyone that Navarre is missing and that you're going to go find him. That would sure be really unfortunate if someone were to go looking for him that wasn't you, or it was very suspicious. But we're like, oh no, not Navarre. He's like our best friend, kind of, sort of, maybe. So we're gonna go and look for Navarre.
Yeah, we've known him for so long.
I know. Think of all of the interactions we've had, like that time that he insulted us, or the time that he was classist towards us, or the other time he insulted us.
What should we do?
Here we're going to be picking up a first of many apps that we'll actually be picking up for ourselves. This is Demon Skill +1. There are several apps you get. You get 10 app points every single time that you level.
Yeah,
you want to explain this? Why did you?
Yeah, so here Freedom's going to do his first set of fusions. So we mentioned we're going to be limiting the amount of recruits we do as much as possible. And you may be wondering, okay, if you're not recruiting, how are you getting stronger demons? And it's through demon fusion. With the 4 recruits we got at the very beginning, we are going to use those 4 recruits to make every single demon from here on out. So here we are going to make Angel, Hamsa, Dwarf, and Malcolm. The 2 really important ones are Dwarf and Malcolm. Dwarf has Tarukaja, which is an attack buff, and in this game, Tarukaja makes both your physical and magical attacks stronger. In other SMT games, they're split. Here, it's 1. And Malcolm is going to be our source of Agi. This game does not have a really good source of early fire except for Malcolm. And the next forced encounter we're going to be fighting into are 2 Nagas that are weak to fire, and they are a real pain to take out if you don't have a fire skill. So we're going to be putting all of the 4 elements and Harukaja on Malcolm. So a very common technique is that you saw Freedom make a dwarf and then use that dwarf to make Malcolm, and now we're going to make a second dwarf because we're actually going to use dwarf as a companion.
Yeah, it's cheaper to fuse another dwarf than it would be to buy that dwarf from the compendium. Any demon that you fuse, like the first iteration of that demon, you can then buy from your compendium. And it's, as you can see, dwarf there is 2,800 Maka, whereas we used him for like 1,300. And then we're going to rebuy our angel because we do want an angel in our stock. here, we're going to set up our party, and then I'm going to do a quick save load because there is an enemy here. One thing I'm going to have to keep in mind throughout the run now is because I did not have McCoy level up and whisper his skills to me. I don't have Zeo right now, which doesn't really matter. I'll get it in the next fight. But the more important thing is that Malcolm didn't learn Dream Fist, which is his second skill, which he would then have passed on to Dwarf. So Dwarf has one fewer skill, which in this game you'll see I kind of auto-filled my skill list on my demons with the exception of Malcolm where I needed a very specific set of skills. We'll be doing that a lot throughout the run, and so the fact that our Dwarf does not have Dream Fist in his saved compendium log means that I'm going to have to just pay attention to a couple fusions later on. Doesn't matter that much. Yeah, apps in this game, we're talking about it. I bought Demon Skill +1, so now my demons have 5 skill slots instead of 4. There are a bunch of apps in this game. There's skill slots for your main character. And then the big thing... Oh, good.
Oh, that's a good start.
I'm just going to reset the fight immediately, actually.
Yeah, so this is a very common thing you'll see in this game. Since you can save anywhere, we will save before every forced encounter for the most part. And if the fight starts off wrong because the enemy went first, then we're just going to reload the fight.
Yeah. Something worth noting that I will bring up. I will be donating for every death or death-like situation. So there I didn't technically lose the fight, but I opted to reset because I knew I was going to die. For every death or death-like situation, I will be donating $2. And for every fusion accident, which accidents are a mechanic that we can get into, that we hopefully will not see at all, but basically fusions have a chance to fail and turn into a random demon. For every fusion accident, I will be donating $5. So if anyone wants to match me on that, we are currently at $2. So this Naga fight really sucks. It's a contender for. I'm gonna reload that. All right, $4 for charity. Let's go.
Yeah, so we talked about how we really only care about Flynn living fights. Here, we actually need Malcolm to live.
Yeah, Malcolm, when we win this fight gives a lot of EXP. Malcolm is going to level, and he's going to whisper his skills. We need Augie for a lot of fights coming up, and we also need Zeo because I missed learning it from McCoy. So I need Malcolm to live this fight. Also, because they killed 2 of my demons, there was no way I was winning that. Flynn doesn't have anything in his kit that's very helpful for fighting this. And Hamza's... I mean, he's great. He is a very good duck. I mean, look at him. That is not the face of mercy. He likes to run amok.
The Quack is back.
Yes. Great, very good boy, but not exactly the most offensively inclined demon in our arsenal. So, unfortunately, a man and his duck is not enough to run amok on the enemies here. So we had to do a bit of a reload here. Graham Slice is a physical skill that actually has a pretty decent base power on it, and then of course they're weak to Augie, so we can burn them away. And that's how that fight is supposed to go. So we did it. Woo!
Yeah, so we can go more into... So we talked about the base stats in this game. The base stats in this game heavily influence your damage output. So we talked about strength, dex, and magic. The 2 other stat points being agility, which affect your turn order, and luck. Luck varies from game to game what it affects.
Excuse me? That hurt to say no to, but wow, okay.
Oh, that was crazy.
So demons can randomly decide to mutate their skills, like rank one skill up into another. And that was wanting to change Critical Wave into Bufula, which is the tier 2 ice skill. That would be absolutely amazing, except we can't take any skill changes in this game because it would completely ruin our fusion route. So as much as it hurt me to say no to Bufula because that would be amazing, I had to say no. Also, our MP at this point in time would probably not be able to sustain casting Bufulas at things. So we find out basically that I'm going to be desummoning my demons here. Back when this game came out, it came out in 2013. Dark Souls was like the new big thing, and of course everyone back then liked to compare everything to Dark Souls. Any game of above average difficulty. I was like, oh my gosh, this is like the Dark Souls of Metroid. This is the Dark Souls of yada yada. So a lot of the reviews for this game called this, quote, the Dark Souls of Persona 4, which, if you know anything about either of those games, is absolutely ridiculous. However, I would posture that they were actually correct, not because of the difficulty, but because this game has an unhealthy obsession with poison swamps.
Yeah, they're everywhere in this game. It's a little ridiculous.
We're going to be doing another fusion here. Now that we are level 6, we will be using this boy here. This is Vodyanik. Back button, give Zan.
Yeah, here we want to learn Mazio for some upcoming fights.
Yeah, so a little explanation. This game likes to differentiate skill abilities with like prefixes and suffixes. So any AoE version of a magic skill is going to have the prefix ma in front of it. So we have Zio, and the area of effect version of it is Mazio. And we want that. We're going to actually teach it over Zio, and we're going to be running Mazio for like a third to a half of the game because it's actually quite useful. We're going to do that fusion, and we're going to have another fight. Basically, this hooded man keeps sicking demons on us, telling us that he's going to teach the casualries a lesson, which doesn't sound familiar at all to some other individual who also seems to hate casualries.
Yeah, so Wendigo is another demon weak to fire. However, there's only one of them, so he's much less threatening than the two Nagas.
Yeah, he's weak to both fire and electricity.
And we also have fire on Flynn, but we're going to prefer to use Zio here because Zio has a higher plus than Agi.
Yeah, which doesn't really matter. For anyone who's played any of the newer SMT games, you'll know about skill affinities, which is a really, really big deal in the newer Mega 10 games from 4 Apocalypse onward. Pretty much a game changer in how you use certain demons and what abilities you put on them. In this game, there's a kind of the precursor to that, and it's very inconsequential and does not matter at all. In later games, the higher your skill affinity, you get like at max rank, you get like a 60% boost to your damage and like a 40% reduction in mana cost for it. In this game, it's like the base power of the skill goes up by like 3, and the mana cost goes down by like 2. So we're not really going to care much about affinities, but like in this case, it's like, oh, we can do like 3 extra damage with Zio compared to Agi. Neat.
I don't know, it costs 1 less MP.
Yeah. So there, we're introduced to the Horde mechanic. Sometimes you'll get into an encounter and there'll just be an army of enemies. And in those cases, and this is why we really want Mazio, if you use any regular magic or any regular ability, you'll hit the Horde once as normal. But if you use an area of effect spell on a demon Horde, you will actually hit that group 3 separate times. And this is very important for clearing through enemy groups very quickly. So we'll be using Mazio a lot and some other abilities later on once Mazio outlives its usefulness to help cleave through demon hordes.
Yeah, so this is also our introduction to demon domains. There are areas in this game where a very powerful demon will occupy a singular area, and in order to get rid of the demon domain, you have to deal with the demon at the end.
Yeah, let's see. We have a moment here. We're just going to be running through this dungeon. Something worth noting is anytime you trigger a cutscene when you're out in the field, it removes enemies. So we'll be trying to hit a couple cutscene triggers as running through here. But Cece, if you have anything for us, we've been talking for like 50 minutes now, so take it away.
Yeah, I have a ton. And the first one on my list is $20 from you. Would you like to read your own donation comment?
Oh, yeah, so I want to name the terminal Bunny, B-N-U-U-Y. It's a meme in the Bunny name has been a joke has been kind of a running thing in the SMT community for a while. Pink Pajamas, who is a runner of Nocturne and many other SMT games, one of the originals for the Western community, always named his characters in Nocturne Bunny. and I've kind of adopted that, but misspelling it because it's funny. And so I decided to name the terminal Bunny. So if people want to go along with that or challenge that, they're welcome to.
It is currently in first place, and we have $15 from Sif Moonweaver. Thanks for raising money for a great cause. You all rock. $10 from Itzy. Since you are venturing into a demon-infested garrison, which is guarded by a minotaur, would it be apt to call it Oxford?
Thank you, Itzy.
$50 from an anonymous donor, Yaso Magatsuhi.
Yasumagatsui.
$50 from Yeah Right, who says, "Hi, Mom." $15 from True Cooler 21. "Hi, guys. Is that Flutter, Freedom, and Keanu all together? Let's go. Put
Hi,
my
Cooler.
donation to save the people. Hee-ho."
Hee-ho.
Hee-ho.
Yo, thanks so much, Cooler.
$5 from Poogle. "Hey, Frito, glad recruits went well enough. And since I can't offer my luck with these, here's hoping Minotaur plays nice. Good luck and less than 3.
Thank you so much, Poogle. Lots of love.
And $10 from Champion Beef. "Freedom should donate 75% of his wallet if Black Rider shows up for an IRL wastrel beam. Best of luck and stay smirking."
Thank you, Beef.
If we see a Fiend this run, I'll do a backflip.
I will donate like $100 if we see a Fiend.
And so here at the end of this demon domain, we actually find Navarre, who got captured by this demon Alrain.
Yeah, so Alrane here set up this domain, is basically here to eat Navarre and the other samurai who ran away. Unfortunately, we have a bit of a bad turn order here. Ideally, we want to set up 2 attack buffs and 2 defense buffs at this first turn. Unfortunately, normally we want to be going for what we call defensive smirks, where when you're, like we mentioned, when you're smirking, you have an 85% dodge rate. That applies to everything except for specifically ailments, and unfortunately Aurane loves to open by using Poison Breath here to just poison your whole party, which will, again, goes through Smirk and also will remove any Smirks that you have. So that's a little unfortunate. This turn order is not being my friend. So in this game, turn order is sort of manipulatable. In this game, your turn order is determined by your agility stat plus or minus some value. That's why we pump agility on the main character. We first 2 levels went into agility, and then from here on out, once we hit level 10, every 5 levels, we will be putting into agility. And this is just to make sure that MC always goes first, because he is our main damage dealer.
Yeah, since we want MC to be, since he'll be our main damage dealer, we want him to be hitting constantly, which is why we need him to go first. So he always gets 2 actions a turn.
Yeah, and once we get further into the run, right now, because we're working with low-level demons that all have pretty close to base stats, there's a lot of interchangeability with the turn order. Once we get further into the game and demons start to have a little bit more predetermined builds or variety in their builds, we'll have a lot more control over our turn order. To some degree, you can get bad turn orders throughout the whole run, but that fight specifically, you really wanted MC and Malcolm to be going close to each other to get as many turns as possible. But there, we have rescued Navarre, and he, the experience of being captured by Alrane and being one-upped by us continuously has kind of caused him to snap a little bit. Basically, he confesses he never wanted to be a samurai because he's a luxurer and from a particularly wealthy luxurer family. He was guaranteed to have just a life of relaxation, no worry, no effort, nothing. Like everything in his life would just be handed to him on a silver platter. And then suddenly, because of the gauntlet right now, he's basically forced to work every day, risking his life to fight demons and stuff. And so that's kind of why he was just lashing out at everyone for taking his frustrations out on specifically Walter and Mr. Atlas. But because of his actions here, because trying to get people killed is kind of a bad thing. So I'm told he will actually be dishonorably discharged from the Samurai Corps. So we're never going to see Navarre again. There is a side quest that you can do at the very end of the game that brings him back, but we will not be doing that side quest.
Thankfully, it's not mandatory, and it's barely a quest.
That was interesting. So demons in this game on the field have kind of 3 different types of movement patterns. They can run at you in a straight line, which is what you saw twice there. They can chase you while having to face forward, which is what this enemy here is doing. And then they can just kind of bear down on your location. We call the third type football players or linemen, where they will just like absolutely just body block you. Doesn't matter what direction you're facing. And so there, an enemy decided to run very quickly at me, and thankfully was running in a straight line and kind of freaked me out a bit. But
yeah, the silhouettes on the overworld that have random encounters on them, they are extremely aggressive. If you're even anywhere near their zip code, they will target you and try to run you down, which is very different from Shin Megami Tensei 4A, where like you can live in their house rent free and they won't even care.
yeah, like it's very funny, and it's one of the. There's a lot of interesting things when you run a lot of SMT games. There's a lot of like random things that between each game that will like mess with your muscle memory. That's one of the ones, is how aggressive demons are and are not. So here we are told that we have a day off. It's a national holiday, so we have the day off. So we have to do the hardest quest in the game, eating breakfast. Here we find this bakery that Jonathan recommended that apparently has really good bread. And as we approach to buy our bread, he's like, hey, I've been reading literature. I've been reading all these books, and the whole class system here is kind of nonsense, like think of how much we work and how much just the luxurers just, abuse our labor, yada, yada, yada. And we're like, sir, I just want bread. And so we take the bread and we're like, that literature thing is interesting. And here we find Issachar. So we decide, hey, we need a place to eat this food. I know a place, Lake Mikado's, where I used to go with my best friend to eat food. So let's go with my new best friends to eat food. And we unfortunately run into our old best friend, and it's a little awkward. But Issachar is like, yeah, I was just kind of hanging out for a few days. I'm going to go back to, Kichi Georgie and, work like a normal person. Bye, or whatever, and just kind of leaves. So we accomplished the difficult task. We had breakfast.
We got XP for it.
Yeah. And that task was just so overwhelming that now we're going to go to bed. So if anyone is subscribed to my Twitch channel, freedom_pulse97, there is a certain emote that I would love to see people fill chat with right now. Frito52 ayaya.
If you have any ayaya, you can post it here, because here we're going to learn one of Isabeau's deep, darkest secrets, and that she's a weeb.
Yeah, as it turns out, Isabeau has been reading manga, and she's very excited about it.
And then.
Ayaya. But also, the sky is on fire, and it turns out it's our hometown, and our hometown is being attacked by demons. But yeah, Isabeau has discovered manga. She is reading The Rose of Versailles. Fun fact. It takes place in the fictional kingdom of France. France is not real. It cannot hurt you.
Actual quote by the game, by the way.
Yes. But
It is weird to see all the ayayas when the sky's on fire.
we talk our way into joining the expedition to shoutouts to Expedition 33. You should definitely catch that run later in the week. Joining the expedition to Kichi Georgie, our hometown. No relation to Kichi Joji, the area of Tokyo. It's totally a coincidence, I promise. Maybe, sort of, not really. To figure out what's going on. So as it turns out, a bunch of the youths went into the forest, and suddenly a bunch of demons ran out of the forest and started attacking people. So we're going into the forest to try to rescue anyone who might be still alive and kicking. We're going to be doing a couple force battles here, so Cece, if you want to take it away for a bit.
Yeah, we got $20 from Jean Perry. Good luck to Frito playing Nuclear Rocket Tag TM. Let's go meet Yasso and say it with me, chat. Magatsui! $10 from Creative Eli. Good luck, Freedom. You got this.
Yo, thank you, John. Thank you, Ellie.
$25 from Murdoch. 7-hour, 20-minute estimate. Good luck with the marathon within a marathon.
Please don't kill me. That's fine. You can keep going.
Yeah, we got $50 from the X-Man. There's a class called Hatchet. Got to donate to name them after my son, the Hatchet Boy. And that is for Gloomhaven. There is a class called Hatchet, and the Hatchet Boy is in the lead. And we also have other incentives you can put those donations towards. Seeing the final boss animations. We need $750 for that. We need another $700 to meet it. You can name the Mikado Terminal, and right now, Bunny is in the lead for $20. Spare or kill the Hunters. Right now, sparing them is in the lead with $15.
Yeah, I guess we can explain that a little bit. Later on in the run, as part of the mandatory side quests, there is a tournament arc because gotta have the tournament arc in there. And at the end of each of the fights, there will be 8 fights in the tournament. At the end of each of them, you are given the option to either spare or kill your opponent. Sparing them is faster because it's the first option. However, it makes the people in the arena very, very sad. Whereas killing them is a little slower and everyone's like, yeah, or whatever. So it's up to you whether you crave bloodshed or not randomly defeating your opponents in gladiatorial combat. I have a Dacunda Stone? What?
So this horde of elementals is a little annoying because they actually resist all magic. So we're going to be trying to take them out with fizz skills, which don't get used to it.
Crit wave!
It missed.
All right, everyone. I need your strength here. Am I going to get another shot at it? Yes. All right. Say it with me, everyone. Crit wave!
Oh, there they go.
Nice.
So something funny with this game is that when you each different type of skill, when you defeat an enemy with it, has its own unique animation, and the physical one is really funny because they just go flying away.
Yeah, you just yeet the enemies out of the fight, and you're like, oh, good enough. All right, so here we're going to be fighting a Strix. All of these demons of we're finding by talking to these people that apparently the youths in the town gathered in the forest to hold what they called a Sabbath. And during that ritual or whatever it was, none of the people who were survivors were witnesses to what it actually was. All of the people who were participating in it started to just get very angry and violent and suddenly turn into demons. So apparently people can just become demons. So a lot of these demons here are ranting about the how unjust the caste system is and how horrible luxuries and stuff is and how everyone should give in to their demonic impulses and all that stuff. We also find out that Flynn's parents are dead now because we wouldn't be an RPG if we weren't an orphan.
Just a little anecdote from some NPC we'll never meet again.
Yeah. Yeah, it's this kid too. It's like, Mister, I think your parents are dead. And you're like, oh, okay, thanks, small child. It's at this point in the game, you'll notice I was fighting most things early on. From the point that we hit level 5 onward, we are not going to be fighting any encounters for the rest of the run, except for specifically 2 later on for some EXP adjustment.
Yeah, we're going to get a majority of our XP in this game. Ooh, that's not good. From bosses and quests.
$6.
Yeah, that's a proof right there how volatile this game can be if just the simple act of the enemy going first, because they went first and one-shot our main character, and there's quite literally nothing we could have done.
Yeah, John's donation earlier said good luck on nuclear rocket tag. That is the speedrunning community nickname for this game that we have affectionately given it. Because us and our opponents, we're each armed with a nuke, and we will, this game does not have a defense stat, and Atlas didn't really account too much for them removing the defense stat from other games in the series. And so we just damage numbers are just rather ridiculous in this game. We're doing like over like 130 damage in the second area of the game. For reference, breaking 100 damage in most other SMT games is like considered a pretty big deal. Like something that you do, I think in Nocturne, you don't break 100 damage until like after you learn boost skills and like are post Matador or something. And maybe with like buffs applied, you can break that, but still like not hitting over 100 damage is a pretty big deal. Here we have 0 buffs up, 0 debuffs up. We're just raw hitting for 130 plus. And it only gets more obscene from here. And you'll note it, and it goes the same way for enemies too. Enemies hit very, very hard in this game, especially if they go first. And we have 117 HP, and so, you know, getting lunged for what I presume was probably about 130, 140, 150 damage is a very, very quick way to be reloading. Something worth noting in this game that you will never see in this run is that this game doesn't actually, like, kick you back to the... when you game over in this game, rather than being kicked back to the title screen, you are sent to the River Styx, which is where Charon is, and he's like, yeah, so, like, you're supposed to be dead, and I am supposed to ferry your soul away, but I, like, have kind of a huge backlog here, so if you want to, like, pay me, I can revive you. Unfortunately, money in this game's economy is just beyond messed up. Money, you never have enough money for anything. And so we just cannot pay to revive, especially because it's based on your level and it scales in an absurd amount. Like right now, reviving would cost over 1,000 Maka or something. We can never pay to revive. So anytime we die, we're just going to be closing the game and reloading. It's also like a fairly lengthy cutscene being shown the River Styx. Oh, also, by the way, Issachar is the reason why everyone's turning into demons, and he himself has become a demon, and now he wants to kill us because he hates us. So we're going to fight him. Here, this is either the easiest or the quickest death fight in the game. We have just enough damage with our attacks to kill him in 2 turns. However, if something weird happens, then sometimes we don't kill him in 2 turns. This first turn is also going to introduce a mechanic that's unique to this game and for Apocalypse, where during certain boss fights, you will be given basically morality questions or random dialogue from demons, basically like challenging your worldview or something. And here he's like, so tell me, you're a luxurer right now. You're living the life of ease and everything's just hunky-dory for you, isn't it? And we're like, no, I'm still a casualty. And he's like, no, I'm attacking my best friend. And so he loses his turn. And then we kill him. So we have defeated our best friend in combat, and he explodes, as one does.
The dialogue options for boss fights can have a wide range of effects in this game. They can buff you, they can buff the enemy, some do nothing at all. Thankfully, they can skip turns, they can lose us press turns. Thankfully, we know what answers to pick, so we're always going to pick the answer that has the best possible outcome for us for each given fight.
Side note, Burroughs has like the absolute worst situational awareness ever. And at the response to us killing our best friend and finding out that our entire town has been torched, he's like, looks like the quest is going well. So here we're introduced to the Black Samurai. This is our kind of primary antagonist for the first half of the game. She has been distributing evil literature among the people of Mikado, which has been teaching them knowledge, which has been causing people to go be angry and turn into demons and stuff. She's also wearing a Demonica. Shoutouts to Strange Journey. And she's like, hey, don't you want books? And we're like, what? And she's like, never mind. Come to the underground. For the meantime, though, I'm going to make my escape. So she sends a bunch of beautiful demons at us.
These demons are the most powerful demons in the game, by the way. They're so powerful, they have a skill not accessible in this game. Charm is not a status element in this game, and they just charmed us.
Yeah, so we get charmed, and then we pass out. And in our passed out state, we see Steven. We didn't talk about Steven earlier. When we were in that demon domain, we randomly saw this dude in a wheelchair who calls himself Steven and said he would be watching us. Here he appears to us, and he's like, hey, really important person wants to talk to you in the east. And we actually have to run east, which is right. Game doesn't tell you that you're facing north, but I guess it's just assumed. So here we run to the east, and we are introduced to the little girl that we've been seeing a bunch. She was kind of playing around in the demon domain. We saw her in our vision at the beginning of the game. And here she's like, hey, I need you to revive me, because reviving me is the only way that, like, everything will be right and that, you know, all of this suffering can actually end and yada yada. And we're like, I have no idea what that means, but I'm waking up now, so bye. And here we wake up to find out that Jonathan and Walter also apparently passed out during this scene, and Isabeau has been protecting us in the meantime. And then we're basically, the Black Samurai ran away. We're not entirely sure about the whole underground business, but we are told to report back. Isabeau shares what happened. We're very concerned about this whole citizens of Mikado were becoming demons thing. But it's okay because we completed a quest.
Everything worked out.
So here, yes, okay, cool. Even though Vodnik died earlier, it wasn't an important fight. Demons do not like critical wave today. So here we're going to be changing Zio to Mazio. My skill order is not in the order it normally is, and I hope that doesn't mess with my muscle memory at all later.
Yeah, so Mazio is going to be our source of AoE damage on the main character, Mr. Atlas, until the third boss.
Yeah, we'll be getting we replace it with Megiddo, like, in
But you
2
get
hours.
Mazanma?
We don't replace it with Mazanma, but we will be getting Mazanma.
Yeah.
So here, Walter, we see him in a dream again, dreaming about the homies as usual. He's like, hey, you need to go underground. We need to see how things really are. And then Jonathan's like, no, don't do it. Don't go to the underground. Things will change. Change is bad. So, I wonder what we're going to end up doing.
Probably grind in Naraku for the next 8 hours.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense. So here we are greeted. Basically, the events of last night have been very concerning to everyone, and so there's an emergency meeting being called to the samurai to address what's happened. And here we're introduced to 2 important characters, basically the leaders of the church. This is Abbot Hugo and Sister Gabby, who are kind of the 2 leading figures. And Hugo here is like, it has come to my attention that bad things are happening, and I am here to look maniacal and evil. Ha 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 ha. By the way, you're all going to the underground now. Basically, underneath Naraku, there is a land of a group of people that the people of Mikado refer to as the Unclean Ones. That is probably where the Black Samurai has escaped to, and we are tasked with the objective of going to the land of the Unclean Ones and capturing the Black Samurai to bring her to justice. Here, this is very important that we come to the bar and check the whiteboard to progress the plot. Because otherwise we would get to the bottom of Naraku and we would have to climb all the way back out.
Yeah, if you don't come here, there's a door at the bottom of Naraku. If you don't come here, that door is locked.
Yeah. So we all decide, oh, you know what, let's all journey together. Let's catch the Black Samurai. Here I need to do some selling.
Yeah, so Freedom's going to get some money by selling some various items he has. For fusions, we're going to do right before the next boss. We talked about at points briefly. One of the most important apps we're going to get in this game is called Fusion Booster. So when you're fusing demons in Shin Megami Tensei games, you can only fuse demons that are equal to or lower than the level of the main character. What Fusion Booster does is it lets you fuse demons higher than your level. So we're going to pick up Fusion Booster +1, which will let us fuse demons equal to the main character's level plus an additional level.
Oh, also, this is the one glitch in the run. The terrain in that corner is kind of weird, and so you can just kind of shove your leg into the ground and
Clip through the floor.
yeah, we have now embraced the void. Welcome to the void. It's a very lovely place. And eventually we will fall so far that we'll fall back into the ceiling and land on the ground.
Yeah, so you've seen Freedom pick up, interact with the green little puddles on the ground. Those are relics. Those are how the game kind of expects you to make money. What the game doesn't tell you is that relics do not give good money.
I don't trust it. So here I picked up a red earring. This earrings in this game, your accessories are the way that the main character is basically going to learn passive abilities or have passive abilities. So the red earring gives you the ability Life Bonus. Life Bonus is a 10% increase to your maximum HP, which is very useful when everything kills you very quickly. Here we're going to be doing some more fusions.
So here we're going to be making Gremlin, Harpy, Apsara, and Zutun. Zutun Chi. The really important one here is Zutun Chi. This is a demon with a very high base HP, and it nulls Gun. Gun isn't too important for the next boss fight, but very important for the boss fight immediately after, because trying to leave Naraku, we're going to be encountered with two really powerful bosses that are, if you play this game casually, they're fairly infamous for being, one of the two will wall you casually. Shin Megami Tensei games tend to have bosses that we as a community refer to as gameplay or knowledge checks. They're basically put in your way to make sure you fully understand how the battle system works, so you don't struggle for the rest of the game, because this game has a very volatile Shin Megami Tensei games have a very volatile battle system.
Here we're fusing Apsaris. Apsaris is the ability Media, which is a party-wide heal, which will be very important for a bit. And then, as Flutter said, we are going to be fusing everyone's favorite piggy friend, Zutunsha, with Fushimelkon.
Yeah, we often refer to Zutunshe as the shootable pig because it nulls Gun. And having a null this early on is very powerful, especially when the boss after next, primary damage is Gun. So we didn't go over it too much, but during specific main story quests in this game, we're going to have a partner, which is one of the three of our traveling companions between Walter, Jonathan, and Isabeau. We have no control over who our partner is for each given battle. It's randomly decided upon the three. For this next fight, our partner very much matters because one of our partners has a skill that the next boss nulls, and one of the ways you can smirk in this game is if the enemy hits your resistance, so a null or a reflect or absorb, then you have a chance to smirk. And if the next boss smirks, it can one-shot basically anyone in our party. And
Usually
he can
everyone at the same time.
Yeah, and he can already do that without smirking.
Yeah, so we are going to be hoping that when we get to the next boss that we do not have Walter as our partner. If we do, it's probably fine. I've won the fight plenty of times with Walter as my partner. It just makes things a little bit more fun for everyone who's watching and for the charity. So any Walter fans in chat, this is your moment. This is your time.
Yeah, ideally we see Jonathan or Isabeau here.
Yes, Isabeau is nice because she can actually use healing magic. Her AI is not inclined to use it, but it can come up. Jonathan is able to hit weakness on the boss, but it doesn't really matter. But it's time for the first big boss of the game. You know him. You love him. Maybe you love him, maybe you don't. But he's certainly here to rumble. It's your boy, the Minotaur. Also, this design goes really, really hard, by the way. It's such a cool look.
His design goes hard, and his first line of dialogue goes really hard in battle.
Yeah, I'll play it out.
Now come, samurai, put on a good show.
Also, Battle B2, one of the greatest RPG battle themes of all time.
This is a certified cat jam. So Minotaur here is weak to ice. For turn 1 and 2, we really want to push as much damage as possible to transition him into the next phase as soon as possible. Minotaur transitions every 25% of his HP, so 75, 50, and then his final 25.
For reference, he has 2,706 HP. That 6 is very important. All right. This first turn is mostly safe because we had +2 to our attack and our defense. He spends that first turn using War Cry, an attack, and then War Cry. War Cry lowers your attack and your defense by 1 stage. Buffs and debuffs in this game stack up to 3 times. And so we put up our buffs there to make sure that he doesn't just kill us on the first turn. Unfortunately, I didn't get a smirk on Flynn at all, so I need to throw this Bufula Stone now. Ideally, I throw it when I'm smirked for the damage boost. Also, throughout this fight, we do want to be seeing some defensive smirks. Unfortunately, Zatinsha burned his smirk a little early. Hopefully, Ipsaris smirks here. Nope, no luck. Here with the second dialogue prompt, he does get an accuracy and evasion debuff. We'll see if it actually matters or not. Goodbye, Ipsaris. Goodbye, Flynn. And yeah, we're probably dead. We're going to fight it out, though, for funsies.
Fight's still winnable if we can get one of our demons to smirk on their second action. So when you're smirking, the next action you take, no matter what it is, will remove smirk, which is why you really want to smirk on your second action. So you go into the enemy's turn with that huge evasion buff.
Unfortunately, our demons are going to run out of MP here, so it's going to become a slap fight that we're probably not going to win. But
yeah.
Also, Zatinsha smirked early. All right, he's at 25% HP. Slap fight, go! Oh. Slap fight, slap fight, slap fight.
We're kind of...
darn.
So close, so close.
All right, that's $8 for charity.
So just a demonstration on, even in a speedrun setting with all of our demons having Minotaur's weakness, how quickly the fight can go wrong.
Yeah, I've had fights where I've literally taken 0 damage against him, and then I've had other fights where I've died to him like 5 times in a row just of him just like immediately killing me, so. We are only level 9 for this fight. However, we used to do this fight at like level 11, and honestly, the consistency between the level 11 strat and the level 9 strat is like barely noticeable. If anything, this strat's a little bit more consistent because we have tankier demons.
Yeah.
The only thing you can really do to boost consistency with this fight is to be able to fuse Spriggan, who is level 11 or 12, who resists Fizz. But even then, Spriggan's magic isn't that great, so it's, you know. Here we go. Oh, we have Walter! This will be fun.
Yeah, so we'll see. Hopefully Walter doesn't make Minotaur smirk.
Okay, we got a defensive smirk there. That's really nice. And that also means I can toss a the Bufula Stone for maximum power next turn, which will help my damage. All right, Walter, what you got? Okay, that was probably crit wave. All right, and we get to keep my I get to keep my Rakukaja actually because he missed. We are determined to win. Pop up.
Something to note about your partner, the enemy can actually target your partner for attacks. So sometimes they can cushion a heavy blow or two, but they usually can't take more than like 2 or 3 hits.
If you were to punch Walter in the face really hard right now, that would be awesome. All right, we have 2 defensive smirks though. That's really good. Okay, crit wave is fine.
Hey, crit!
And he missed Ipsaris twice. Love to see that. All right, there's the 25% dialogue.
Yeah, even though Minotaur has only 25% HP left, this fight is not over.
Mark, please, Bert.
How's this?
That's fine. Something worth noting, he has an ability called Labrys Strike, which we mentioned Fire Breath earlier, that's a random target skill. That's what he did earlier that killed like half my party in one attack, and we win! Let's go!
Yeah, so I'm not sure if it was noticeable there, but when an enemy dies, the screen will flash white briefly, and that's our tell for when we defeat an enemy, aside from when they explode.
Yeah. Also, something you can do in this game is when an enemy is below 25% HP, they actually the targeting indicator on them becomes red instead of green, which wasn't relevant there because the boss had dialogue every 25% HP. I'm going to save immediately so that I do not get murdered by this little sludge thing. For later fights where there's not dialogue as often, it can be very helpful to see that an enemy is at red. Also, we need to close the Mikado terminal incentive, so if we can get that really soon, we're going to have some dialogue and then we'll be naming that. Here we are going to be discovering a gun. We find underneath Naraku there's a strange like workplace area, and we discover guns, so now we can use gun attacks that will come up like literally once in the run. Yeah, we'll just be picking up a few items and then getting to the terminal, so if you can give that to me.
Yeah, absolutely. I had turned up my headset to unhealthy levels during that boss music. It was so good.
Good, good.
The Mikado terminal is Bunny.
Yeah, let's go.
Bunny.
Let's go.
Here we're going to be picking up a couple items. This is a light grimoire. It gives you a quarter, or I think it's like a sixth actually in this game. They change them between games. Light grimoires give you about a sixth of the EXP that you need to level up. This will come up a little bit later in the run. We're also picking up items called incenses. Incenses will boost whatever corresponding stat here, an agility incense, for example, will boost your agility by 3 permanently. We'll be using incenses to boost our stats up just a little bit extra. Agility incenses, agility incenses, and magic incenses especially are very valuable.
Yeah, since we're constantly cycling through demons, we don't have the same demon for very long, except for our endgame party. We're going to be using a majority of our incenses on the main character. You can use them because incenses in this game do heal you to full. So occasionally we'll use them as like a cheeky full heal, but aside from that, they're mostly going to go on our main character.
Bunny. So these are terminals. These are the game's fast travel mechanic. Right now we only have the ability to warp between Mikado, which is the terminal that we just named, and the Sky Terminal, which is at the bottom of Naraku. As we explore throughout the land of the unclean ones, we will gain access to more terminals, which will allow us to get around a lot quicker. But we're going to warp back to Mikado. We're going to warp to the Bunny real quick to go back to the barracks for the free heal. We do need all of our demons and everyone alive for the next boss, because if you thought Minotaur was fun, we immediately afterwards are going to have another boss fight, which does mean we get to jam out to Battle B2 a little bit more. I'm also going to throw this agility incense onto the main character immediately. There is a very small chance, we didn't see it at all during the Minotaur fight, there is a very small chance that Gremlin can actually outspeed Mr. Atlas here. And if he were to do that, that makes things a little bit awkward. So just tossing that agility incense immediately in addition to the kind of interesting looking level up that I did earlier will make sure that we will always go first. Coming up here, this is going to be the introduction to the game's Street Pass mechanic. Everyone loves Street Pass. It's actually also one of like 2 cutscenes in the entire game that doesn't despawn enemies. More importantly for the speedrun, but basically you Street Pass in this game, you can save a favorite demon. And then when you Street Pass people who have the game, they can like take your favorite demon or whatever and add it to their party and stuff. I believe the 100% category makes use of the favorite demon thing for preserving certain demons between new game cycles. This game has a kind of sort of 100% category that like literally only Champion Beef has ever run and probably will ever is the only person that will ever run it, because it's like a 30-something hour category of complete randomness.
Yeah, the 100% category for this game is not fun. So we mentioned fusion accidents briefly when we did our initial set of fusions. There are a series of demons in this game you can only get through fusion accidents, and they are not fun to try to get.
Yeah, in addition to the fusion accident-only demons, we mentioned fiends a little bit earlier. Beef brought them up in his donation. Once we get to the end game, there are a couple areas in the game that when you walk on a specific tile, you have a 1 in 256 chance of encountering a special enemy called a fiend. These are incredibly powerful boss monsters that will probably kill us, and for the 100% category, you have to kill all of them. There are, I believe, 7 fiends that you have to find via this method, so that's 7 1 in 256s that you have to roll, and for reference, I believe in the 100% speedrun, I think just Matador, he was reloading for like 4 hours. Also, if you've played Atrian Odyssey, this will look familiar. As it turns out, the city of Tokyo is buried beneath the Eastern Kingdom of Mikado.
It's actually kind of a nice city.
Yeah. Yeah, this is a really cool reveal. This was like the moment in the game playing it where I was just like, oh, that's so cool.
I believe this is one of the E3 trailers, this cutscene.
Yeah. What's funny is in the trailer, I believe it shows that scene from the beginning where Flynn gets like pulled into the vortex, and then it shows like the cityscape. And so like at the time I was like, oh, there's going to be like time travel shenanigans. No, there's actually just a whole civilization buried underneath you, which is honestly cooler. But so we discover Tokyo, and now we're going to be working our way down towards the city itself.
Yeah, but to get to the city of Tokyo, we have to go through another boss. The boss coming up is Medusa. We talked about how one of her primary sources of damage is gun. This is another fight where the main character doesn't need to live to get XP, and it's a very real chance, since we have a demon that nulls gun, that the pig just solos her.
Yeah, worth noting, if main character does die, I will need to kill like just a random encounter to make up like a tiny bit of EXP, but it's not that big of a deal. Here we're gonna run around. You have a choice of 2 items here, depending on which way you go. Normally, I would go for the chakra drop if you go the other way. In this chest, there's a Zanma stone. It doesn't really matter all that much. I'm just kind of, flavor of the month deciding to go with the Zanma stone for the extra damage. Quick note to the audio person. Can I actually get Flutter turned down a little bit in my headset?
Can you do the same to Freedom when mine, please? Sorry.
All right, I'm going to save right here, because if I take 1 step further, I will be attacked by Medusa. See? 1 step further. This is how you know I've played this video game way too many times. Awesome, thank you. So here, we find all these statues that are very realistic looking. And as it turns out, they're realistic looking because those statues were at one point people that were turned to stone by everyone's favorite Gorgon, Medusa.
Yeah, unfortunately, Medusa does not have a good design in this game. And it's funny because her design is so bad in this game, they make fun of it in Shin Megami Tensei 4A.
What, you don't like Biker Medusa?
I'm not the biggest fan. Yeah, Medusa, weak to Zan. Somewhat similar to Minotaur. Even though Zutunshe can solo her, that does take a while, so we do want to push as much damage as we can with Flynn, or Mr. Atlas.
Statues are beautiful. That lowers her attack a little bit. This. Second to defense buff. Nice! Less nice, but still nice.
Yeah, the other thing Medusa can do is she can bind you. Bind in this game, I believe, lowers your accuracy.
In this game, it's stun, and it actually makes you not be able to take your turn.
Yeah. Not only do a lot of things change between SMT games, how they decide to do ailments also changes between SMT games.
All right, lost Apsaris, which is a little unfortunate. It means we are out a healer for the rest of the fight, but that shouldn't be too big of a deal. So everyone in chat, I want you to just like start yelling, like all caps, just shoot the pig. All right, she is halfway down, hopefully. Okay, good, we got a defensive smirk. Hopefully we also get one on Gremlin here.
Nice.
You know, sometimes you just manifest things in your life.
Oh, we might be able to... So in this game, I believe, if everyone on your team is smirking at the same time, you get a full party heal.
It has to be all 4 party members specifically.
Yeah.
So because I only have 3, I can't get it. But yeah, if you have all 4 party members, you get a 100% HP and 50% MP party-wide heal, which is pretty cool. I've seen it like 5 or 6 times in my life. And that's Medusa down. That was a really good fight.
Yeah, there is a chance Medusa goes as bad as Minotaur, but thankfully she cooperated a lot better than Minotaur did.
Yeah, she, in addition to using mostly gun skills, she does have basic attack. She also has access to Ziongo, which is a tier 2 electric attack. So if she decides to electrocute your pig instead of shooting your pig, it makes you very sad. Because who likes microwaved bacon? I mean, like, it's like the worst way to have bacon.
That's what I'm saying.
It's still bacon, but like just statistically inferior bacon. Like, so here we find these 2 mafia dudes who are like, "Wait, you guys came from the sky? That's terrifying. I don't know why I'm talking like a gruff gangster, even though I'm a Japanese dude, but I'm gonna run away." And we are greeted with another cutscene introducing us to Tokyo proper. If you have we have a moment, CC, if you want to.
Yeah, I hate statistically worse bacon.
Yeah, right.
It's the worst bacon. $15 from Soul Survivor. It looks like the mission is going well. $24 from Cordelium.
Seems rather dreary.
$8 for the 4 resets so far, and 16 optional dollars for the 16 totally non-contradictory mandatory side quests. $100 from Nick. So excited to donate during Freedom Pulse's SMT4 run. Shin Megami Tensei is my favorite RPG series, and Freedom Pulse always blows me away with his knowledge of these games and incredible stamina to run these long categories. Thank you to RPG LB for supporting a great cause.
Thank you so much.
Another certified jammer here. This game has an amazing soundtrack, by the way, if you've not heard it.
Yeah, this was the first SMT game that was composed by not Shoji Meguro, who did a lot of the previous games. This one was composed by Ryota Kazuka, who is credited as Ryota Kaduka in the opening credits of this game. And he did an amazing job. This game and For Apocalypse have 2 of my favorite OSTs ever. And then SMT5 also and 5 Vengeance also are 2 of my favorite OSTs. Kazuka does not miss, except for 1 or 2 tracks where he missed. But aside from that, Kazuka does not miss. So here we're in Tokyo. I didn't die to any fights, so I don't have to take any random encounters, thankfully. There is an item over here that we need to grab. This will be sold. Like I mentioned before, this game's economy is just absolutely ridiculously horrible. So we will be funding our fusion budget by just picking up really valuable items and selling them. I'm sorry to every JRPG hoarder ever, but this is going to be your least favorite run to watch.
Yeah, a lot of really powerful, rare items that we pick up, we just pick up to sell because they sell for a lot of cash.
Yeah, that Balm of Rising I picked up earlier sells for 2,000. That bead I picked up sells for 750, I think. save loading. The one thing about world map encounters that makes them even scarier than regular ones is that when you're fighting encounters out in the field, you can actually hit them with your sword to guarantee you go first. When you're on the overworld, there's literally no way that you can affect who goes first in a fight. So if you run into an enemy, they can just go first and kill you, which is always really, really fun if you haven't been saving as regularly as I am currently.
Also, a little quirk with save loading on the overworld. The music continues to play when you save load in the overworld, as opposed to here when you're in dungeons, the music will loop from the beginning.
Yeah, it's sort of random. Sometimes it resets on the overworld, sometimes it doesn't reset in dungeons. It has to do with how much the game has to load. Sometimes you'll do like 2 save loads in a row and it will reset the music once and not the next time. It does seem like it is more likely to persist on the overworld. So here, we're going to enter the Hunters Association. This is basically just the same equivalent as the tavern in Mikado. This is where a group called the Demon Hunters, who are essentially Tokyo's equivalent to the samurai, group of people fighting demons, keep people safe, etc. Where we will be gathering some side quests. Also, for the only time in this run, we're going to be talking to an NPC in the bar, this cold man here. We received a quest when we entered Tokyo called Find the Counter Demon Force base, where there was apparently a base that we want to get to that might have a bunch of information about the layout of Tokyo and all of that stuff. And so we want to find the base. In order to get to the base, this guy gives us a quest to kill a demon called Pallade that is hogging the swamp water. I didn't need to grab those quests yet. Yeah, we can't get quests here until I kill Pallade. See each other alive again. Be used to hearing that a lot, by the way. The game says that every time you leave the bar. But we've accepted the quest to hunt down Pallade, and he will be our next mini-boss that we will be fighting. Just gonna go over here, hop up this ledge. This area has some very interesting enemy spawn patterns. Sometimes you get a walk like this where you get no enemies, and other times you get like 20 enemies on top of you. It's really fun. Pallade is under this canopy here, but we're going to jump on top of the canopy and try to open this treasure chest. For another Balm of Life, just another valuable sellable.
Yeah, so with this Pallade fight, Pallade starts by sending a horde of demons at you. These demons are a little scary because they do have Mudo, I believe, if I remember correctly. Mudo and Hama are insta-kill skills. So if they just decide to target main character, it's not great.
I did that wrong, but it's fine.
Thankfully, they're not too threatening.
5 stars. And they tried to hit MC. Mudo has I believe, a 30% chance to just insta-kill you.
Yeah, and now we're fighting Pallade proper, who's weak to fire. Thankfully, buffs we set up on the horde encounter carry over into Pallade.
Yeah, if I had done it correctly, I would be going into it with a Taro Kajo, but I messed up my turn order a little bit. We are going to be throwing this Aguilau stone here. We got it as a drop from the Issachar fight. Just to get the extra bit of damage. That's a good defensive smirk here. Pallade here, the scariest. Most of what he does is he just tries to confuse you by inflicting the panic status on you with Flaminpa right there. Okay, that's fine. Panic is a very silly status in this game. It most of the time does literally nothing, and then sometimes it does something, but there it just made us use a different ability instead of the one we wanted to use, and that's Pallade down. I need to hydrate. Friendly reminder to everyone to stay hydrated. I love that I said that and then I saw people in the tech desk immediately start to drink water. Shoutouts to the noise that Gremlin makes.
Literally just screaming.
So we get a bunch of EXP here, which is really nice. If I was unable to get Mazio earlier from Vodunic, this is where I would get it from Gremlin. All right, everyone. Oh, we get it again.
Thank you, Atlas.
Yes. Thank you, Shin Megami Tensei 4. So apparently Palade's head really, really smells, and so we get to carry it around because Flynn doesn't have a good sense of smell or something. I don't know.
Yeah, we have to carry it around as proof of defeating Palade.
But now we are going to be journeying.
Yeah, so...
Time for mandatory side quests.
Oh, right. How could I forget?
Yeah. Excuse me. Mandatory side quests. So, one of the quests here that we can grab at the Ueno Hunters Association, now that we have defeated Palade and kind of proven ourselves as a viable hunter, is a quest called Deliver the Film. This will be the first... Doing this quest now is very important because it will give us access to a lot of quests later that are all also required. So they're alive again. This quest will start what is called the Nozomi quest line, which is I believe 4 quest long line revolving around a hunter named Nozomi. Also completing this quest will give us the camera, which is going to be used for a bunch of other quests that we have to finish. Because nothing says Savior of Tokyo like a great photographer.
Yeah, so quests in this game are... You have quests that unlock other quests, and then you have quest chains that you have to do in order to get access to all of the quests.
What do you want to sell? Any other business? Come again.
So they're just sold anything of relative value just so that we can have money for fusions later. Also, shoutouts to this song is called Challenge Quest Beta. It is a really, really catchy song that we get to hear like twice maybe in this run. So here we gather some camera film, and then we ruin Nozomi's photo, and she's upset at us. But then we tell her that we brought her more film, and so she's like, "Oh, awesome, cool, we're best friends now. Here, have this camera." And so we have a camera now. So now whenever we run into a handful of NPCs later on that want pictures of specific locations, we will be able to do those quests. Also, really quickly, I need to do a fusion.
Yeah, so here, Freedom is going to make Oni. Oni is important because Oni is our first source of war cry.
Taunt.
Taunt? Taunt raises the enemy's attack and lowers their defense.
Yeah, and not only is it like a stage buff, it's a 2-stage buff. So they get 2 stacks of an attack buff and 2 stacks of a defense debuff. 2 stacks of an attack buff you may be like, Freedom, that sounds really, really bad. Why would you want enemies to hit you even harder than they already are? Good news, though, we are playing Shin Megami Tensei 4, where everything dies very quickly. So the vast majority of the enemies that we're fighting will not live to have a second turn to take advantage of that attack buff. And when we get later on in the game, the few that do are going to not have a great time of it either. So we're going to be using Taunt for literally the whole game up until like the final dungeon. But now that we have Oni and have revived Apsaris, who has died again, which is actually, I'm wondering if, well, she should get Posamudi in time still. Apsaris, I don't care about her giving any skills to me, but when her last skill that she learns is an ability called Posamudi, which removes poison. And we mentioned before, this game has a bit of an obsession with poison swamps, a fascination, as it were. And so we kind of want to be able to get rid of the poison that will inevitably be inflicted. Also, this is the Terminal Guardian. From now on, any terminal that we want to access, with one exception, will be guarded by this dude. It's the same guy every time. The lore behind this guy is that he really enjoys cosplay. And so he just dresses up as a completely different person every time that we meet him, just for the love of the game, I guess. I can actually save some MP on Oni here by just doing that because I got the smirk. So this time, he's an earthy man, whatever that means. But these terminal fights are also really nice because the vast majority of them give you a ton of EXP. Coincidentally, the only one of these fights that doesn't give you a bunch of EXP is the hardest one in the game. Here, I'm sorry, someone's posted Moody, so now we can get... No.
Nice.
That's a terrible skill. Silent Prayer removes all buffs and all debuffs from everyone. Considering buffs and debuffs are one of the core pillars of Shin Megami Tensei, you can imagine why I would not want that skill on my demon.
Yeah, how the game wants you to use it is you can use it if the enemy debuffs you and then buffs themselves, which is not a common occurrence in this game.
Yeah, I don't think there's like 1 or 2 bosses that I can think of off the top of my head that have access to both buffs and debuffs, and one of them is like the final boss of the game, or one of the final bosses of the game. And by that point, we just can use our own buffs and debuffs to counteract theirs while also progressing our game state. So here, this group of Kelpies, magical flying ghost horses, were the ones that wanted the head. So we are finally able to get rid of the very smelly Palade head. And they, Formation B, we cross the river on back of magical ghost haunts. Thank you, magical ghost haunts.
I still want to know what Formation A is.
Right. And here we have reached the area where the anti-demon or counter-demon force base, which is kind of the predecessor to the Hunters Association. Basically, when the demons attacked Tokyo, the counter-demon force was the government's response to that, and then when everything kind of fell apart horribly, the Hunters Association kind of rose from the ashes of that. Also, fun fact, the Eastern Kingdom of Mikado has existed for something like 2,000 years, whereas according to everyone in Tokyo, this dome over Tokyo has only existed for about 25 years. There's some time dilation stuff going on here. I got to save, so I'm actually going to be like, yeah, I see exactly what you're talking about, good sir. That is one of 2 fights in the game where the default option makes it so you don't do the fight. You do have to fight this guy, though, to actually enter the area. So I just wanted to save because our next boss is the most terrifying enemy of all. A dancing crab! Ooh!
Yeah, this is Tsuchigumo. He's supposed to be a spider cow, but he just looks like a dancing crab to us.
So he's weak to both force and ice, so we're just going to be pelting him with damage as much as we can. This will also be our first use of, first time we're going to be seeing Taunt. And you can see if you saw the damage Flynn did before versus the damage he did in that attack, you can see why Taunt is very valuable. Sometimes you don't... Maybe. Maybe? Aww.
So close.
Piggy's not feeling very smiley today. But yeah, that's our dancing crab friend down. Crab, please. But these are the same gangsters from earlier, and they're like, man, not only are they terrifying, they're also really strong. This was supposed to be like a Brooklyn accent, but it turned into Australian for some reason. Crikey. We're still Japanese, by the way. So there we don't learn any skill from Oni. We just want Taunt to be passed along for our demons. Main character isn't going to really be doing any support skill casting because he's our damage dealer. There's one fight that is an exception to that we'll be getting into way later in the run, but for the most part, the support skills are going to stay on our demons, and they are going to be making very good use of those. Here, there is another item that we will be selling. Another Balm of Rising, another 2K, which is like 1 demon from the compendium, by the way. There are apps in this game that you can purchase to lower the cost of the demon compendium. The problem is that we just want all of the fusion boosters. By the way, it's the Black Samurai, except not.
Damn me! It's the Black Samurai! Is it?
So we find that we find Demonicas because we love Strange Journey around these parts.
Yeah, it's not the Black Samurai. It's something much scarier. A Strange Journey reference.
Indeed. Also, shoutouts to the smiley face that the Demonica masks have. The two little red eyes, and then the loop on it makes it look like a little goofy smiley face. And this is something that you cannot unsee. But these Demonicas are actually fully functional and compatible with our gauntlets. So we have a Demonica now, which means we have access to armor, which is something we haven't talked about at all yet. Armor in this game kind of sucks. The big benefit of armor, there's 3 types of armor in this game. You have helmets, body armor, and leg armor. Leg armor increases your HP by a little bit and boosts your agility by an amount, and is mostly aesthetic aside from that. Head armor will raise one of your attack stats while also boosting your HP by a little bit. And then body armor exists solely to give you a tiny bit of HP and to change your affinities. I mentioned earlier Flynn is weak to fire currently. That Demonica we got removes our fire weakness. However, we no longer resist ice. Instead, we resist dark, which is Mudo skills, and become weak to force attacks. We'll be wearing the Demonica for the vast majority of the game just because it's a bit of an HP boost. We will be removing the Demonica for the default armor, though, for the end of the game because we don't want to be weak to force for the final bosses. There we found the Counter Demon Force base, and we basically discover that there is a population hub just to the west of us called Shinjuku, and that in Shinjuku we might find a lead as to the location of the Black Samurai. Here we have another Terminal Guardian fight. Now the Earthy Man is now the Guard-like man, and he sends an army of pixies to attack us. So here it's a horde, so just Mazio.
Yeah, the game kind of expects you to change your armor throughout the various boss fights in this game. So you're constantly adjusting to what the enemy's doing. But for the purposes of the speedrun, since the enemy isn't going to get very many turns to hit us, we really don't care about what our affinity is, except for a few key exceptions.
All right, we're going to be walking to Shinjuku through another poison swamp. So as we do that, Cece, if you have anything for us, now is a perfect chance.
Absolutely, I do. $100 from Leon. I'm too neutral to stay neutral. $15 from 30 cents. Hi, 30 here. Really enjoying the event, and I'm really happy to be here for my 5th event. Keep up the good SMT4 run, Freedom Pulse. The boss music in this game is so cat jam.
You.
And the audience agrees, except during the Minotaur fight, there were a lot of comments that said, oh no, it's the Minotaur.
Yeah, typical Minotaur reaction.
Yeah.
$25 from Looney Tooney. Had to donate for SMT, my favorite RPG franchise. 4 is my intro to the series, and Frito is my favorite SMT runner. Have a great run, and make sure you bring more maca next time.
That's so kind of you. Thank you, Looney Tunes.
$50 from Revenan. Hey, Freedom, your community is here and proud of the work you're doing. Good luck on the run, and remember, bring more maca next time.
Thank you, Rav. Appreciate it.
And I really just want to remind everyone where your donations are going. RPG Limit Break is coming to you live from Denver, Colorado, where we are raising money for NAMI, or the National Alliance on Mental Illness. NAMI was formed in 1979 as a grassroots advocacy organization by a group of parents whose children suffered with serious mental illnesses, and they have maintained that focus to this day.
Unfortunate thing about this world map section here is that there's an enemy that I had to save load past, but despawning that enemy spawns another enemy immediately in front of it.
Yeah, save loading on the overworld can get a little annoying because how the enemies decide to spawn, but they're just too dangerous to try to deal with normally. And save reloading, it seems slow, but it's not really that bad.
That's one of the fun things, interesting things about whenever someone new is learning one of these runs, is no one wants to save load a bunch, and so like you'll see a lot of new runners of the game be very, very daring with how they try to dodge encounters, and then they just end up eating a bunch of deaths because of it. It's one of those things that you just have to kind of accept, like, yeah, this isn't my favorite thing in the world, but also dying is kind of slow, so... Regarding one of the donation comments earlier, we mentioned earlier that your alignment, in order to get the neutral ending, you have to land within a certain range as far as alignment points go. The final decision in this game is, as opposed to a lot of other SMT games where like your final decision is kind of a law neutral chaos split where you like finally make your ultimate choice of like, this is what I stand for. Instead, this game gives you an either or of law or chaos for your final decision. Each option gives you 10 alignment points in the respective direction, and neutrality is considered between 8 and -8, with chaos being negative, law being positive. So, if you are exactly neutral, you can be too neutral to get the neutral ending in this game, which sounds absurd, but it's something that like a lot of people have ran into when they've played this game casually.
It's a very common occurrence casually, which is weird because there's a SMT game that came out prior to this game called Strange Journey that when you do come to that ultimate choice for your ending, they do give you a neutral option there.
Oh, also there we're introduced to everyone's favorite, most trustworthy Japanese schoolgirl, Hikaru, who somehow knows exactly who we are and also knows that we're looking for the Black Samurai and knows exactly where the Black Samurai is. Just don't translate what Hikaru means in Japanese. I'm sure it's fine, and she's just a very well-informed, trustworthy model student. Here we're going to be picking up one of those photo quests I mentioned before. This girl is a friend of Nozomi and is a hunter and is like, yeah, I'm supposed to take a picture of the Counter Demon Force base, but I'm feeling kind of lazy right now. Do you want to do it for me? And this is one of the quests that's required to finish the neutral ending, is to take a photo because someone's too lazy to do their job. Truly the hero that the city deserves.
Yeah, unfortunately, we're not going to be turning in this quest for a very long time.
This is the second to last quest we will be turning in. You know what? You outsource your work and you're going to get outsourced timelines. So here, we get to Shinjuku. We find out that the Black Samurai is in a bookstore in Ikebukuro. However, if we were to just immediately go to Ikebukuro, we would find that the city is actually protected by a barrier. And that barrier is, in order to break the barrier, we need an item called the Jiraiya Talisman. And in order to get the Jiraiya Talisman, we have to do a bunch of random stuff here in Shinjuku. So first, we're going to do a mandatory side quest called Corpse Disposal. Basically, this area up here is infested with undead, and we are being tasked with clearing out the undead so that this area is safe for habitation again. This quest is, however, really nice because each of these corpse piles that we will be fighting gives a lot of EXP. Which is good because we've been running with tier 1 skills for a long time, and we're getting to the point where those skills just really aren't cutting it anymore. So we are going to be using this, the large amounts of EXP we'll be getting from these quests in order to actually facilitate getting some new tier 2 magic, as well as just generally becoming stronger and fusing some new demons. This first one we need to fight with the current party in order to level up to level 16. Once we get level 16, we'll be able to do some more fusion magic.
Yeah, thankfully these corpses are not, they die very quick and they give a ton of XP for what we want.
All right, here we're going to be grabbing Fusion Booster 2, so now we can fuse things that are 2 levels higher than us.
Yeah, and here Freedom is going to make a demon called Archangel. So with the Holy Line of Demons in specific,
Divine, yeah.
the Divine Demons, once they learn all of their skills, they can evolve into the next line of demon in that in the family. So it'd be Angel into Archangel and Archangel into Principality, and you can do this all the way up to the final family line. Here we're just going to be taking Archangel and evolving it into Principality, and he won't go further than that.
And then we're going to be fusing everyone's favorite demon, a bunch of snakes trapped in a gourd. This is Tobu. Tobu is notable because Tobu has Zanma, which is the tier 2 force element attack. And then we're going to be keeping the pig around, but not in our party. We're going to be swapping in our Archangel and our Tobu. And our big goal here is to get... is to have Tobu whisper Zanma to Mr. Atlas, and then we want Archangel to just soak up as much EXP as possible. In addition to wanting to evolve him into Principality for fusion purposes, he learns an ability called Estoma Sword. Estoma Sword is an interesting ability that when you use it for a set number of steps, if you hit an enemy on the field with your weapon, like that, except I actually didn't hit the enemy, but if you do that and the enemy is a lower level than you, I believe it's 5 levels lower, then instead of initiating a fight with a preempt, you will just delete the enemy from the field. And when you're on the overworld, if you walk into an enemy configuration that is 5 levels lower than you, it will just remove the encounter entirely. This is going to be our big way to... it's not going to be super useful through parts of the run because of how over-leveled we're going to be a lot of the time. But for specifically anytime we have to backtrack, which this game has a lot of backtracking in it, it'll be very, very useful to mitigate encounters that we have to dodge along the way. I'm going to do something interesting here. Over here on this wall, there is a snare. These are just random traps that if you walk into, freeze your movement for a couple seconds and let any demons who are around bum rush you and ambush you. This game is very interesting with how it spawns enemies and the aggro of enemies, where a lot of the time enemies don't like to attack you if you can't see them. So there what I did was I actually forced my camera to be facing the wall. That way an enemy would not spawn in a way that would actually attack me. This doesn't come up a ton in the run, but there's gonna be a handful of instances where you'll see me like trying to just stare very intently at a wall as I'm moving, and it's just solely for the purpose of making it sure I don't get spawn camped by an enemy.
Yeah, we haven't talked about actually hitting enemies on the map screen much, but as you can see when Freedom went to hit that enemy that he missed, Flynn's attack is actually very awkward to use. It has a very tiny hitbox and a very just awkward swing to it. There are weapons in this game that you can equip that change the swing Mr. Atlas will do, but for the most part in this game, it's just kind of not great.
Yeah, specifically if you're playing this game casually and you want a weapon that's actually like kind of decent for hitting things, the spear weapon type is really good for that. But we're not going to bother with it in the speedrun. This is actually something they fix in For Apocalypse because the main character in that game's swing arc is very, very responsive and has a pretty wide hit radius. Whereas like with in 4, you have to be pretty close to the enemy and there's a bit of an awkward delay on it. Here, Archangel learns Tarakaja so that we have our attack buffs just continuing to go around the whole party. We will be getting Zanma here. Stop trying to change skills, please. Yes, hiss at me all you want. We're going to be getting Zanma here, so our damage with force skills is going to go up quite a bit, which is good because the next major boss in the game is weak to force damage. Not the next major boss, like a boss or two in the future. Here is another instance of me staring at this wall. This is a little difficult to do, actually, because the game really does not want you to not be facing forward as you're walking. So whenever I'm doing, trying to look at a wall to do that, I'm like constantly fighting with the camera to stop it from just turning into where I don't want to be looking. Something else I will be doing as I am progressing through Shinjuku here is I'm actually going to be fighting 1 or 2 encounters. I did a bit of a reroute to this run, I say recently, like 3 years ago, to move one of the quests that we did kind of in the mid-game to be done in the end game when we're a lot stronger. And because of moving that quest, the EXP route got a little weird. And so I'm going to be doing a fight here. I just need to make up about 1,000 experience for later on in the run. I can do it either now or when I come back to Shinjuku in a couple hours. It just depends on what I'm feeling like doing. Sometimes I fight it immediately. Sometimes I save or load 50 encounters while I'm talking about how I want to be fighting encounters. So this dude right here, Macabre, is actually one of the scariest enemies in the entire game. He has an ability called Blight. Blight is, oh my goodness, please murder the dude. Okay, we're good. Blight is an all-target physical skill that can inflict the poison ailment, and despite the fact that the game says that it is weak physical damage, it will probably just kill us. And when we come back here, when we're like 20 levels stronger, it will still kill us. I didn't see how much EXP I got there, actually. Did you happen to catch the number?
Like 1,000?
Okay, cool. I need about 1,000, so that should be... I think the triple Macabre is usually enough. It's
Yeah,
like...
it is a little over 1,000.
Cool. It's like if I get a Macabre plus a Spirit or something, sometimes it's... Or a Morio, it's sometimes not enough. But that was fine. If not, I can just kill something when I get to Blasted Tokyo. It doesn't take that long. All right, here we get a Stoma Sword, which again will remove encounters on the field if I hit them. This will not be coming up for about another like 30 minutes to an hour. All right, so we have one corpse left that we have to destroy. Nice collision on that pole. We have one enemy left we have to defeat, and then immediately after we defeat that enemy, we're going to be thrown into a boss fight. Tobu is faster than MC. It's a good thing I'm hitting level 20 here so I can fix that, but that's not ideal. Hopefully I hit 20 before. Okay, I'm going to hit it from Dolan. That's fine, though. So here we clear the last corpse, complete corpse disposal. And then this hunter shows up and he's like, hey, you're the one that's been destroying all my corpses, right? That's like not cool, man. What the heck? I worked so hard to throw those demons everywhere to like eat people. Messed up. I'm so angry that I'm going to swallow this pill here and turn into a demon. And now we have Dolahan here. So yeah, the hunter dude turned into Dolahan. Dolahan says trans rights. Hell yeah. Unfortunately, though, Dolahan's trying to kill us, so we're going to have to defeat Dolahan here. This is a, thankfully, pretty quick fight, because if we don't kill Dolahan in one turn, Dolahan will use Mamudo. A reminder that Mudo is an insta-kill ability, and so Dolahan can just murder you if they get a turn. Thankfully, Dolahan doesn't have very much HP, and so just one turn of a bunch of Zeo spam with a taunt should be enough to kill. We got the taunt in a little bit late into the turn order, but it should still be fine. Yeah, her HP is red, so this Zeo from Oni should kill. Cool. Here we're given a choice, a morality choice of whether to kill Dolahan or not, and we finish her off.
Thankfully, with how the alignment works here, and since we know what decisions will affect our alignment, we can mostly pick the default option for everything, and then there are a few key story moments where the game will ask you to make a major decision or later on side with either Walter or Jonathan for a ton of alignment points in either or direction. So we can pick the default option and then make decisions very meticulously to keep us in that neutral range.
Yeah. So the reason we had to do that quest, aside from just gaining access to that part of Shinjuku, is that quest was being offered by the Mafia we've ran into a couple of times. Is a group called the Ashura Kai. They're kind of the governing force of Tokyo at this point. And doing that quest for them means that they now like kind of recognize us as someone who is pretty powerful and can take care of jobs for them. And so that Ashura guy is like, hey, there's this demon named, I actually forget his name. Quebico, yeah. That we need taken out. And if you take him out for us, we'll give you this random piece of junk called the Jiraiya Talisman. And we're like, oh, I need a Jiraiya Talisman, cool. So we agree to kill Quebico and for the Ashurikai to gain that to get the Jiraiya talisman. However, we're actually not going to be killing Quebico. For the longest, this is going to be one of the few times where we're not going to be picking the default option in the menu. Because Quebico himself is a bit of an annoying fight. He's weak to fire, and in earlier versions of the route, we would get access to Agilao, the tier 2 fire skill, and we would take him out that way. However, as it turns out, if you just refuse to fight Quebico, the fight that you do instead is with the horde of enemies that are weak to electricity, and we have Mazio, and Mazio shreds through hordes. Quebico would also be like a 2 or 3 turn fight that could be kind of scary because he has access to some pretty hard-hitting phys skills. Whereas the fight instead, like, they get 1 action, which could potentially hurt us quite a bit, but then we kill them in 1 turn. So yeah, instead of helping the Ashurikai out like we agreed to do, we're actually going to side with Quebico here, which is going to give us a couple extra chaos points compared to what we originally routed around, but thankfully it doesn't end up mattering except for 1 specific fight later on in the run. If anything, the fight that it matters for is actually beneficial though. So here, we see that a couple other hunters were hired to kill this dude. This is Quebico. He's a very large hand. And they're pretty terrified of him because he's like, yeah, I'm going to kill you, and then I'm going to eat you. And they're like, no, don't eat me. You ate my friend. I'm scared. And then they're going to run away. And then the Ashurikai dude's like, man, hunters are useless, but you look pretty strong. You should kill that dude for me. And we say no. Because apparently Quebico has a wife and children, and he's just protecting them. So we're like, no, we're going to kill your army of harpies instead. Okay, that was actually really tame. This horde does have access to Mazanma, tier 2 force damage. It hurts quite a bit. The other thing is that we haven't talked about with this game is that whenever you get... That's not cool. Anytime you get hit by a force attack in this game, there is a 1 out of 100 chance, a 1% chance, oh, actually it's 3% for single target, 1% for AoE. 1% chance that a demon hit by a force attack will be inflicted with the lost status, which will forcibly eject them from the fight and your party. And the only way to get them back is to go out into the field and attack enemies until they show up again and rejoin you.
Yeah, they show back up in like between 2 to 3 random encounters. But that means going through 2 to 3 random encounters, which we just cannot do.
Yeah, so here Quebico's like, well, you know, thanks for, like, protecting my family and stuff, but, like, you kind of just murdered someone in my house. That's not cool. So I'm going to leave now. But here, have this Jiraiya talisman. You earned it or something. So we got the Jiraiya talisman anyway. And the demon domain goes, so mission accomplished. Now we're going to be doing the worst fight in the entire run. My death count is currently at 4, I believe. So this next fight, this is going to be a terminal fight. I mentioned before that terminals really good for fast travel. Shinjuku especially is probably the most important fast travel point in the game. It's a fairly central location to a couple of other areas we have to go, and just in general, a lot in the plot happens in Shinjuku. So we need this terminal. However, the fight that we have to do to get this terminal is with a demon called Ose. And Ose has no weakness. He's technically weak to ailments in his normal form, but the version we fight does not have an ailment weakness. Has no, like, elemental weakness. Hits with really, really strong physical skills and is beefy enough to survive a couple of rounds of combat. The most anyone has ever died to Ose consecutively in a speedrun is 10 times. How do I know the exact number is 10 times, you may ask? Because I am the person that died to Ose 10 times in a run of this game and was very sad. So, the death count here could go up drastically, or we can just kill him first try and everything's cool. There I picked up that Balm of Life there again, or Balm of Rising. Again, we want it for selling for money. So here we're going to equip that Demonica set now. We want all of the HP we can get, and it gives some stats, which is, I guess. And then we're going to swap Zatunsha back into our party over Tobu, just because Zatunsha has a little bit more HP. We also picked up an agility incense while we were out heading to Quebico, and so we're going to use that on MC now for the full heal. Also, agility's nice to have. Agility, again, affects your turn order. It also marginally affects your hit rate. Actually, did Oni level up from the Harpy Horde?
I don't believe he did, no.
Okay, if so I'm going to have to go back and... Oh, no, he did. I need to be able to taunt here, so you get a full heal every time you level up, so... Evasion accuracy marginally affects your accuracy and your evasion rate. Not all that much because of this game's accuracy formula is kind of whack, but... So now we have Host-like Man, who's going to send his dynamic attack kitty to hurt us. So that's the worst possible thing that can happen.
Yeah, so on top of Ose being this really powerful demon, he also goes first.
Yep. It's $10.
So there's a very real chance that we're just walled by Ose because he goes first and insta-kills us turn one, and we just kind of have to wait for the kitty to play nice.
Ideally, what he does is he Fatal Swords Oni, because Oni has the most HP and he can tank the hit. Or he punches our pig twice, which is also perfectly fine. Something to note about this fight as well is that Ose has an AI quirk where if he detects any debuffs on himself, he will remove it with Takunda, which just purges debuffs. So we're going to throw a Rakunda up on him there so that it eats his first press turn so that he can only hit us once. Like that. And now... we should be able to secure the kill here. I'm going to do another Tarakaja, and then I'm going to have Oni taunt for the extra defensive debuff. And then our Zanma here should kill. If not, Walter should finish it. Okay, we're good. All right, second try Ose is really good. Also, for as ridiculous as a fight of that was, that fight gives you the least EXP out of any terminal fight in the game. Because of course it does. Why would the difficult fight actually reward you for finishing it? So we have the Shinjuku terminal. Like I said, this is going to be the most used terminal in the game. We're going to be coming back to Shinjuku a lot. So it's very important that we get this terminal now. Now we're going to run back to the Hunters Association to heal. We're going to head over to Ikebukuro now that we have access. Now that we have the Jiraiya talisman. So I'm going to heal here to top up all of my demons, especially my champion of a pig. Let's hear it for Zatunsha, just
We both see each other alive.
just absolutely just the greatest piggy that has ever piggied. So we're going to be walking over to Ikebukuro. So Cece, if you have something for us.
I do indeed. $5 from Boogie Poppy. I got SMT4 at the same time as Fire Emblem Awakening because Nintendo had a deal where if you got both, they give you $40 in eShop credit. 2 incredible games and free money. Probably the reason Nintendo never puts anything on sale anymore. $25 from Flame Burger. Hey free, ho! Good luck on the run, and may your press turns always sparkle.
Aw, thank you so much, Flame. I appreciate that.
$5 from Creative Eli. Would love to see this Shin Megami Tensei incentives get met. Also, Crab Rave.
Woo! Speaking of, how are we actually looking on those right now?
Watching the cutscene out of $1,000 is at $367. And the final boss animations out of $750 is at $175.
Nice.
Nice.
Yeah, so you've seen throughout the game, we've been auto-battling through enemy turns, and it might be a little bit hard to follow just because you just see a bunch of, like, screen shaking and stuff. So if you want to see what's actually happening while I'm fighting the final boss of the game, you definitely want to put in for that final boss incentive. It definitely makes the fights a little easier to track, and... there's some pretty cool attacks that get used. This game has a lot of really neat battle effects. Also, the Yasumigatsui cutscene is freaking hilarious. It is one of the most infamous cutscenes in this game in a good way. So I would highly recommend donating for that. it'll be a very good time. And you have a couple hours for the Yasumagatsu cutscene. I'd say probably like 2 hours to meet that. So I would love to play out that cutscene for y'all.
And another $10 from Zero Blade Edge. Hey, Frito and Flutter, good luck on the rest of the run. Wishing you the best of luck and hope it's a blast.
Yo, thank you, Zero.
Thanks, Zero.
Lots of love. Thank you. We made it to Ikebukuro now. This is the barrier that we would have told us that we needed the Jiraiya talisman. Here we are introduced to the one of the other factions in Tokyo. This is the Ring of Gaia. They are the faction that stands opposed to the Ashurakai. They're sort of a, survival of the fittest, strongest will survive sort of faction that believes that, only in overcoming demons and such that the humanity can become stronger. And so they allow both demons and humans into their ranks equally. And we meet Kaga, who's kind of their representative that we're going to interact with for a little bit here in the plot. Also, we discover that we can't actually really look through Ikebukuro right now because the city is being protected by a demon named Shiwang Mu, who is sort of lording over the city and preventing anyone from actually accessing it. So we're given, we decide that we're going to, because the Ring of Gaia is actually here to kill Shiwang Mu to reclaim it for humanity. So we decide that we're going to actually get in on some of that. Here we take a picture of that car. Shoutouts, by the way. There's an NPC here that is invisible. When we beat Shiwang Mu, there will be a dude standing there, but for some reason his hitbox always exists. It took me so long to realize that that's what that was, because if you're like moving somewhat optimally, you will more often than not run right into that guy's hitbox. And it's very confusing when you're suddenly stuck on literally nothing. And so after a while of running this game, I realized when I was coming back here for cleanup, like, oh, there's a dude there. All right, we have another demon domain here. We're gonna do a quick fight here with a demon, and then we're gonna be doing a pretty decently sized fusion pack chain. What's my flee rate? 52. All right, coin flip. Let's go. Hey, let's go. I could have tried to kill that. The problem is that Tufe there, that like weird looking owl bird thing, I think repels electricity, and so that would have made the AoE kill kind of difficult. So we're gonna save here. This next fight is one of those fights that's either super free and we win it every time, or it just blows us up. So we're gonna see what happens. We're gonna be fighting a cow, a magical cow on a magical cloud. And we're going to go first, which is nice, but on its turn, it will either do like basically nothing, like very minor physical damage, or it will use Megaton Press. Megaton Press is basically just the upgraded version of Critical Wave, so low accuracy, but very strong damage with a pretty good chance of critting. So we see what he does here. That's what you want to see him do. And so here we're just going to taunt to secure the kill, do another Charakaja, and then we should be sitting pretty here. Jonathan should kill it. Yep.
Let's go, Jonathan.
Woo!
Yeah, your partners in this game do not output a lot of damage, so them getting a kill on anything is remarkable.
Yeah, sometimes they do just enough, though. Shoutouts to Isabeau killing the final boss, which is something that has happened several times. All right, here we're going to be grabbing more apps. Demon Skill 2, so our demons have 6 abilities, and then Fusion Booster 3, which means we can fuse things 4 levels higher than us.
Yeah, so for this fusion, Freedom's going to fuse his first instance of a element demon. Element demons are very important in the SMT series. What they do is when you have an element demon and you use it in a fusion, it will either up-fuse into the next demon of that line or down-fuse into the prior demon of that line. And we're going to mostly use them for up-fusing, and there are kind of decent demons for actual combat.
Wave goes for Zan. The other nice thing about elementals is that they all have the respective, it's called Pleroma in this game. It's called Boost in earlier SMT games. It boosts the damage of skills of that element by, I think it's 15% in this game. It changes in every game, so it's hard to remember specifically which. But
yeah, I think it even changes from this game to 4A.
yeah, so here we now have Force Pleroma going around.
Fusion accident.
That is a bird.
Yeah, so this is why before every fusion you want to save, because you can't really fix a fusion accident. In order to fix a fusion accident, it will require a lot of money, and in some cases it's just not fixable.
Yeah, that's 5 deaths and 1 accident so far. Oh, yeah, he's excited about that.
Yeah, so we're putting we want Force Pleroma and Zan on all of our demons because the next boss, Ji Wong Mu, is weak to wind.
Oh, that. We'll also be fusing Flamus as part of this chain, but we actually don't care about Fire Pleroma. We're just using him as a mediary that we're going to use to fight the next boss. That. The accident rate in this game is something like 1 in 64, so it's like...
It's fairly unlikely. You can influence it a little bit. Demons that are dead have a higher chance of fusion accidenting, and I don't remember if sick is in this game.
Yes.
Yeah, and sick demons also have a higher chance of making a fusion accident.
Yeah, and then fusing a foul, or fusing with a foul demon, I believe, also increases that chance a little bit. All right. We, unfortunately, our piggy has served us well, but now we're going to turn our piggy into a flaming dude, as one does. Kunda and Zanma. Flamus is going to be used for a handful of fusions throughout here, so we might as well just fuse him now that we can. Alright, Senri, Flamus, Azumi. Alright, now I have Xiwang Mu. This fight is kind of an interesting fight. It's very story driven.
Yeah, so the Ji Wong Mu fight starts off very scripted. You have to do 3 attacks to her to progress the fight, because your attacks just do 1 damage here.
Yeah.
Unless it misses.
6 deaths, because she will just kill me. So basically what we're going to be doing in this fight, that's actually of all the times to die to Xiwang Mu, that's the best time. This is probably one of the fights that's the most costly to die to. Basically, after 3 attacks, specifically attacks, not hits, the game will progress the fight into, like there will be a huge story section, and then you'll actually do the fight proper. Any buffs that you apply in the first part of the fight are going to carry over into the second part, because it's still considered the same fight. So what we're going to be doing in this fight is we're going to be hitting her twice with Mr. Atlas here. In the meantime, we're going to be having our demons apply...
Oh my god.
7! We're going to be having our demons apply as many buffs and debuffs as possible. Worth noting, we are not going to taunt her because we do not want her to have any positive stats. And then we are going to have our partner land the 3rd hit on Xiwang Mu, which will progress the fight forward. However, once the story happens, it will go back to being our turn. That way, we'll be able to get a round of attacks with a lot of buffs up. The big thing we want to do here is we want to kill Xiwang Mu in 2 turns, because on her first turn, if she's taken a decent amount of damage, there we go. There's one. If she's taken a decent amount of damage and has no positive stat affinities, she will use 2 abilities. She will use a unique ability, I believe, called Orchid Beast. That is just an AoE drain skill. And then she also has the first instance of an ability called Luster Candy. Luster Candy increases all of your buffs by... please hit? Okay, cool. All right. Luster Candy increases all of your attributes by 1. And she only does that if she does not have any positive affinities. So what we want to do is we want to set up our buffs and debuffs, and then we want to push as much damage on her as possible so that she will do her Drain attack and her Luster Candy ability on her next turn. And then we will, from that point, kill her on her next turn before she can do anything. Shi Wang-Mu is a very over-tuned boss for this part in the game. She has access to Megaton Press, like we mentioned before. It's a really powerful physical ability, and she's buffing her accuracy, so she's more likely to hit us with it. She also has access to, I think she actually has Tier 3 magic, maybe. She either has AoE Tier 2 magic or AoE Tier 3 magic. It's something ridiculous. That will just kill us. So we need to kill her before she's able to do literally anything to us. And so this setup is made specifically so that will occur. I just realized I messed up my skills on Senri this time around, but it should be fine. I'll just have to keep an eye on it. She is supposed to have a Zeo, and she doesn't.
That should be okay.
Yeah, I'll just have to make sure Rakukaja doesn't get in anything I fuse.
Not enough.
All right, so here she does her Luster Candy and then her AoE Drain, and then we should hopefully be able to kill her this turn. The slightly scary thing is that because she did do a Luster Candy, she does have a slight boost to her evasion. We are allowed to miss once in this fight with anyone who isn't the main character and still be able to win. Actually, I think we might still be fine because she's already in red HP. Shoutouts to cursing yourself. Okay, we're good. All right, that's Shi Wang-Mu dead.
Quite a scary fight.
Yeah, that fight I think is kind of an unsung hero for one of the harder fights in the game, just because like in order to get through Minotaur and Medusa, you probably have done so much over prepping that then you kind of breeze through most things in Tokyo. So here we're going to be getting rid of Bufu for an ability called Ice Breath.
We call this a statistically good skill.
Yeah, so Ice Breath hits 1 to 4 times with an attack that's like slightly stronger than Bufu, but not as strong as Bufula. If it hits 4 times, it's stronger than Bufudine, which is Tier 3 ice damage. If it hits once, we basically just paid quadruple price to cast Bufu. Some people really like Ice Breath and really enjoy the high roll potential it has as an ability to deal with, where am I going? To deal with boss fights quickly. Other people named Freedom_Pulse97, do not particularly like Ice Breath, and in fact have rerouted some fusion skills in this game to get rid of it as soon as possible. So Ice Breath, yeah, it's statistically good.
Yeah, so something to note with Ice Breath, we talked about that it hits 1 to 4 times. There's a chance with Ice Breath where it says that it was going to hit 3 times, but one of those attacks misses. So you do only 2 hits of damage, you miss, and lose 2 press turns for it. As opposed to, well, the skill should have only hit twice.
Yeah.
It's a very high rolly, high risk reward skill, and burying the lead a little bit here, ice will be our end game source of damage. So it's for the MC kind of our our bridge from Bufu to Bufudine.
Also, the Ikebukuro theme is easily the best underground district theme in the game, and it's kind of criminal the fact that we just do not hear it much.
Yeah, I think you're hearing Ikebukuro once, and you hear the song for all of less than 30 seconds.
Yeah, we have to come back here later during quest cleanup, but because we're doing a quest, you get the quest music instead of the Ikebukuro theme. And this is true in 4 Apocalypse as well, that you just don't go to Ikebukuro at all in 4A. Like, you visit once again.
Yeah, you visit once for a story trigger, and then never again. There's never a reason to come here.
All right, here we have another terminal. Now the dude is dressed up as an old man and is doing a very convincing job at it. Like I said, this man is very good at his job, and by that I mean cosplay, because he's really bad at guarding terminals. All right, here. Oh no, I did give her. What was I thinking? No, I did that fusion, right? Never mind.
So here we're going to give MC Mizanma, and
I also need Augie.
we're going to carry Mizanma from now to the end of the game.
Resist-Elect's kind of funny, but I actually do kind of breath. No, you know what? I am just good at this video game, you know? Like, sometimes you realize that you've been running a game for 6 years and you're actually kind of okay at it.
So it's also almost like you have world record. Who would have thought?
Right? Oh, goodness. All right. Here we have the Ikebukuro terminal. It's the least used terminal, but we still have to come back here. Unfortunately, Ikebukuro is really far away from any other terminal. And so even though we're only going to use this Ikebukuro terminal once the entire game, we still have to get it because otherwise we'd have to walk from Shinjuku or Kazumigaseki. Either way, it would take a long time. So here, this is the other picture we need to take. There was a dude that wanted pictures of Ikebukuro because he heard things were pretty bad here, but he wasn't sure how bad they were. So we get these pictures of Ikebukuro, and now we're going to head in the bookstore because...
This is where the Black Samurai allegedly is.
Yeah, because all of the shenanigans we've been engaged in for the last hour have actually been for a purpose, surprisingly enough. Yeah, we're back in the I think it's the Jiraku bookstore. Enemies like to spawn at your feet, which is really fun, and I love it, and it's such a engaging mechanic. And I'm going to save load. There is a fight just past that enemy, but I don't think I'm going to be able to dodge it based on how it was moving. I don't think I can get around it.
So coming up, there's a cutscene with the Black Samurai that just proves how evil they really are. They threaten to spoil the ending of Isabeau's manga.
But first, we have to get revenge on the Lilims. So tier 2 damage is really good. The Lilims, because they are Lilim and SMT is immune to electricity, They are weak to ice, but why use Ice Breath when you can use Mizanma? And yeah. Lame. Right, and right on schedule, we get a Dakaja Stone. No, right on schedule, Archangel evolves into Principality. Oh. And Isabeau just kind of laughs at how triumphant the men are feeling about overcoming the Lilims. That was a very passive enemy.
Very rare for this game. Like when we say the enemies in this game are really aggressive, we mean they're very aggressive.
Yeah, so we finally catch up to the Black Samurai. And she tries to spoil manga.
I'm afraid I can't hear you.
Very evil. So here she's like, hey, do you think you could live in Tokyo? And we're like, probably.
That seems like a nice place.
Yeah.
Aside from the hordes of demons everywhere.
Hey, I mean, Mothman's somewhere around here. It can't be all that bad.
That's fair.
So we did it. We captured the Black Samurai. And thankfully, this is one of the few times in the game where the game actually teleports you to where you need to be next. This game likes to make you backtrack. Thankfully, this is not one of those times. So we get back to Mikado, and we find out that Mr. Hugo here has decided that the best way to teach the people of Mikado that reading is bad for you is that he's going to execute the Black Samurai. And we're like, execute? That sounds kind of cruel. Like, why are we just killing people? And he's like, no, it will be fun, I promise. Nothing makes people happy like watching in wanton bloodshed. Ha ha ha. And we're like, all right, you seem a little too excited about this, my guy, but whatever. So we decide that because we were the ones that captured the Black Samurai that we're going to actually visit we're actually going to attend the execution. And it is being held over here in the Obelisk Plaza. We'll attend the execution. So one thing I'd like to call out with this game that's amazing is the ensemble voices are just hilarious. If you pay close attention, there's some pretty hilarious noises going on. But the Black Samurai is allowed to say one last thing before they execute her. And she's like, I will continue to share light and knowledge with you and show you the truth. And I'm going to revive if you kill me, by the way. Oh, also, I look exactly like Sister Gabby for some reason. No way.
It's kind of hard to tell for a first casual playthrough that they have the same face until the in-game characters point it out, because Sister Gabby's mostly covered up. But yeah, they look exactly the same.
Yeah, and so that kind of ruins the jovial manner of the execution. But, that's unfortunate. Ruining a good execution like that. We are going to have some plot here, though. We're just going to receive our next mission. So, Cece, if you have anything special to share with us, now's a great time.
I have a $25 donation from Keanu. Hello, it's Keanu here from the couch. It is a very special night here in Denver, Colorado. Not only are we here watching the one and only Freedom Pulse absolutely destroy SMT4, but it also happens to be a very special day for our commentator, Flutter. Please, chat and all in attendance, help me in wishing Flutter a very happy birthday. And if you're willing, can we all sing her happy birthday as well? Thank you. And as always, continue to have fun and good luck.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Flutter. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Flutter.
Happy birthday, Flutter.
What do you want to sell?
I want a hat. I didn't get a hat.
Someone get
Thank
that man
you.
a hat.
Yeah, for my birthday, Freedom, let me commentate his run
What do you
for him.
want to sell?
But thank you, everyone.
What do you want to sell?
It means so much to me.
What do you want to buy?
All right, here we're doing a shop real quick, just to catch us up with what we're doing.
What do you want to
We're
buy?
doing a shop here, need money for fusions, and we're also buying a bunch of revival beads and disc
Come
poisons.
again.
Yeah, we weren't joking when we said this game has a very unhealthy obsession with poison swamp. They are everywhere in this game. They're fairly prominent in SMT4A2, but they're a lot less frequent.
Yeah. To cover the story that was going on, basically, Sister Gabby gave us an objective. She wants us to come back here to Tokyo because there are three very important people to the future of Mikado, or whose fate is essential for the future of Mikado, being held prisoner here in Shinjuku National Park. And she wants us, as the people who were powerful enough to capture the Black Samurai, to be the ones to rescue those prisoners. And so now we're heading over here. She gave us, if you came here earlier, there'd be this barrier that we can't get past. She gave us the item that allows us to break the seal here.
Yeah, this game lets you freely roam the city of Tokyo as you please, but there are some story barriers that will prevent you from entry until you hit a certain part of the story. So here we're doing a fairly lengthy fusion chain.
Should come here first.
One of the most important demons here we're fusing is a demon called Pele. This is a fairly low-level demon, and you're probably wondering why we're fusing a level 6 demon when we're in the low 20s range. It's because Pele has one of the best skills in this game, arguably the best skill in this game. It's a skill called Healing Know-How. What it does is normally your demons can't use items. What Healing Know-How does, it allows your demons to use healing and supportive items. The opposing skill to this being Attack Know-How lets them use offensive items like Zanma or Bufala Stones, which is one of the worst skills in this game.
Oh! Mito makes the fusion dude here makes some pretty fantastic noises. He just really loves demon fusion. Enter arcane. Oh, that's it.
It's also very important that Archangel evolved into Principality as soon as he did, because you can only have one type of demon in your party or in your stock at a time. So you can't have two Archangels in your stock, but you can circumvent this by evolving Archangel into Principality and then making another Archangel.
Yeah, and we need Archangel here to do a special fusion. Do you want to explain special fusions?
Yeah, so special fusions in this game, what they are is you can take specific demons that have very specific, that need very specific components to be able to be made. That have very restrictive requirements for what you need to fuse them. So we need Archangel to special summon High Pixie. The nice thing about special fusions in this game is that they cannot fusion accident. So we need Whippo, Archangel, and Pixie, I believe, to special fuse High Pixie.
Yes. Not Whippo, it's Pixie, Archangel, Harpy.
Yeah, that was it.
Slice with and
Yeah, and special fuse demons are very, very powerful.
all right, now we'll be setting our party. I did this fusion specifically where I did because there's an ambush here that always happens, and need to remove the ambush. So we're doing that here. Next up is the fight that really shows the feast or famine nature of Ice Breath. Here we're going to be fighting a demon named Balor. And he's not weak to anything, but Ice Breath does have our highest DPS potential. So what we got? All right, 2 hits, that's okay. And then we're also going to use Stun Needles with Shikome. Stun Needles is another, quote, statistically good skill, but it's actually a lot better than Ice Breath because it can hit 1 to 3 times. So your odds of getting good results are more likely. Okay, good turn. We've only gotten double hits with Ice Breath so far. That's another double hit. And now I'm going to just bonk and then Stun Needles. Nice. All right, so Ice Breath was fine, but Stun Needles, though, if we're going to go with statistically good skills, Stun Needles is where it's at. All right, here, Pele is going to learn Healing Know-How. Like we mentioned before, it lets demons use healing items, which is incredibly powerful, because that's basically the equivalent of having, you know, Dia, Posamudi, Mepatra, Recarm, Samaricarm, all on the same demon at the same time with only one skill.
There are some very powerful items in this game. So since we don't want the MC to use items or supportive items, since we want him to constantly pump damage, having one of our supportive demons be able to use items is so much more valuable.
All right, so this is Kagome Tower, also known as the Tower of I hope you really enjoy how the save menu looks.
Yeah, there are ambush encounters here constantly. But this is a fairly short dungeon. It's 4 fairly short floors, and each floor has a boss on it that are all fairly non-threatening.
Yeah, the encounters here, on the other hand, are pretty nasty. The nice thing, though, is that now that we have High Pixie in our party, the good thing about High Pixie is that she has the skill Troffury. Like we mentioned before, Troffury is an ability that allows you to automatically 100% flee from any fight. Also, this is Murmur. Murmur is one of my favorite demon designs in this game. He just looks so cool. Like, dude in armor.
Ooh,
like,
nice quad.
Yeah, that was a good quad. sitting like, you know, cross-armed, like, what's up? While he's just riding a griffin. Like, what a beast. Like, what a cool dude.
Yeah, something we haven't mentioned with the DS SMT games is because, so prior to this game, SMT, we'll take Nocturne for example, was on a console with 3D models. And when you need to make 3D models for each individual demon, you're limited to how many demons you can have in a game. Nocturne still has a lot of demons, but it pales in comparison to how many demons are in this game, because all of the demons here are just illustrations.
Yeah, this game and For Apocalypse both share more or less the record for number of demons in an SMT game. Both of them have around 430.
Yeah, and
compared to like the 150 or something in Nocturne, if it's even 150, I forget the exact number.
it's something like that. In SMT5, it's around the same, like between 150 to 200.
Yeah, with Vengeance, they added a bunch more, but yeah, it's still like half as many as are in this game. Also, aside from the fact that Murmur's really cool, he's actually going to be one of our final party, and he does very good at being in our final party. I moved the camera. Fun fact: if you press left or right on the D-pad, it changes your camera angle, and all of the camera angles that aren't the default one are kind of terrible. You have the I hope you like staring at the ground, because half of the camera is now the floor camera angle. And then you have the
Resident Evil camera angle.
Yeah, and then you have the Resident Evil 4 camera angle, where this view we have right now of only over our shoulder, yeah, that's all you can actually see. So this is the most terrifying demon ever, Woman on Camel.
Thankfully, she's weak to ice, so a lot less scary.
Yeah. I mean, would be less scary if we could hit with... Okay, there we go. If we could hit with Ice Breath more than once. Yeah, there we go.
Nice.
The secret to getting Ice Breath to do what you want it to do is to just complain about Ice Breath immediately before you use it, because then the game wants to prove you wrong. These are the things you learn after running this game for 6 years. No, do not change Zio into Poison.
You also hear things like dangerous demon, woman on camel.
So I think the actual lore for that demon is that they're disguised as a beautiful woman on a camel, but it's just woman on camel.
The real question is the demon the woman or the camel?
Definitely the camel.
Was the cow magical and the cloud, or just the cow that made the cloud magical?
See, I think in that case, the cow was manifesting the cloud. Also, this is another instance of moving the camera so I don't get ambushed. Here I'm going to use a chakra drop because I have a bunch of extra. This next boss likes to use Spirit Drain, which drains your MP. And you can actually run out of MP in this fight, and it's kind of annoying. So I'm just going to use a chakra drop there to get some of my MP back. This is the other fight in the game where, for some reason, the option to actually do the fight is the second choice. And if you pick the first one, you just leave the room. So this is Asmodeus. His design goes like really hard, actually.
It's a really cool design, and let me see something. I believe he is weak to ice.
He's weak to force.
He's weak to force, yeah.
He also goes first. Usually he'll do 2 Spirit Drains, and then he'll do an ability that halves your HP. Him draining Arias is a little annoying, but at least MC has his MP. I'm going to have to taunt with Shikome, though. So this fight is sort of, if we do enough damage to him on one turn, then he should just do a bunch of attacks that don't really affect us much. Normally, I would like to have Arias use Medea just to guarantee that MC is safe, but because Arias lost all of his MP, we'll just have to hope he doesn't kill that. Friendly reminder that when you're smirking, you have an 85% dodge rate. Oh, how do I want to do this? Because I need Shikome to get MP here. I think I'm going to swap Shikome in. And then hope he doesn't do anything threatening on this turn. Okay, that's good. I'm also going to revive High Pixie. She won't get full EXP, but at least she'll get some, and then hopefully I kill her.
I don't think we've mentioned it thus far in the run. The demons in the main party get full XP, and demons in the back get about half XP. That...
So, statistically good skills, am I right?
Yeah. Spooky.
3 HP in a dream. It's 2 more than you need. So I really wanted Shikome to get that EXP there because here she's going to learn the ability Gunplay Roma. Again, Play Roma's increased damage of that element by 15%. It's either 15 or 20. And so that means Stun Needles is going to do even more damage. She isn't not going to be taking advantage of that. That's going to be for a demon that we fuse much later in the run. But she's a nice intermediate for what we want to have anyway. I'm a little... So High Pixie not getting that EXP means that she's not going to be able to Whisper Troffery to Flynn when she normally would. However, there's enough fights before I fuse her away that won't matter. Yeah, let's reset my party now. But now I get to climb down the tower. Thankfully, most of the ambushes are directed to charge at you when you're climbing the tower, so this should just be a nice, like, saunter down. While we're going down here, we're going to be picking up an item called a 10-point card. Those just give you 10 free app points. Normally, you get 10 app points when you level up, and that's your only source of more apps, but there's items that you can use to actually get more apps. So we'll be picking that up, and then we'll also be picking up another another item to sell on our way out. But aside from that, we're just going to be walking back to Mikado, so Cece, take it away.
Yeah, I've got $5 from Moonblaze Wolf. Happy birthday!
Thank you, Moon.
And then I have $125 from Damon Ross. I am a longtime watcher, but this is my first time being able to donate. I want to give my story and why NAMI is such a needed organization. Last year, my dad lost to his mental illness after having a massive stroke. What we didn't know was how much he was truly struggling and how much it was affecting his thinking, reasoning, and feelings of everything. I knew of NAMI and was in the process of reaching out, but by the time things happened, it was too late. While he wasn't a gamer himself, if it wasn't for him getting me an NES in the late 80s, I wouldn't have known the joy of RPGs. NAMI is an organization that has helped so many, and any way that I can help and see Coolix get what's coming to him, let's go Mario. Thank you so much, Damon, for that message.
You can keep going a little longer.
Yeah, and I just want to remind everyone, because of Damon's message, that RPG Limit Break 2026 is coming to you live from Denver, Colorado, where we are raising money for NAMI, or the National Alliance on Mental Illness. NAMI was formed in 1979 as a grassroots advocacy organization by a group of parents whose children suffered with serious mental illnesses, and they have maintained that focus to this day. The NAMI Helpline is a free, US-based, nationwide peer support service providing information, resource referrals, and support to people living with mental health conditions, their family members, caregivers, and mental health providers. The NAMI Helpline is available Monday through Friday from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. Eastern Time via phone call, text, and live web chat. To reach the NAMI Helpline, please call 1-800-950-6264 or visit nami.org/help to access all NAMI Helpline resources and contact information.
Thank you, thank you. So in that bit of plot that we had there, we discovered the Black Samurai's body is missing. As it turns out, her threat to revive infinite times is potentially coming true. So Gabby tells us, hey, you caught her the first time, you're going to catch her again, except this time, I don't want you to capture her and bring her back. I want you to kill her. And so we have been tasked with executing the Black Samurai, which is a bit dark.
Yeah. Here, Freedom's going to do another lengthy fusion chain. There are two demons here that are very important to this run. The first one's Makami, a very lovable dog demon. Makami is important for this run because it's our first source of almighty damage.
Well, the Almighty comes from
Thoth.
from Thoth.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're going to take this bird, we're going to turn it into a cow, as you do.
And then we're going to turn the cow into a monkey.
Yep. So we have our thing. Yep. So we have our nerdy monkey. What a nerd. What a monkey. Wow. And then we're going to take this monkey, and we're going to turn our monkey into a dog. Not just any dog, though. A flat dog.
Our bestest boy, Makami.
So yeah, Makami, he will have the Megiddo from Thoth, but he also has access to Tetrakarn.
Yeah, and the other demon we're going to be making here is Dantalion. Dantalion will have Makarakarn.
Yeah, he has both Karns. He learns Makarakarn eventually. Palimpa or for I believe it's Taunt.
So yeah, we talked about how we really don't want enemy or endgame bosses to get a turn, and this is how we're going to do it. Where Makarakarn reflects all magic damage back to the enemy, and Tetrakarn reflects all physical damage back to the enemy. So an enemy hitting into a Karn will make them lose their entire turn.
Yep. We're also going to be upfusing through the Fem line. We're going to be turning Shikome into Yuki Joro here. Just to upfuse, again, a little bit higher level demon. The other nice thing about Yuki Joro here is that she has access to Bufula, which if you're me and you are not a big fan of statistically good skills and prefer consistent damage that's the same every time you play the video game, you will learn Bufula from Yuki Joro, which is what I'm going to be doing. I'm also going to be grabbing Demon Skill 3. It might seem really weird that I'm grabbing a Demon skill slot after I did a fusion instead of before doing that fusion. The reason I did this is because the cost of demons is based on how many skills they have and what the skills that they know are. And so in order to make sure that the demons that we fuse there are fairly inexpensive to rebuy from the compendium, we did the fusions there with 6 skill slots. And then we will need Yukijoro to learn Mabufula, which is the next skill that she's learning. So we gave her her next skill slot in order to allow her to learn that skill without actually losing any of the skills she currently learns. Yukijoro is also important because she has access to the ability Ice Pleroma, which again is a percentage boost to your ice damage, which is going to be very valuable on her and on a couple of demons that we'll be fusing. That will be her like fusion descendants is the term that we'll probably use. Here we're actually going to be able to use a Stoma Sword here, they say, as then the enemy just leaves. The enemies out here outside of Shinjuku are pretty low level. So also during that scene, we were contacted by the Ashurikai because we're still like in their contact list as someone that they know. And we're like, hey, the Tayama, the leader of the Ashurikai, wants to meet with you because he hears you're a pretty strong dude. So go to Shibuya and receive further instructions. And so we make our way here to Shibuya. When we get here, we'll be contacted by Tayama, where he will then proceed to blackmail us. As it turns out, Tayama is holding one of our fellow samurai hostage and basically wants us to just be his lapdog for the next for the foreseeable future. Because if we don't, he will kill the other the nameless NPC samurai. So first, he tells us to go to, I forget the name of the club, Club Milton, I think. Basically, he wants us to go to the other side of Shibuya because there is. The Ashurikai is basically held their control over Tokyo by administering a substance called Reds, which are the red pills that the one dude took to become a demon. When humans take them, they become demons, but when demons consume them, it basically feeds them and pacifies them. And so the Ashurikai has kind of been maintaining their rule over Tokyo by dealing these red pills to the demons to just make it so they don't attack people. Here, this dude is like, hey, can you say the word Erewhon? And we say the word Erewhon, and he takes us to an arms dealer.
Yeah, this is the
real.
secret shop.
This is
Sell one
real,
of these real
right?
quick just for money. I actually don't need to because I picked up the thing, but
You
whatever.
still got
So here, we can buy the ice earring. So, stacking damage multipliers, pretty good.
Make sure you bring more Maka next time.
Make sure you bring more Maka next time. So now we have Ice Pleroma, aka 15% more ice damage on our main character, who is already our main damage dealer and is attacking primarily with ice skills. You can see why this might be a good thing. In addition to that, we also get a slight increase to our maximum MP that's fairly negligible. MC's never going to run out of MP, pretty much. Skills in this game are fairly inexpensive, and Mr. Atlas here has actually very, very good HP and MP growth. So we will almost never be low on MP with him. Again, especially since anytime you level up, you get a full heal, and we're such a low level that most major fights will give us a level up or two.
Yeah, it's funny the contrast of MCs between this game and 4A. A combination of 4A skills being a lot more expensive. The 4A MC does not have good mana growth.
Yeah, Nanashi's MP pool is better described as an MP puddle. For reference, we hit level 15 in this game while we were in the Kasumigaseki. At that point, that is about the time that we broke. I believe that's about the time that we broke 100 MP on main character here. Nanashi does not break 100 max MP until like level 35.
Yeah, it's sad.
So here we make it over to where we were instructed to be. And basically, like we mentioned before, the Ashurakai are dealing these red pills to demons to pacify them. And over here at this club, there is a demon named Kogasaburo who is fighting off any Ashurakai dealers that try to talk to any of the demons in the area. And so he's like, hey, we need you to kill this demon for us because you're stronger than any of my dudes at this point. We're like, okay, that sounds sketchy, but also like it's probably a net good for people, maybe?
Who are you?
And we don't really have a choice anyway, so we agreed to fight Kogasaburo, who's also voiced by Yuri Lowenthal. I opened my mouth to scream, and the voice that comes out is Yuri Lowenthal's. And he is not that bad of a fight. This is one of those fights that's like free 90% of the time, and then sometimes he just kills you. It's mostly turn one, though. We can use Tetrakarn here, which will mean any Fizz skill he uses will be repelled back at him, ending his turn immediately, and the majority of the things that he uses to attack is with a Fizz. So now we're safe from the majority of what he can do. So that's a really good Ice Breath hit. That's what, like when Ice Breath works, it really works. Unfortunately, it doesn't always work.
Yeah, this is also the other benefit.
Oh, nice. Thanks, Jonathan.
Nice. Jonathan with the last hit.
Yeah, Jonathan's going ham today.
Yeah, this is the other benefit of having Taunt. Since we're boosting the enemy's attack with Taunt and lowering their defense, we're increasing the amount of damage they deal back to them with Reflex. It's not a ton in this game, but it adds up.
All right. Here, Yuki will be learning she'll be learning Mabufula, which means we can gain that on MC as well. So we'll be getting that over that, and then we'll be getting rid of Recarm. We had Recarm for a little bit because we didn't really have anything better to have on that skill slot, and as you saw, it actually came in handy for that Asmodeus fight. But now they're like, yeah, and so we turned Kogasaburo into a pile of rocks, and then the dude pulls a disc out of the remains. Kogasaburo is one of a type of demons named the National Defense Divinities that are like supposed to protect Tokyo from bad things. Also, they were like, I'm going to keep blackmailing you. You're going to do whatever I want. And then Jonathan threatened to murder the guy, and he's like, I'm sorry, and told us where Tayama is. Here, we're going to be grabbing the first skill slot for MC. We will be needing to expand our skill list quite a bit from here on. we've been able to coast by with 4 skill slots for a while, but now we're getting to the point that we actually like really need to have more options available to us. But we're going to be, we have another bit of backtracking. We're going to be walking back through Shibuya to the Hills building where Tayama is. So Cece, if you have something for us.
Yeah, I do. $100 from Eric. I wanted to donate during the Rhapsody run. Those two were incredible, and I loved watching it. Yeah, Konban and Divatron were indeed incredible. $100 from Flameburger. They're back. People kept saying to bring more maca. Sadly, I couldn't find any. Will dollars work?
Dollars will work fine. Thank you so much, Flame. Appreciate it.
Flame.
And just a reminder, when you are donating, to put those donations towards some incentives. We currently have 3 going for Shin Megami Tensei 4. Watch the Yaso Magatsui cutscene is at $400 out of 1,000. The final boss animations are at 180 out of 750. And then we have a bid war going on, Spare versus Kill the Hunters. Currently, Spare is winning by 20.
Yeah, only got about an hour left for that Yasumigatsui thing. So if you wanna see a very, very hilarious cutscene that will absolutely be worth your while, then be sure to put any donations to Nami towards that incentive. It'll be awesome, I promise. So here we meet Tayama, and he's like, okay, so I didn't expect you to be here this early, but I have a very important job for you, and if you do it, I'll let go of the samurai dude, because it's that important. Basically, the Ring of Gaia, the faction we encountered before and have been pretty friendly with up to this point, is being led by a woman named Yuriko. And the Ring of Gaia is very much threatening the control of the Ashura Kai over Tokyo, so he wants us to assassinate their leader, Yuriko. Also, he tells us that Tokyo is being powered by something called the Yamato Perpetual Reactor, which is a power plant that draws power from the void or from the ether. The expanse, I think, is the term this game uses. And it's what's been powering Tokyo, and also Yuriko wants control of that because, as it turns out, demons came from the expanse, and she wants to open the reactor to flood the world with demons, and that's probably not a good thing. Oh, also, he's been kidnapping children, which is kind of sketchy. So we're kind of in a weird situation where Tayama is very clearly just very evil, but also he's kind of keeping Tokyo, like, demons under control. And while we are friends with the Ring of Gaia, more or less, flooding the world with demons also doesn't sound great. So we agree that we're gonna head to Ginza, where the Ring of Gaia is headquartered, to kind of talk to the Ring of Gaia, see if we can join their ranks and kind of hear their side of the story. As we're going through here, we do have another Terminal Guardian fight coming up, thankfully. But we have a bit of walking around picking up items, so Cece, go ahead.
Yeah, let's do it. You may have noticed us talking about incentives and prizes, and that means that via your generous donations, you get to potentially name characters, make our runners complete difficult or ridiculous tasks, or help pick which story you get to see in certain games. You can also become eligible to win numerous prizes donated by community members. Remember that 100% of your donations go directly to the National Alliance on Mental Illness. For more information, check the channel bio for a link to the 2026 tracker. And what prizes can you win? Well, you can win a custom Nintendo Switch 2 Pocopia bundle. All you got to do is donate $225 throughout the course of the marathon. That was provided by Zathian. You can win a Kingdom Hearts Aqua Amigurumi with a minimum $75 cumulative donation provided by Regali all the way up until the Trails in the Sky first chapter. You can win a life-size Umbreon plush with $125 cumulatively provided by Heroic Spirit Gamer up until Trails in the Sky first chapter. 3D printed Chibi Chocobo figure. All you got to do is donate just $5. That was provided by Possum Coffee. And you can do all the rest until Crescent Prism Chapter 1. A blue new Amigurumi 2 with a minimum of $15. A wood burning of Crescent Prism, a minimum of $10, provided by Herminator. How about a Magic the Gathering Final Fantasy Starter Kit provided by Ashen Prime? That's just $5. A Parasite Eve 2 wooden game replica provided by Pigmented. That's just $25. My personal favorite, the Persona 4 Chie jacket provided by Lisa Rocks. All you got to do is donate $15.
All right. So here we have the next Terminal Guardian fight. The Terminal Guardian has really stepped up his game. Now he has become a woman. And like basic white girl, I guess. I don't know. Like, hey, dude, I'm going to use like a really cool demon and stuff or whatever. And then we fight Orochi. And Orochi's a pretty cool demon. Orochi's also going to be one of our final demons. But we defeat Orochi. The nice thing about Orochi is that his first turn is scripted to use Warcry on you and literally no damage, and so we just kill him before he can do anything. Here, in order to get to Ginza, we need to go back to Kasumi Gaseki, excuse me. And while we're here, we're actually going to take the picture for that one quest we accepted like an hour and a half ago that we haven't done anything with. We're actually going to take that picture now. However, even though we have this picture and can finish this quest at any time, we are not going to turn this quest in for like another 3 hours.
You have all you need now.
Just go deliver it and you're done. But thankfully the entrance to Ginza is right by Kasumi Gaseki. We will be heading back that way. We have a little bit more walking, so you have a quick thing.
Yeah, with $18 from Cordelium. Okay, hear me out. Shin is 4 letters long. Megami and Tensei are 6 letters each. And the square root of 4 is 2. And what does 4 plus 6 plus 6 plus 2 equal? 18. 18 mandatory side quests. Coincidence? I think not.
Thank you so much, Cord. All right, we are now in Tokyo Station, which is its own unique area that gets scanned.
It's a very small area, too.
It's literally one room.
Yeah.
However, over here there is another girl who wants us to take a picture. She wants us to take a picture of the Louis Vuitton store in Ginza. Of no relation to Louis Vuitton at all. You're just imagining things. And then we go over here, and this area is being guarded by the Ring of Gaia. And so we go over here, and he's like, "Hey, what do you guys want?" And we're like, "Oh yeah, we're here to kill Yuriko." And he's like, "Well, you have guts. I'll grant you that, but I'm gonna fight you now." And so now we're gonna be fighting Gaia Man and 2 Muminofus. Muminofu is a really fun type of demon that I like to refer to as some dude. Because, that looks like some dude, but it's a demon. He also doesn't have shoulders. But trust me, if you tell him he has shoulders, he will get very upset at you.
He'll always call you a liar.
Yeah. Shoutouts to Shin Megami Tensei Nocturne and random conversation dialogue results for that one.
Yeah, so we talked about archaic talk recruits in this game. The mainline game prior to this, which was Shin Megami Tensei Nocturne, has even more archaic talk recruits. And some of the demons will ask you questions like, "Hey, do I have shoulders?" And because the outcomes in that game are predetermined with how dialogue works, if you tell him no, or no, you don't have shoulders, he'll either agree with you and say, "Yeah, you're right," or just call you a liar.
But if you also say yes, he's the same thing. He can, just random dude, and he's like, "Do I even have shoulders?" And you're like, "Yeah, you have shoulders." Like, "Don't lie to me." It's like, okay. So, yeah, Muminofu does not have shoulders. These are the facts that they don't want you to know. They being Muminofu, I guess? I don't know. Oops. So here we're going to head to the headquarters of the Ring of Gaia. I combined like 3 words there. Tsukiji Hongguanji in this version of the game. It's Tsukiji Konganji in 4A. But it's the headquarters of the Ring of Gaia. It's also going to be the next place that we're doing another mandatory side quest. Thank you. In order to join the Ring of Gaia, we have to pass their initiation ritual, which is a side quest, even though we have to do it in the main quest. And basically what it is Tsukiji Huangguanji here is a teleport maze, because it wouldn't be an SMT game if there wasn't at least one teleport maze. That is guarded by several different groups of enemies. You have to navigate the teleport maze while you're holding a candle. Every turn that you complete without winning a fight, the candle will start to burn out a little bit more, and you need to reach the end of the trial by the time the candle burns out. Also, this place has a really good theme. Oh. So, Estoma Sword freezes the game to tell you that it has ran out. And it just so happens that when you use Estoma Sword at roughly the point that I do, it ends right like the step before the trigger for this cutscene to actually start the trial. There's a couple instances like that where it just so happens that Estoma Sword runs out like right as you're expecting something else to happen. All right, so this is, full disclosure, my least favorite part of the run. These fights are random whether or not you go first. And as far as we know, there's not anything that really can impact that or not. We've thought oh, maybe it's tied to how much agility you have or how much luck you have or whatever. I feel like it is just literally sometimes you go first, sometimes you don't. And if the enemies here go first, there's a lot of demons that really like strong phys skills. Our team comp also isn't exactly the most defensively powerful.
Yeah,
we have a lot of
very much glass cannon here.
Yeah, it's a glass cannon. We also have a lot of open weaknesses in our party that aren't really being covered super well. I guess they're being covered all right. We're weak to Force Well, Dantalian nulls Force Well. Yuki's weak to Firewall. I think Mikami might null fire in this game. I forget because these games like to change affinities.
I believe he resists it. So yeah, a way you can tell if you go first or the enemy goes first or if you go first, if the enemy spawns in and then you spawn in, the enemy goes first. Whereas if you're both spawned in at the same time, you go first.
Other way around. If the enemy is spawned in when you join the fight, they will go first. So there, the enemies were already there when you joined the fight. Whereas if they spawn in once you hit them, that might have been what you said, just in a different way.
Yeah. I was like, I thought I said that just in a different way.
All right, it's 11:30 at night. My brain is wait. All right, so yeah, I'm gonna be saving between all of these fights because that time they went first and it wasn't that big of a deal. Sometimes if some of these fights go first, they will just kill you. Here we're gonna be using Mabufula every single time. A lot of these enemies are resistant to or null force. Alternatively, we could use Megiddo now that we have access to it. Megiddo is a special attribute of damage called Almighty Damage. Almighty is special in that it is not resisted by anything. It goes around shields, like Makara card. However, nothing is weak to Almighty damage, and Almighty skills tend to also be a little bit more expensive than their similarly powered skills, and sometimes are less powerful. This is true in most SMT games. In this game, for whatever reason, Almighty damage... Ow.
Nice.
That's 7 deaths now? I think?
8.
8? Okay, thank you. 8 deaths in a fusion accident. What was I saying when I was in the process of getting exploded? Oh, Almighty damage. Yeah, because everything blows up very quickly in this game, even though things cost more, it doesn't really matter because everything's going to be dead by the time that you run out of MP anyway. So we could use Megiddo in this case. It's 25 MP compared to Mabufulu's 20. However, we do have Ice Play Aroma, and so since we do more ice damage, and nothing here actually is immune to ice, we're just going to use Mabufula because it will be more damaging. In a little bit, we're going to get access to Megidola, which is it's basically heavy almighty damage. And that's a skill we're going to be using basically to deal with any horde for the rest of the game after the time we get it. It's not very MP efficient. It costs, I think, 40 MP per cast, but for any like group of enemies, that'll be our go-to. But for now, Mabufula gets the job done very well.
Burrows.
Yeah, almighty skills in SMT games range in usefulness. In games where fights end very quick, you don't really care about the high cost. And there are some SMT games where the damage output from almighty is just not worth it. Here, since magic is very powerful, we can make very strong use of almighty skills.
Don't Megiddo me, please. You punched my candle. Rude. All right, that fight could have gone significantly worse, so we take those. This is why you play fights out sometimes, because that fight I was like pretty convinced I was going to die, but
Yeah, sometimes the enemy has mercy.
as a Yu-Gi-Tuber, a Yu-Gi-Oh YouTuber that I very much enjoy watching, likes to say, sometimes you win because you win, sometimes you win because your opponents lose. And boy howdy did our opponents just lose. The only downside with Mabufula here is that I'm forgetting the demon's name. Yamawaro. Yamawaro, that demon on the right there, the like Cyclops with the sideways blinky eye, actually resists ice damage, so we do need to kill him with something else. Thankfully, we have stun needles, which is an amazing ability. All right, I think that's actually the last fight. It is. Perfect.
Yeah, next up is Taraka.
All right, this is the final fight of the gauntlet. We have Taraka here, who is similar strat as before. Hit her with Bufula, put up Tetrakarn every turn. Pray she doesn't use Mudo on you. The Black Demonica that we have equipped does resist, does allow us to resist Dark. So rather than having a 30% chance to insta-kill us, it's like a 15%, I think, is how resists work in this game. It's weird. Ideally, though, she just tries to punch us in the face and gets repelled back at her.
Yeah, unfortunately, Taraka doesn't really have a weakness we can exploit this fight. So it's just kind of hit her till she goes down.
Kind of rude, punching my candle like that. I mean, it doesn't matter because the candle has like so much health, but you know, it's the thought that counts, Taraka, and that's why I just microwaved you with a Megiddo. All right, that's complete. That's overcome the trial completed, which is excellent. And believe it or not, with that, we are actually roughly halfway through the run. Also, hi, Memelef.
Another Strange Journey jump scare.
Hi, Memelef. So they're like, congratulations, you're now part of the Ring of Gaia. Also, we know you were sent by Tayama, so we're going to drop you down a hole and make you answer ethical questions.
Yeah, so this string of questions that the game will ask you is a huge morality test. This is one of the big things that will sway your alignment between law and chaos dramatically.
Yeah, so we're going to pick all the chaos choices here. The first question is a real head scratcher. Should tall people be allowed to play basketball? So we're going to be like, yeah, absolutely tall people should play basketball. It's only fair.
You would allow...
Second question is basically, is technological advancement good even if it changes people's way of living? And we're like, yeah, increasing people's life expectancy and, improving how they do things is probably a good thing.
You would welcome.
And then the final question is a little bit deeper. Basically, the question is, one of your loved ones is going to die and they are incredibly sick. Would you let them pass away naturally, or would you try to preserve their life as long as possible? And so we picked, we would let them die a natural death, etc. So those are all the chaos choices. And now we're greeted with a shocking revelation that as we meet the leader of the Ring of Gaia, Yuriko, that Yuriko and the Black Samurai are actually the same person. So as it turns out, we've been asked to kill 2 people, but we've actually really only been asked to kill 1 person. Just kill them twice. Or something. Oh, also, surprise, surprise, as it turns out, Yuriko is actually the demon Lilith. Which explains the whole not dying thing.
Lilith has a very interesting design in this game.
Yeah, so Lilith's like, yeah, I want to flood the world with demons, because humans should be strong and powerful and overcome demons, and if they can't, then they don't deserve to live anyway. Doesn't this sound pretty cool? Also, Tayama is kind of a horrible human being. You should, go check out his headquarters where he's making the red pills, because if you think I'm bad, wait till you see what Tayama's about. And Jonathan tries to kill Lilith right there, and Walter's like, no, let's hear her out.
Your hand, Jonathan. What?
Yeah. So there's some dissension amongst the ranks of our party now. As it turns out, the law hero and the chaos hero have conflicting morals about the situation. But we agree that before we do anything, before we try to take out Lilith, we'll try to figure out how to get access to the underground of the Hills building, because apparently there's something really bad going on there. Also, fun fact, there's supposed to be a ground snare. There's supposed to be 2 ground snares here, but Atlas forgot to actually draw the line all the way to the wall, so you can just walk around with the trigger for them. Here we pick up a Strength Incense. It's gonna be used to fully heal one of our demons later, because we don't care about the Strength stat, because the Strength stat in this game is terrible. To bring it up, because it's been 3 hours since then, in this game, Strength only increases the damage from your basic attacks. It doesn't actually affect your physical skills at all. Whereas Dexterity impacts your physical skills, your gun skills, and your gun damage. So Strength is just an absolutely terrible stat. So yeah, that Strength Incense is basically a glorified Soma, which is a full HP MP heal.
Yeah, we think this is the result of a programming error, because given this game in SMT4A, it's very believable it is a programming error, because they fix it in between games, but also when they added stuff from this game to 4A, they made a lot more programming errors.
Yeah, you can basically guarantee that anything that's a new addition from 4 to 4A is bugged in some way. To the point that even the skill reorder menu is bugged. There is a huge glitch we discovered with 4 Apocalypse about a year ago that allows MC to steal skills from demons without Demon Whisper, including skills that the main character should not be able to learn, such as passives and unique skills. By using the skill reorder menu and swapping to the main character's skill list at the same time as you try to reorder a demon's skills. It's really, really silly and incredibly broken, because you can stack 3 different element Pleromas on top of each other and one-shot bosses with by dealing 30 or 40k damage. It's very silly, and that's just the surface of things that were added to 4A that are just broken. So here's a terminal. Because the Ring of Gaia controls this terminal instead of the Ashurikai, it's not being guarded by a Guardian. So the Terminal Guardian gets to rest for a little bit.
Yeah, we have 1 freebie aside from the first one.
All right. So, who here loves mandatory side quests?
Yeah.
because it is time for us to do some. So like we mentioned before, once we get locked into the neutral ending, in order to complete the game, there are 18 specific side quests that we have to complete for the game to allow us to progress to the end game. We've been kind of doing some of them as we've been going. Right now, this is going to be our first time where we're just going to sit down and we're going to get rid of like 5 or 6 of those quests. Because we're a high enough level to do them, they give some pretty good rewards, like some stat boosters and such. And we are going to be in the area anyway, or coming back here later during quest cleanup is going to be a little difficult. The other thing is a lot of the quests that we're going to be doing now are prerequisites for quests that we have to do later. Samurai Hunters United, specifically, we mentioned the Nozomi quest line earlier. Samurai Hunters United is the second quest in that quest line, where basically Nozomi wants to team up with us in order to fight the demon Asura. And completing this quest will unlock the next quest in her quest line, which is called Serial Kidnapping and Arson. And that quest is going to be in the Shinjuku area, and we'll want to do that when we start quest cleanup for realsies. And so we want to have access to that quest when we do so. As we're leaving Ueno here, though, there is this door here, which is actually a demon's domain. This domain is guarded by Kinky, the demon, which the item he drops is the item that we need to complete the quest, I want to make the city bright, which again is one of the quests that we have to complete. So while we're leaving Ueno here, we're just going to stop in real quick and we're going to do this quest. There's another quest we have to complete while we're walking to where Asura is. That's the quest Eggs for 100 or Eggs for 1,000. I forget which specifically. That's going to require us to go back to Tokyo Tower in order to fight, Tokyo Tower in order to fight a Rook. And again, that's on the way to Asura, so we might as well just do it as we're walking there because there's really no other better time for us to go to the Sky Tower. So we're going to knock a bunch of those quests out of the way while we're here in Ueno. And those will, again, be some prerequisites and such for quests that we'll have to do later. Our actual objective for this part in the game is to go to a bar in Shinjuku called the Cafe Florida to meet with the leaders of the Hunters Association, Fujiwara and Skins. And so we want to go back to Shinjuku, but while we're in Shinjuku, we want to be able to knock out some more quests. So once we get there, we're going to turn in a few quests, then we're also going to we're going to do a few quests, and we're actually going to turn in a couple of the quests we've been doing. This is in the name of getting some extra EXP that we need to finish that we need to do some fusions later on. And also, again, just prerequisites for stuff. So Kinky here is weak to force. Not a big deal. Pretty easy to take out quickly. And for this, we get some LED light bulbs. For some reason, Burroughs doesn't say her dialogue there. And it's also like out of sync. Like you do the you obtained item animation, and then it plays the you obtained text. So you're just stuck there standing in place for an awkwardly long period of time.
Frito, can I get one donation in here?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I got $25 from Keanu. Hello again, it's Key from the couch. Thank you for helping us wish Miss Flutter a happy birthday, and for everyone here doing everything they can to help support Nami. I promise I won't embarrass you anymore, at least tonight. Let's get these incentives met, chat. We can do it.
Thank you, Key.
And with that, my time is over. I just want to say thank you, Frito. Thank you, Flutter. Thank you, Keanu. It was an absolute pleasure and a great way to end my event here in 2026. But don't worry, Ghost Kumo is up next, so you are in good hands.
Thank you, CC.
Thank you so much, CC. Let's hear it for CC.
Woo.
So here we are fusing the next demon in our party, Luigi, one of the Mario Bros.
Yeah, Luigi or Zushu 10. This is our first access to heavy fire skills, which will be useful for the boss coming up. Or the boss, quote unquote.
We're also turning our Yukijoro into a gummy worm. Shoutouts to Pride Worm.
Happy Pride.
Yeah, happy Pride Worm. This is Yearlinger. Yearlinger is a snake demon. and is 1 tier down from the demon that we will be getting Bufudyne from. So good intermediate to have here. Doing these fusions, the next quest we're going to be doing is Eggs for 100, where we go into this Rook's nest to steal its eggs so people can eat their eggs, and they are upset and they attack us. So this is Rook. I also call this asbestos bird, because it's the top of it just looks like an asbestos ceiling. So unfortunately, Rook punched Nozomi in the face really hard there. We do have Nozomi with us this whole time that we're doing all of these side quests, and unfortunate, and like Nozomi's HP, we cannot heal it in any way as we're doing this quest. And if Nozomi dies at any point during this little gauntlet here, we will fail the quest and have to start it over again. So it's very important that Nozomi does not die, and so her getting her getting hit by Rook there is a little unfortunate. Thankfully, we only have one more fight, which is the fight against Asura. Asura themselves, either we go first or Asura goes first. It's one of those fun little random fights of fights super easy and free if we go first, and kind of annoying if we don't. Thankfully, it's a one-turn fight, though, so as long as Nozomi doesn't die turn 0, we should be fine. Here, this guy makes us pay money to cross the river to this little area that really we only do this quest in. There's, like, some other side quests we get. Like, there's a quest to kill a bunch of Orcuses to get some drops and stuff. This area basically only exists for some relics and for a couple item pickups. But we're just gonna, this is like Wayno level enemies though, so we're just gonna mow them over as we're going over here. The red little static thing is the Asura fight, so we're just gonna pick up this one item, which I believe is a beat chain. Yep, it is a beat chain. And then we're going to do epic battle with Asura. All right, they're gonna be going first though. Don't kill me, my worm! Okay, it's fine.
Yeah, thankfully Zushu 10 nulls fire, so it can kind of mitigate some damage here for Asura going first.
That might be a little scary. Yellow. You killed my worm. I shall get revenge. Never mind, I won't be getting revenge. Panic.
Here goes.
Nozomi!
Oh, Nozomi made him smirk.
Can't be.
And then she died, so we lose.
Yeah.
Does that count as a death? Because that kicks us out of the fight, so we're alive, but I have to reload. Yeah, we'll count it.
I would count it.
Yeah, okay. That's 9. 9 deaths. All right. All right, please don't hurt my worm, sir. I should just heal. This is my fault. I should just be healing Drillinger. This is 100% avoidable. In this case, though, I'm gonna just double Karn. It's a little slower, but it's safe as long as he doesn't kill Nozomi.
Yeah, there are very few enemies in this game that can actually punish you for setting up Tetrakarn and Makara Karn. It's basically the ultimate safety net.
Oh, she healed someone? I heard a heal noise. I didn't see anyone get healed, but... Alright, we did it! We beat Asura, yeah. It only cost me my worm.
07 worm.
So Nozomi's like, wow, you guys are really cool. You took out Asura with no problem at all. Smiley face. So that unlocks the next quest in her quest chain. So give me my worm back, please. Thank you. All right, so now that we've done all this stuff in the Wayno area, we're gonna head over to Shinjuku, and we're gonna do a few more quests on the way to progressing the plot. So here we get, we actually have to pay to go back, and I've always wondered this, and I've never wanted to test it. I wonder if you can get soft locked there if you don't have 200 Maka. Like, I imagine either there's enemies there that can actually give you money, or like he like takes pity on you or something if you're broke, but like I've actually never checked.
Honestly, given this game, I would place money on the game soft locking you.
Yeah, I could see either. All right, to Shinjuku. From my notes. Okay. All right, we are going to be doing some more selling. This is the last menu.
What do you want to sell?
This is the last shop menu we're going to be doing for a while, so we need to make sure we just bank up a
What do
ton
you
of
wanna
money
sell?
here. Walls are rising.
What do you want to sell?
Stone. I have 2 of those, not 1.
What do you want to sell? What do you want to sell?
Mirrors. I'm gonna get rid of this Megiddo or Mahama stone to get it out of my inventory.
What do you want to sell? What do you want to sell?
Okay, both mirrors, and then the skull rounds
What do
we
you wanna
picked up
sell?
earlier, and
And come
come
again.
again. All right. We have lots of money, which we will burn through almost all of.
What's your blood?
We're going to heal here, and then we're going to accept quests again to refresh the list that we have since we've fulfilled some of those prerequisites. I'm going to deliver these quests so I don't forget to do it later because it's kind of important. You get a couple you get 3 luck incenses for turning that in, which isn't that important. I like throwing them on MC because I like to believe that it makes it so he's more likely to smirk, which higher luck does raise your chance of smirking. I don't know if 9 luck impacts that at all or not, but
It'd be like
Is open. We both see each other alive.
1% or something.
we're going to accept Phantom of Madness. So Phantom of Madness is another... Thanks to Stump Sword. Phantom of Madness is another quest that we're going to be doing in this hub area of Shinjuku. There's like several. There's 3 required quests that we do here. And that's required quests. There's 5 or 6 quests that you just do in this one specific area. But this is, again, another quest that's required for neutral ending. The other thing about this quest that's really nice is that the reward for completing this quest is you get 4 magic incenses, which is incredible. That's unfortunate. I think this is still fine, though. Yeah, okay. That's actually a really good reminder, though, that I need to kick Zochiden out of my party.
Yeah.
Because Mikami, in addition to just being the best boy, another amazing thing about Mikami that we didn't mention earlier, as far as skills that he knows, is that he learns the ability Null Mind, which makes it so he nullifies half of the ailments in the game. Actually, over half the ailments in the game. He nulls Panic.
Panic. Fear?
Fear's not null in this game. It's like Panic, Sleep, and the big thing is the one we care about is Panic. It nulls Panic, which is important. The final boss of the game has a move that is very likely to inflict Panic, and so we need to make sure that our whole party is immune to Panic.
2 targets left.
Wait, Zochiden has... It's very important that I don't burn my Disc Poisons frivolously while I have a demon that has Posamudi. Since ideally I don't want to buy more later, but I might have to because Poison Swamps, lol. We have a little bit while we're doing these fights if our new host wants to introduce themselves.
Hello, everybody. I am Ghost Kumo, and I'm going to be the host for the back half of Shin Megami Tensei 4, brought to you by Freedom Pulse, with guest starring appearance from Flutter on the commentary. So yes, got a few more donations coming in, if that's is a good time for that.
Oh, absolutely.
Alrighty, so we got $50 from Ravanon that says, Yaso Makatsui, or however Yuri Lowenthal says it. $25 from Madmark. Says, greetings from Canada. SMT4 is one of my favorite games of all time. Good luck on the run, Freedom Pulse. Always glad to donate for a good cause. Donation goes to Runner's Choice. Question, which SMT game is your favorite and why?
Probably Digital Devil Saga 2. I just really enjoy the combat system for the DDS games, and the Mantra Grid system, which is the skill learning system in that game, is really, really cool and fun to experiment with and work around. And the plot is great. It's one of the games that I am not ashamed to say has made me cry playing it. And it has actually a pretty fun super boss fight and a really cool all bosses category. And that enemy just completely juked me. That was really cool. Yeah, probably Digital Devil Saga 2. SMT5 Vengeance and Vanilla are both also up there.
Am I allowed to be the weird person that says Synchronicity Prologue?
Synchronicity Prologue's a great game.
It is. I love Team Ladybug's work on Metroidvanias. But a main series, I would probably say Nocturne. I'm going to go with the simple answer.
I would say Nocturne too. Nocturne has a significantly less good story than SMT4, but everything else about Nocturne is, for me, chef's kiss.
The vibes are immaculate with that game, I will say.
Yeah.
Yeah, vibes are so big on that one.
I love
the fancy
Nocturne, but
scenery.
Nocturne doesn't like me, so...
I feel like speedrunning Nocturne gives you a very different sense of what that game is.
Yeah.
A little bit. All right, so that was Chernobog. He likes using AoE Fizz skills, and we like using Tetrakarn. It's a match made in heaven, or hell in this case, because he's a demon. I don't know. Either way, he's dead, and we get 4 magic incenses for it, so I'm not complaining.
Would it be in Purgatory, given this is the neutral ending?
Oh, true. Yeah, there you go. The random snare here. There's no enemy spawn, so I'm not too worried about it. So we talked to this old lady earlier that was like, "Hey, can you take a picture of the bar I used to go to a lot when I was younger?" And we're like, "Okay."
That's it. You have all you need now.
So now we have a bar photo, and that's required for the neutral ending.
Yeah, casually trying to figure out what quests you need to do for the neutral ending is an incredible pain. So most people casually will just end up doing every quest that they can do.
Yeah, which I think is supposed to be the idea. Is it's supposed to be like, oh, you know, you're helping everyone by doing all of this stuff, and they just like kind of buried it in 18 specific ones. So here we go to the Cafe Florida, which trustworthy schoolgirl Hikaru is here, by the way. We didn't mention earlier, she was in Ginza somehow, that super high security area locked off by the Ring of Gaia. Now she's in the Hunters, the super exclusive club that only like top ranking hunters can visit. And she's just, you know, vibing here. Not weird or suspicious at all. But Fujiwara here is like, hey, do you think that the people of Tokyo and the people of Mikado could be friends? And we're like, yeah, probably. And he's like, cool, Tokyo kind of stinks. We kind of want to actually move to Mikado if that's okay. And we're like, oh, I mean, we can certainly ask. But we heard something about like the Reverse Hills building being kind of sketchy. Do you know about that? And he's like, oh yeah. So if you go through this Midtown area, you can access the lower area of the Hills building. Just be warned, it's being guarded by a pretty strong demon. So with that, we are sent on our way to head to Midtown. We will be turning in a couple of quests, so we'll be turning in that bar photo as well as the Ikebukuro photos. It would technically be faster to wait to turn those in until we have to go back to that other side of Shibuya, of Shinjuku, for serial kidnapping and arson. However, we do really need the EXP we get from these quests, as well as one of these quests gives us like 5 agility incenses, which is incredibly good and will guarantee that we go first when we start fusing really high level stuff. So we really want to do that.
Yeah, so the next boss, Tenkai, is actually fairly interesting casually, because since we're speedrunners, we know where our alignment is. Casually, Tenkai is where you're supposed to find out where you are on the alignment chart. Because through the boss dialogue in Tenkai, he'll tell you roughly where you are.
Yeah, you can check. This game is weird. In a lot of SMT games, you can check what your alignment is based on what direction your character marker is spinning on the world map. This game does not do that. Instead, the only ways you can check your alignment are if you go into a bar in Tokyo, there is an NPC that you can talk to that will give you a hint. He'll either say like, oh, you look really polite if you're law aligned. He'll say, oh, you look like a wild person if you're chaos, or he'll say, oh, you look like you're kind of hard to get a read on if you're neutral. And then the Tenkai. I was literally about to pause the game. Heckin' he-hos.
Hee-ho. Hee-ho guest appearance. Hee-ho.
These he-hos are getting Negidoed.
He-no.
No. And with that, I'm going to use a Stoma Sword. Oh, I didn't. It's fine. So here I'm going to just toss all of my incenses onto the main character.
No,
Except for the Strength and Dex incenses.
Yeah, reiterating, the really important ones are the magic and the agility incense.
And then I forgot to heal at the bar, so I guess I'm just chakra dropping Okami and doing this. There we go. Did I actually use the Stone Sword? Yes, okay.
Yeah,
I was like, let's check by just running face
yeah,
first into this
I
enemy.
like how you asked that as you were running into the enemy.
I was like fairly certain I had, but it was just like, this will be funny if I didn't. Oh, and then I'm also going to equip the Silver Mars here. I don't technically have to do this, but it does give a little bit more magic as well. This is also where the fashion souls element of the game kicks in. We're now wearing a futuristic Japanese, demonica with a gladiator helmet. All right. So yeah, this is Tenkai. The other quirk with the Tenkai fight is he actually resists everything. So either you have to slog your way through doing half damage to this boss, who has some decent HP, or you can just use Almighty and blast him in the face. So that's what we're going to be doing because we're speedrunners and we like to get through fights quickly. So at the moment, actually, because of the Quebico quest we did, we're actually slightly chaos at the moment, which is good because in this fight, he's going to ask you basically, what do you think your alignment is? And if you give him the correct answer, you will get a buff that corresponds to the alignment that you are currently. It just so happens that the buff that you get for being chaos aligned, one second, I actually have to double read these notes. The buff you get for being chaos aligned is actually a Tarukaja. So we will use 2 Tarukajas here, and then we'll use another Megiddo, and then he'll ask us what our alignment is, and we will say Wild City of Freedom. And he's like, yes, you are chaos, in fact. So here, have a Tarukaja. Good job, Walter. All right. Okay, that's unfortunate. So depending on what he does during his second turn determines whether or not we'll actually be able to kill him in 2 turns. Because he did nothing on that action, I know that he used Rakukaja to raise his defense, which unfortunately raises it just enough so that we can't get the kill in 2 turns. So I'm going to use a Medea there to hopefully allow Flynn to survive whatever he does this next turn. And then we will kill him next turn. Okay, that could have been scary, but we got it. All right, cool. That's Tenkai down.
Just as a reminder, we are getting very close to needing the cutoff for the Yasumagasui cutscene.
Oh yeah, the cutscene happens at the end of this at the end of this dungeon that we're doing, so you have like 10 minutes.
Yeah.
All right, we are currently at $502 out of $1,000 needed for that cutscene, chat. I believe in you, we can get this done, but you don't have a lot of time, so get them in now.
So it's at this point that we would normally learn Troffury off, the High Pixie would learn her final skill and give us Troffury. Unfortunately, because she was not in the active party at the end of the Asmodeus fight, she didn't get enough EXP. However, like we said before, save loading is just as fast as using Troffury, and we have a bunch of fights still that we have to do before she gets fused away, so she will still be able to whisper that skill over to us.
Yeah, and just as a reminder, Troffury is how is a skill you can use in combat that lets you auto-escape battles. For the purposes of the speedrun, since we're save reloading so much, it's really only used as like a backup in case we do get into an encounter.
Also, the Midtown theme in this game is really, really good, but I'm going to ruin it for you all because I like doing that. If you listen to the background, whenever I hear it, I imagine Patrick going, wee woo, wee woo, wee woo, wee woo.
Burrows.
So enjoy that.
I hate that.
He's just standing there, menacingly.
Hey, this dungeon is nice in 4 because you come here in 4A, but it's for the briefest of moments. You come here for a cutscene and then you leave, so you never hear this song.
Yeah, there's like a whole side quest that you can do in 4A that's like an endgame side quest to get access to like the highest level shops in the game. But it's kind of an annoying quest, and like in a speedrun you would never see it.
Yeah. As opposed to here, where you come here and it's technically 2 dungeons, the actual climbing to the top and then the basement.
We're picking up a bunch of items here. Most of them are here to be sold. There's another agility incense that we can get for free by stepping into a room over here. The other nice thing about dipping into this room is that right past the room is another snare trap, and going into the room despawns all enemies, so we can immediately go from grabbing this incense into the snare without worrying about getting ambushed. Worth noting, you can actually break out of those snares a little bit quicker by mashing, and so usually what I'll do is I'll start spinning the circle pad while mashing A and B. You can probably like go a little bit more ham on the mashing if you want to. Also, great shoulders ahead. You know him. You love him. It's everyone's favorite angel, Mastema, with his glorious, glorious shoulders. Shoulders you know you can trust. So for some reason, an angel is guarding this building. And he's like, oh yeah, y'all are from Mikado. Yeah, by the way, you can totally just go into the play. Like, I'm supposed to guard this place and not let anyone in, but since y'all are from Mikado and we're like bros, I'm gonna let you in past this barrier. He does fake you out though. He like makes you think he's gonna fight you or whatever, and then he's like, nah, I'm just kidding, we're good.
If you're familiar, well, we call them shoulders. If you're familiar with shoulders in most SMT games, this is exactly what he does.
Yeah.
He really does not like fighting.
Yeah. My favorite thing about the Vengeance run is that we go for the Chaos ending, so you get to fight Mastema. All right, so this underground shelter area is our way to get into the basement of the Hills building. There is another snare coming up here. Normally, I would try to do the wall trick so that I could try to remove an encounter, but since I already have an enemy trying to murder me, I'm going to do a quick save load, which means this next snare is completely safe. As a reminder, if you get attacked by an enemy while you're trapped by those, it's basically a guaranteed enemy first strike. So yeah, by the way, the basement of the Hills building is actually a complete skyscraper constructed upside down, descending into the abyss. So this is Reverse Hills, where you get to run around on the ceiling and hear creepy music. This is also probably one of the darkest moments in all of SMT, and won't get too much into details on that for sake of the stream. But yeah, if you play this game for yourself, this area is pretty dark.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, this is the red pills that people have been taking throughout the story. This is actually where they're produced.
Yeah. You know Soylent Green, how Soylent Green is people? Yeah, red pills are also people. is the abridged version of the situation here. And at the bottom of this dungeon is going to be the Yasumagatsui cutscene. So if we wanna see that, then get your donations in now, because we'll be down there before you know it. So here we just have to like witness all of these horrific lore bits, and then we get a key card for it. So there's key card 3. Next floor we'll have key card 4, and then we'll be at the bottom of the dungeon.
Yeah, unfortunately, there's really not. It's mostly just story triggers here in this dungeon. There's no boss at the end. No mandatory boss at the end.
This area does have the really fun quirk of, because the floor in this area is blue, is like a very light blue, and all of the enemy models are also a very light blue, that the enemies are like mildly invisible. Which is really, really fun. Great engaging gameplay decision. Definitely has not resulted into me wandering into an enemy and dying without having saved in like 10 minutes or anything. Nope, that's definitely never happened before.
I agree.
Friendly reminder, we are also very, very underleveled in this game, where things already like to one-tap you, so getting first struck will probably kill me. So this guy is actually kind of wise to the fact that we're probably not supposed to be here, and so he sends a horde of zombies to kill us. Unfortunately for the zombies, though, we have very powerful AoE magic, and they are considered a horde, so they just die. If this kills. It does not kill. I should just pass with it. No, whatever. You can start to see the pretty notable damage difference between, like, I mean, you've probably seen it earlier, but you definitely see now the pretty big difference in damage between anything that Mr. Atlas here does versus anything the enemies are doing. All right, here we finally get access to learning Traffery, so we're just going to put that over Megiddo. We don't need Megiddo for anything for a while, and the next time we're going to need Almighty damage, we'll have access to Megiddola. Megiddola is honestly one of the best skills in the game. It's kind of ridiculous, to the point that, like, Megiddoleon is actually kind of terrible, solely because the difference between it and Megiddola is so slight that the cost increase isn't worth it. And then not to mention Great Logos, which is also an upgrade of Megiddoleon, is also bad, and only on 2 demons that you'll literally never be able to fuse casually. All right, are we watching the cutscene?
We unfortunately did not quite get there.
Ah, darn.
We did get 552 out of 1,000 for that. We thank you all so much who have donated for it, because it still ends up going to the wonderful cause of Nami. So, just as a reminder, though, it is not the only incentive that we've had for this run. We do still have the final boss animations incentive, which is currently sitting at 190 out of 750. So that one, I mean, that's good, going to be pretty close to the end of the run. So we still got time on that, but these creep up on you.
Yeah, so we find out the Shurikai has basically been kidnapping people to turn them into red pills to feed the demons. And then we find basically their walking anesthetic, which is Yasumagatsui, who, because he exudes basically laughing gas, the party gets very intoxicated and starts muttering gibberish.
Meow.
And then we pass out.
We have 1067 from Friendly Cat that says an extra 67 cents for the birthday girl. Meow.
Meow. Thank you, cat.
When we get to the next cutscene, which is coming up soon, can you take the 3DS for a minute, because I'm in the bathroom? We have a little bit before then, but...
Yeah.
So yeah, we got captured by the Ashurikai, and they're like, what were you doing down there? You were supposed to be killing Yuriko, not invading our factory. And we're like, hey, you're kind of evil, you know that? And he's like, I'm evil, like basically tries to say that the ends justify the means, but we're kind of upset with him still. And he's like, well, just shut up and go kill Yuriko, or this guy's gonna get it. And he like breaks his arm or something. At that moment in time, though, we actually get contacted by Abbot Hugo again. Very suspicious evil priest guy. Except he seems a little bit more frazzled than he was before. And he's like, "Hey, I know you're in the middle of something, but like urgently, you are being urgently requested back in the Eastern Kingdom of Mikado. There's this holy land in Mikado that's like super secret and supposed to be off limits to normal people. We have been requested to actually head to that place, which is called Shinduk. So we're going to be warping our way back to Mikado, and then we're going to have a cutscene. And during that cutscene, I'm actually going to dip out for a little bit."
Yeah, normally in the run, this cutscene's a few minutes long, so for most runners, this is a really good bathroom break.
Yeah, the two best bathroom breaks in the run are right after beating Minotaur and then this, and I didn't go to the bathroom then, and so we're gonna take advantage of this one because this is a 7-hour long run, and oh my goodness.
Oh, it was close.
Sometimes you gamble and you win, other times you get caught and then you die and you're sad. Such is the nature of speedrunning Shin Megami Tensei. Funny.
Manui.
All right. As a reminder, you have a couple lines of dialogue and then the cutscene?
Yeah.
All right, so Flutter's going to take over. I'm going to dip out for a second, so.
While we're waiting for Freedom to get back, I'd just like to point out, so we have a $50 donation from Old Man Jables with no comment, but thank you so much for your donation. Just as a reminder to everyone watching, we are RPG Limit Break. We are proudly supporting the National Alliance on Mental Illness. To get in the fight against the negative stigmas around mental illness, please reach out to NAMI at their state-level organizations on Facebook, where they can be found as NAMI, or on Instagram or X as @NAMI Communicate. Remember, it is not a weakness to need help. Please reach out if you feel like you need it. Some of the upcoming incentives we have you can donate towards while generously giving your donations to NAMI. I did allude to the final boss animations for Shin Megami Tensei 4, but we do have quite a few more runs left this week, and we have a couple more runs later today. So after this run, we have a run for Gloomhaven. You can name characters in that run. Currently, the top name is The Hatchet Boy at $50, but we have $5 each for Hot Dogs, Mimi, Nami, RPGLB, Rune, Squall 2, and Natsu, and $1 for Natsu. You can also donate to fight the secret mirror boss in the later run of Deep Sleep, Labyrinth of the Forsaken, as well as a Sundown at Midnight run in the Crescent Prism run later. That's currently sitting at 117 out of 500. So whichever sounds interesting to you, we got plenty of incentives for y'all to donate towards. We also are currently doing several different prizes. When you donate, you're entered into a chance to win several different prizes. Currently, we are up until Crescent Prism Chapter 1 that I mentioned. You can win a 3D printed Chibi Chocobo figure, a blue new from Chrono Trigger Amigurumi, Crescent Prism wood burning. Those are honestly really sick. I've loved the various wood burnings I've seen here. A Magic the Gathering Final Fantasy starter kit at that at $5. $10 on the wood burning, $15 on the blue new Amigurumi, $5 for the Chibi Chocobo figure, as well as there's also a wooden game replica of Parasite Eve 2 for $25. Persona 4 Chie jacket, as we are all here, I would hope so, SMT/Persona fans, $15. And Shin Megami Tensei Demi-Fiend set for $10. Shin Megami Tensei 4 wooden game box replica at $25. And then, of course, we have the grand prizes. If you donate $225 cumulative over the course of this week, you can win a Nintendo Switch 2 and a copy of Pokopia in a bundle, in a custom bundle. We also have $125 for the life-size Umbreon plush. That is good until Trails in the Sky First Chapter, which is going to be tomorrow at about the same time. And Kingdom Hearts Aqua Amigurumi at $75 cumulative donation, also until Trails in the Sky.
All right, so a lot happened in that cutscene. we made it to Shinduke, and Sister Gabby let us in. And as it turns out, the entire time, Gabby was actually the Archangel Gabriel, or the Seraphim Gabriel. And she introduced us to her good friends, Terrifying, Horrifying, and Downright Nightmarish, also known as Michael, Raphael, and Uriel. Those were the VIPs that we had rescued earlier on, and they have now returned. They have abolished the caste system in Mikado and executed anyone who had dared to participate in the sin of reading. And they're ruling Tokyo with an iron fist, and they're like, hey, we're going to kill everyone, or they're ruling Mikado with an iron fist, excuse me. They're like, we're going to kill everyone in Tokyo, but for right now, we need you to get rid of the Black Samurai, like now. And this makes Walter pretty upset. He kind of likes the people of Tokyo and thinks that genociding a population is probably a bad thing. And so he's like, no, I'm siding with Lilith. I don't care if I'm flooding the world with demons. I'm going to get rid of, I'm siding with Lilith. I can't do this. And Jonathan's like, well, I don't really like the idea of killing a bunch of people, but also the Black Samurai is definitely, like, really bad. And flooding the world with demons is also probably a bad thing. So so he decides that he's going to do his duty and kill Lilith. And so we're given a split. This is the giant route split in the game. You have to side with either Jonathan or Walter. Siding with Jonathan is significantly faster. We have a couple of fights here in Tsukiji Hongguanji as we go to fight Lilith. We have the Lilith fight, which is a bit of an awkward fight, admittedly. And then after that, we just kind of run to the end of the route split. If you were to side with Walter, you would have 5 or 6 different bosses, all of whom are kind of really annoying. In addition to, you'd have to do the entire Campichi Gaia dungeon, which that version of the dungeon takes a while to complete, whereas if you side with Jonathan, you just run right to the end because Walter's already dealt with everything in the dungeon. So this is why during the hallway of ethics, we picked all of the chaos choices, because we racked up a lot of chaos alignment there. And now we're going to side with Jonathan, which is going to give us a ton of law points. So that by the time we get to the final decision, we will be slightly law aligned for the final choice. Because again, you can't be perfectly neutral if you want to get the neutral ending in this game. Because this game is really cool and lets you be too neutral to get the neutral ending. And so we gotta play fun little alignment games here. So here we have everyone's favorite repelling physical elephant, Gira Mikala. Unlike that fraud Ara Habaki, this guy is always the dude that repels Fizz. So goodbye, Gary. And now that we have defeated Gira Mikala, we have hit level 35 exactly on time. This will be another agility level up, and this is also going to be a pretty big fusion chain that's going to be very important. So Lilith is, like I said, a bit of an awkward boss. She resists all magic and is weak to gun. We are not kitted to fight Lilith at all. However, just because we can't fight Lilith doesn't mean we can't fuse a friendly turtle who can fight Lilith for us. So we're going to be doing a pretty big fusion chain here. This is also going to be really important for setting up a bunch of our skills for the end game. So Flutter, if you want to explain what I'm doing while I'm...
Yeah, so like Freedom said, we aren't really equipped to deal any kind of physical damage. So we're going to make Setanta that has charge and healing know-how. And we're going to pass this on to a demon called Guishan that will be our main damage dealer for the Lilith fight.
Yeah, first we're going to be fusing Kukunochi here, aka Duden Plant. Kukunochi is really cool because he naturally knows both Karns. The other nice thing is that we can fuse, is that we're using Luigi as fusion material, and so he'll get Agidine so that we can actually learn Agidine from Kukunochi. Now we're going to be doing a compendium. Something worth noting is once you have a certain number of demons available to be fused from your compendium, you can't just auto-search like I'd been doing earlier in the run. You actually have to search with a specific demon, or Mito will freak out and be like, no, there's too many results.
Yeah, that's a really nice thing with the cathedral in this game. The menu options for how you can narrow things down is incredibly robust. And they actually backtracked this a little in SMT5 by giving you a lot less search options, because you can search by specific skill, demon race, by specific demon, all while you can include your entire compendium in this.
Yeah, the only weird thing about this game is that there's no basic fusion option. You can't just take two demons and combine them. You have to like search for the fusion, which they changed in 4 Apocalypse.
Yeah, that's something they added in 4, which is very funny. That's something that had to be added.
All right, here we make an Aquans, another element. This is going to be useful. Aquans can upfuse fallen demons in addition to...
Yeah, so we're going to upfuse into Ose.
Yeah, so the kitty that gave me such grief earlier is now going to be a party member. We're going to give him both Karns. Because of the fusion materials we're using, he also has Stun Needle's Gunplay Aroma, so he can be pretty good for contributed damage in the next fight. He also naturally has Dekunda, which will be useful for one of the final bosses. And then we make this Eros into a turtle. Trigger Ice Breath with Taunt and Charge. Yep, that's a turtle.
So what charge does is when you use charge, you spend a turn setting up, and it increases the damage of your next fizz skill, so fizz or gun, by 2.5 times.
Yeah, and so he also has Stun Needles and Gunplay Aroma. So Guishan, in addition to just being really good, being a decent gunner for this upcoming Lilith fight, the other big thing with Guishan that makes him very, very useful is that he naturally learns Bufudine, which is the tier 3 ice skill. It will be our main damage skill for the rest of the game as soon as we can learn it. And he also learns High Ice Play Aroma, which boosts your ice damage. I think in this game it's by either 40% or 50%. And stacks with regular Ice Play Aroma. So he'll be able to use that to contribute a decent amount of damage for a couple of Ice Week boss fights that are coming up here. It's Terracotta. I'm smirking, so I should just be able to kill.
Yeah, and get used to bosses being weak to ice in the end game. Ice is a very desirable end game skill in this game because a lot of the end game bosses are weak to ice, and very few of them outright resist it.
All right, so we're going to fill up Flynn's MP here with this Agility Incense, and then we're going to use this Dex Incense on Guishan, just so that Guishan can do a little bit more damage with their Stun Needles. All right, it is now time for Lilith.
Yeah, so we've been able to coast by on magic pretty comfortably up to this point. Lilith is the first and really only boss in the game that kind of hard punishes you for dipping so deep into magic.
Yeah, every SMT game has one fight that's like, well, I better hope you didn't put all your eggs into one basket, and Lilith is that one for this game. So we're going to pew-pew her for like 73 damage just to generate a breast turn. But as we're setting up here, so we're just going to have Ose just continually use Stun Needles, just contribute some chip damage. Kukunochi is going to use Makarakarn every turn, and then we gave Tetrakarn to Mr. Atlas here so that on his second turn he can use that. And then we're going to charge with Guishan, and hopefully she does not use Silent Prayer this turn. She did not use Silent Prayer this turn, and so now we are going to let her rip. Again, 1 to 3 hits. Nice, solid 1,400 damage. All right, smile everyone. Good damage. And Guishan is smirking, so while I would normally set up another charge, you lose your charge after any action you take, so I'm just going to Stun Needle her again. And we tell her we don't feel the passion of battle, and she's disgusted by that. And so...
yeah, we still get the damage boost from being smirked, so not charging isn't that big of a deal.
Yeah, Smirk is, again, the equivalent of basically having a maximum max buffs. She used Silent Prayer, unfortunately. Silent Prayer, again, purges all buffs and debuffs from the party, from everyone, so
yeah,
that's kind of unfortunate. But.
It basically sets everyone back to neutral. It's really only annoying on bosses. Thankfully, not too many bosses in this game have it.
Yeah. Why is Ose going 4th. That's not what I want to have happen in my life. Well, I can use a Tarakaja Kukunochi at least, and then hopefully Osei takes it home next turn because I'm very low on resources. You know what? This might kill.
Ooh, close. It was really close.
Yeah, I'm going to... Come on, Osei! Nice.
Yes.
For once, the kitty is on my side.
Yeah. So that's another major boss down.
All right, and the fun thing about siding with Jonathan and killing Lilith is that because 2 different people asked us to kill this one person, we actually get EXP from both quests. So there's the Kill the Black Samurai quest, and then here's Kill Yuriko, and we just get another like 40k EXP at our current level for that, so that's cool. This is the reason why Walter's route has so many bosses in it, is because of the fact that you don't get those quest completions, and the game doesn't want you to like fall behind on EXP for fall behind on EXP compared to what the other route. And so instead of just getting, you know, tons of free EXP for killing the boss that the game was telling you to kill, you just fight like 5 or 6 different bosses instead.
Yeah, and most of which are really annoying.
Yeah, you have to refight Kogasaburo again, which is whatever. You fight Omoe Kane, aka ya boy, if you know, you know. Who is one of those fun puzzle bosses that's a kill me in 1 turn or I'm going to heal myself fight, which everyone loves those. And then and then you also fight another dude in that. And then you fight Yamato Takeru, who is one of the hardest bosses in the game and has an incredibly powerful almighty attack called Homeland Song that probably will just wipe the party. I haven't gone Walter's route in years, but it is not a good time.
Yeah, so even though we had to completely change our party lineup to be able to deal with Lilith, it's so much faster than dealing with the bosses that that Walter has to deal with.
Yeah, to the point that if you were to route out a chaos ending speedrun, you would still probably side with Jonathan. You would just pick 1 or 2 different options later on. So now we are, basically Lilith is like, yeah, so you may kill me, but it doesn't matter because Walter is like fully on board with my whole thing. And so while you were wasting time killing me, he's going to the Yamato Perpetual Reactor at Camp Ichigaya in order to open the gate to the Expanse and flood the world with demons. And we're like, oh, that sounds bad. We should probably like go stop him from doing that. There's where you would refight Kogasaburo if you had sided with Walter. And again, this is like a whole ass dungeon, or an entire dungeon in Walter's route. Here you just run straight to the end and you don't have to worry about anything. Though Camp Ichigaya is Atlas's favorite dungeon that they ever created. How do I know this is Atlas's favorite dungeon they ever created? Because between this and For Apocalypse, you have to go through this whole dungeon like 5 times.
Yeah, they loved using this dungeon in 4A.
Yeah, in this game alone, we go through it here, and then we're about to get into the alternate Tokyos scenario. In each of those scenarios, you end the scenario by navigating Camp Ichigaya in a different way. And then after we beat the final boss of the game, we're going to have to backtrack out of Camp Ichigaya again. 4 times in this game, and then in For Apocalypse, they also have a Camp Ichigaya dungeon that's interspersed with a revisit to Lucifer's Palace. They love this dungeon. It does have good music, but
Oh, nice.
fun fact: directly in front of me, there's another ground snare, but you can run around it.
I thought I was directly in front of you.
Oh. GK is also directly in front of me. He's a lot cooler than a ground snare, though.
That's so much cooler.
I'm detecting a
Is that a high bar?
No, but you're still cool, I promise. So here we arrive just as Walter defeats Yamato Takeru. How the heck Walter managed to kill this boss? I have no idea. It's up there with Chiaki somehow beating Noah in Nocturne levels of how the heck did this character manage to do this thing. But Walter also killed Tayama, so even if you had any worries about the fact that we were like leaving the other evil guy not taken care of, the game kills him for you, so you don't have to worry about it. This game is kind of interesting because of the fact that there's like not a neutral option for so many of the big like alignment related choices. The game sort of has to account for that, account for your choices, and so it kind of always makes it so both sets of events happen anyway. So like here, even though we sided with Jonathan and killed Lilith and everything, Walter still does literally everything that we would have done with him, and vice versa. Jonathan would have killed Lilith by himself, etc. So yeah, Walter's like, yeah, you see, the world is, you know, messed up. The whole caste system in Mikado was you know, wrong, and you know, people should, you know, basically says survival of the fittest. Down with the Seraphim, etc., and then opens the gate to the Expanse. Also, we agree with Walter there. We're like, yeah, I know I decided with Jonathan, but no, dude, you're totally right. Not neutral ending Flynn, unlike a lot of other games where like neutral stands for a specific set of ideals, like in Strange Journey, for example, neutrality is really based on like the virtues of humanity and believing that humanity can overcome and change and become better, as opposed to the ideas of law and chaos. This game, neutrality doesn't really mean anything until you actually get locked into the neutral ending. Neutral Flynn is like the most wishy-washy individual in the entire world.
I have no strong opinions one way or the other.
Exactly. Like,
Pretty much.
we have Sweden Flynn here or something. Like, he's like, yeah, or not Sweden, Switzerland. Switzerland Flynn is like, yeah, I mean, like...
Yeah, Sweden was neutral.
True, also true.
Or maybe I'm thinking of Norway. I don't remember how.
That's one of them. So yeah, this is where the game is going to show you both ends of the extreme of Walter and Jonathan's ideals to try to sway you to pick neither.
Yeah, so we're introduced to it's basically a collective hive mind called the White, that are taking the form of supposedly 4 individuals that are incredibly impactful and influential in Flynn's life.
Allegedly.
Yeah, allegedly. I feel like this game at one point, like we know through development documents, that this game had like basically an entire third of it cut out. Like the first act of the game was going to be something different. And presumably as part of that, like Hugo and Kay were supposed to be a lot more influential because like it's like theoretically, you know, Hugo's Flynn's religious leader and Kay is like his mentor or whatever. Whereas Issachar's his best friend and Isabeau is his love interest / the only other compatriot that's not with us right now. At the moment, it's just like, oh yeah, it's like, you know, 2 people really important to me and then these 2 random dudes. But basically, the world that SMT4 takes place in, SMT4 deals a lot with themes of like reincarnation and like the cycle of rebirth, hence, you know, Shin Megami Tensei, you know, rebirth is literally in the title. Where the world of SMT4 takes place in a world where in a time of crisis for Tokyo, the person that Flynn is the reincarnation of chose neutrality, chose to not succumb to the forces of chaos or embrace the destruction of law, and chose neutrality and put the dome over Tokyo to protect the world.
Burrows.
I will continue this tangent in a moment. I just have to do a fusion chain. 1 second. I want to explain this fusion chain real quick.
Yeah, so this next fusion chain is how we're going to get 2 of our big important skills.
Also 07 Mikami.
07 Mikami served us well, the good dog. So we're going to make Thalic here, and Thalic we are going to immediately fuse away for Nausea. Nausea is how we're going to get Concentrate. Concentrate is the magic equivalent to Charge. So Charge, it takes a turn, and then your next attack does 2.5 times damage. For your physical skills, Concentrate is that same thing, but for magic. And you're going to watch enemies just explode with some attack buffs, Concentrate, Bufudine, and they just get annihilated.
The other thing about Tlaylock is he has the ability Zeonga, tier 2 electric damage. We do need access to all 4 elements on our main character at some point, and so while electric is probably the worst element in the game at this point, we do still need it. So we're fusing him to get that. And now we are going to fuse Osei into one of the best demons in the entire game.
Nibiru's. So we talked about Megiddola being strong, or Megiddo being strong. Nibiru's is how we're going to get access to Megiddola, which is going to be our premier AoE skill.
Yeah, the other thing about Neburos is that he nulls Fizz, and a lot of the really scary things in this game like using Fizz damage on you. And there's a bit of a quirk with targeting in this game where enemies like to target the thing with the lowest HP, and Neburos is a magic demon, which means he has very little HP. You'll notice he has like 270 something compared to like everyone else having 400 plus HP. So not only does he null Fizz, but a lot of enemies are predisposed to trying to punch him in the face. And as it turns out, trying to punch the dude that nulls Fizz in the face is really good for us.
Yeah, and this is a very common AI quirk across multiple SMT games where demons like to, or enemies like to target the thing on your team with the lowest HP.
Yeah. So back to the thing I was talking about. The world of SMT4 takes place in a world where basically in the threat of nuclear annihilation, the previous incarnation of Flynn or of Mr. Atlas opted for neutrality to basically summon an entity that will protect Tokyo. This is a world in which that same individual decided, no, the world is messed up. We should let the angels who are responsible for the nuclear apocalypse that destroyed the world, we should just let them destroy everything and start over. And so this is a desolate wasteland where the few surviving humans are basically being hunted down by demons and being choked to death by an entity called Pluto. Pluto is emitting noxic gas that is poisoning the atmosphere, making it so that life can't regrow or resume, and humanity is forced underground to try to survive. And here we meet a very well-adjusted and very normal person named Kiyoharu. Look how normal he looks. This is basically the law version of that choice. So this is kind of Jonathan's equivalent, even though he's not a direct reincarnation of him. He was the guy that's like, no, we should just let the angels do what they want because they're angels and they're right. And so he, however, saw a vision, him and this individual named Akira, saw a vision of basically that they would be rescued from the White. The White showed them this vision that 3 messiahs would show up and would defeat Pluto for them and allow them to rebuild and start over. So we're introduced to Akira. He is a very friendly individual, very worn, but has a very distinct scar on his face. Take note of that for later. But that scar is very, very distinct. And he's like, hey, will you, I know you want to go home, but we're dying here. If you kill Pluto for us, we will give you the key to the Yamato Perpetual Reactor and allow you to go home. And so we were like, okay, yeah, we care about people. There's a lot of people here that are, starving and dying. We value humanity. Let's take out Pluto and try to give these people a second chance at life. So now we're going to head over to Pluto's castle. Also, we're getting a quest here. For some reason, this is treated as a main quest in the game, even though it's not actually required for the plot. It's the only instance of this that the game ever does, and I'm not sure why. But basically, we're given a quest here that using the portal to go to Shibuya, there is a demon named Ixtab there that's also terrorizing people, and they ask us to kill Ixtab for them. We're not going to do that because, like I said, even though it's listed, this game has mandatory side quests and optional main objectives.
Go figure.
So we're not going to go deal with Ixtab. The other thing about dealing with Ixtab is that fighting her actually gives you law points, and we don't want those. So yeah, unfortunately, Ixtab's just going to be allowed to do whatever she wants. So we're going to mosey our way on over to Pluto's castle, and we're going to find the Pluto's castle is guarded by the most terrifying of creatures that mankind has ever conceived of.
Tax collectors?
Close. More dancing crabs.
They're so cute. They're terrifying, but they're cute.
So these are Pluto warriors, or Pluto soldiers. They're a horde. Mabufula, they die. We win. Yippee. A lot of these fights are basically just free EXP for us. We want to get all of our skills set up. Specifically, we want access to Bufudyne and Concentrate before we fight Pluto. Because Pluto's weak to ice, and so being able to nuke Pluto very quickly is a good time. So here we get Bufudyne. Happy snake noises. And now we have Pluto's Castle, which has another amazing soundtrack. Like I mentioned, Ryota Kazuka does not miss, except for like the 1 or 2 times that he missed. But other than that, he doesn't miss. Coincidentally, both of the times that he missed were in 4 Apocalypse, but we don't talk about those.
Yeah. So Pluto's Castle is a little annoying to try to navigate because, yeah, this is very tight corridors with enemies whose hitbox is the size of the whole corridor. So trying to juke enemies is a big pain.
And there you saw what we were talking about earlier, that someone apparently put a kick me sign on, like, attached it to Nebiros' forehead or something, and so demons just really like to attack Nebiros. Which, hey, is fine with me, because Nebiros is immune to it.
Call an ambulance, but not for me.
Yeah. The unfortunate thing with Nebiros, though, is because Nebiros has, like, no HP. If he gets hit by anything Force Elemental, he just dies.
Yeah.
Can I dodge you? I can. Ha 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 ha.
It is interesting to me that they keep up the Force element even when they, had wind in Persona.
Yeah, it's like they can't make up their minds with it either, because, like, Strange Journey uses wind. Like, it has Garu and such. And then, yeah, it's back to Force for all of the mainline games before and after Strange Journey.
I mean, they have an odd relationship with some of those things sometimes. As you mentioned, Arahabaki and its strange relationship with physical.
Yeah.
Dubious relationship this is.
My favorite is that Arahabaki is weak to physical in Raido. And so I like to refer to him as that fraud who's weak to Fizz in that game. All right.
He's also weak to physical and Nocturne. Or no, he knows physical.
No, he knows Fizz. That's like the entire reason he's like...
No, I'm thinking of a different game.
Yeah. All right, here we have Dancing Crabs number 2. These ones are a little taller and look more and are actually red like crabs. These ones are actually kind of the tankiest of the bunch, though. We do need to contribute some damage with Nadja here, because Mr. Atlas just barely doesn't do enough on his own. All right, now that we have finished that fight, though, we picked up a couple of Light Grimoires throughout the game. Specifically, we picked up 2 of them. We're actually going to use both of those now on Guishan. We really want Guishan to level up and learn High Ice Pleroma from the next Forced Pluto Soldier encounter. So we're going to use those 2 on him so that he for sure will do that. And then we're also going to grab MC Skill 2 here as well. Because we're going to want to grab like 3 skills from the next level up when we only really have slots for 2 of them. If you have anything for us, GK, now is a great time.
Perfect. Wonderful. So we got a $200 donation from Dowolf that says, so if I'm understanding things, Shin Megami Tensei 4 is why Pluto is no longer considered a planet? I was very tempted to chime in with something like that until he beat me to it with a far weightier donation. We have 330 from Furry Skin that says, no cutscene, but the demons are still so demony. We got $50 from Kombam Meow. Says, been enjoying this absolute marathon from my fellow singing speedrunner and always so stoked to see 3DS games on the big stage. Thanks for sharing this with us, and let's get those final boss animation incentive met.
Hey, thank you, come on.
Burrows.
We have $2 from Keanu. It says, let's go chat. Let's start a $2 dono train to get those final boss animations. And currently we're sitting at 245 out of 750. So yes, enough people get on that train, we will get there. Choo-choo. But we do only have till the end of the rest of this run here. So that is about 2/3 of the way done.
The Tobla Pass is back for revenge. For those who are not familiar with my streams, that like weird looking camel demon you saw there at the on the left side of the screen, that's Tobla Pass. Him and I have a significant amount of beef for some reason. For some reason, if Tobla Pass exists in a video game, I have probably died to him.
I think we all have like that one character in these sorts of games. It's just like we keep running into and they always just seem to be a problem.
Yeah. The fun fact, though, if you're wondering, like, what the heck is a Tobla Pass? If memory serves, the lore on Tobla Pass is that during the Middle Ages, when explorers were venturing into Africa or whatever, they discovered, I believe it was a warthog. It was one of the African wildlife, and evidently had a very bad time with it. So out of spite, when they returned to Europe to document their discoveries, they described a putrid, vile, disgusting creature whose scent could kill a man, and who, looking into the eyes of, would result in immediate death, and named it Tobla Pass. So,
apparently, the real-life equivalent was probably just a wildebeest.
Yeah.
That's the funny thing, too.
That's why in like video games, Tobla Pass very often will has stone skills that are gaze attacks that put you to stone.
All right, that's the final of the Pluto Soldiers down. Now we will be getting High Ice Pleroma, which is, again, stacks with Ice Pleroma. Something interesting in this game, and this is for all of you nerdy types, in some other SMT games, multipliers and stuff like to stack multiplicatively. So like you would get like the 15% boost from, say you'd get the 15% boost from Ice Pleroma, and then you would like multiply it by like the 40% boost from High Ice Pleroma, and then like other stuff. In the 4 games, though, they only stack additively. So it's like, instead, if you have both Pleromas, it's like a 45% boost or a 55% boost instead of multiplying together. So like Pleromas are incredibly powerful, but they're not as like game-breaking as they are in, say, like SMT5, where every single modifier you have stacks multiplicatively with each other. And so you end up with like some ridiculous number in damage, which is why stuff like Figment Slash is so obscene. In this case, it's just like, oh yeah, it helps. With the exception being 4A with the aforementioned skill swap glitch, because at that point you're stacking so many additive multipliers that you're still getting obscene numbers.
Burrows.
A little bit more to go in Pluto's Castle, then we will be doing a quick little fusion to, because as awesome as Guishan is, we do enjoy our big turtle here. Guishan is not the most useful party member for dealing with a lot of the endgame stuff. However, fortunately, the demon that is one rank up in the snake tree from Guishan happens to be one of the best demons in the game. So we will be element fusing our Guishan as soon as I get down to Pluto. Also, we'll be getting another skill slot because, like we said, we will want to give MC Megidola as soon as Neburos learns it. Coincidentally, the demon that we will be fusing Guishan into also has Megidola, but due to skill slot reasons, we won't be able to learn that skill from that demon. This area is like quite a bit of a maze. This is probably the most complicated dungeon in the game casually. Like I'm just like running through it, not even thinking about it because I've done this place so much. But this is honestly like casually probably the most confusing dungeon in the game.
Yeah, it'd be either this or Purgatorium.
Burrows.
All right, we'll be grabbing MC skill +3.
What should we do, man?
And save because fusion accidents are an ever-present threat in our lives.
So we're turning Fushuan from one snake into another. We're going to make Ouroboros. Ouroboros has also the added benefit of eventually learning both Null Mind and Null Nerve, making her immune to basically every ailment in the game.
Literally every element.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is Ouroboros. I'm sorry to say this, anyone that's played Strange Journey, but Ouroboros is the best snake. Anyone who's played Strange Journey is now very upset with me.
Yeah, all 4 of them.
Ouroboros being like easily the hardest boss in all of Strange Journey aside from the final boss.
I think Shasta would want a word with you when he gets in. Yeah, he's gonna be running a couple days. I remember watching him stream that game, and just Ouroboros was just a nightmare. I think that was his first Shin Megami Tensei too.
I believe it was, yeah. Speaking of nightmares, this is Pluto. Pluto is probably the worst boss in the game. Who here enjoys when a boss has a 1 in 3 chance to just win the fight automatically?
Me, I am a liar.
So Pluto here has 3 things that Pluto can do. Pluto can either cast Sunny Ray, which is a fire elemental skill, that'll get repelled by Makarakarn, can do a basic attack, which will be repelled by Tetrakarn, or can use an ability called Volnera, or I can miss and cry. Volnera is a all-targeting almighty skill that also inflicts the stun ail. Nice crit. Oh, good.
Oh, nice crit.
Okay.
Oh, thank goodness.
That also inflicts the stun ailment to everyone. So locks you down completely so you can't play the video game. All right, we'll just pretend that this is turn 1.
Turn 1 with a plus smirk.
Yeah, turn 1, except Ouroboros is actually going to go kind of ham here. Okay. So ideally, we kill this fight in 2 turns. Obviously, in said ideal scenario, you don't miss literally your first attack. But now that we're taunting Pluto, Volnera will just completely ruin our lives. So, okay, didn't get Volnera. Love to see it. And ideally, we kill here. So yeah, now you're seeing we're starting to do some ridiculous damage now that we have Bufudine. We just did 2,200 there.
And barring any misses, Pluto should go down this turn.
Yeah, thankfully Neburos is smirked and Flynn is also smirked.
Yeah.
So I think 100. I am a tool of the Lord. Revise, repair my functions. That is legitimately how this boss sounds, by the way. All right, and then Neburos should bring it home. Let's go, Nebi. Woo!
Nice.
All right. Honestly, first try Pluto is
so amazing. It's amazing. This boss can easily hard wall you just by spamming the wrong move.
Yeah, that fight can just, yeah, like Flutter said, just absolutely wall you forever. And so first try Pluto is like more than I could ask for a marathon run. Oh, don't worry, quest cleanup's coming up soon. You will tally that plenty. All right, so now that we've beaten Pluto, like I said before when we captured the Black Samurai, it was really interesting that the game actually like warped you out of the area because the game does not do that. Case in point, we have to walk out of Pluto's palace now. Thankfully, there are a couple items we're going to be picking up on the way. I believe this is a Beat of Life. Yes. And then there's also going to be another 10-point card that we'll want for later, as well as a Magic Incense. The Magic Incense is technically optional, but like +3 magic, why would you not want that? Unless you're Coolzo and you're like, I can save 3 seconds by not grabbing this.
Shout out to Coolzo,
Yeah.
one of the other big speedrunners of this game.
Yeah, world record holder for conflict bonds for Apocalypse by like a very large margin, and then world record holder. We traded world record in this game a lot back in the early 2020s. And probably would have the world record now if Minotaur didn't exist.
Yeah.
Or Pluto. Actually, I think he had a run that was going to beat me by like 10 minutes, and then it like died to Pluto. So Pluto giveth and Pluto taketh away. All right, we have a little bit of time here, GK, if you have anything for us.
Yes. So, you mentioned one Ouroboros, so I did want to give a special shout out to some of the people who have helped out with presenting our stream. One of which is Oro, an artist who has worked on our overlays and also ran Digimon Story Time Stranger earlier this week. We also want to thank LLK, longtime contributor to GDQ Marathons and designer of our promo banners, attendee badges, some of our emotes, and you can also check her out at GAZAABOO.com, jazzaboo.com. You can also find Oro at Orolen on websites like X as well as Blue Sky. But yeah, we also have some donations that have come in. Okay, I actually had the tab. I was on a different tab for a second. I tab over and I immediately see this one. $25 from Mr. Shasta. It says, Ouroboros took me 12 hours of grinding to finally beat in my Strange Journey playthrough on DS Destruction. One of the meanest bosses I've ever faced in a game. But they are cool. 95 hours well spent on my first SMT game being Strange Journey. Good luck with the run, Freedom. I'll be over there in just 12 hours.
Yo, thank you, Shasta.
Thanks. Yeah, don't worry, that's most people's common interaction with Ouroboros and Strange Journey.
Yeah. Strange Journey is one hell of a first SMT game. Like, the game is fantastic, but that game is pretty brutal. So there we deliver the good news to Akira, and he's like, you know what? We've been, under the foot of the angels for so long. I want to create a world of, like, where the strong, can forge the world that they want in the name of protecting the weak. And Jonathan's like, oh, maybe in this world that has been so ravaged by law, a little bit of chaos is probably a good thing. Also, during that cutscene, we heard you get to hear a remix of the SM2 Chaos theme, which, in my opinion, is one of the best Chaos themes in the series, and is like criminally underused. This game, the SMT series, likes to reuse a lot of leitmotifs and themes from the earlier games. Especially when it comes to alignment. Like the SMT1 Law theme gets used in almost every game, and the SMT1 Chaos theme also gets used a lot. And I feel like, the SMT2 Chaos theme, I feel like deserves some love, because it's like a really good theme, and a lot of SMT Chaos themes are like, sound kind of overtly evil and menacing, which in some senses makes sense, because a lot of the time some of the Chaos forces are more antagonistic. But Chaos doesn't necessarily have to be that way, and you could argue, some could argue that in SMT2, the Chaos faction is probably one of the more benevolent factions compared to the Law faction. So it's a very nice theme that I definitely would recommend giving a listen to, and it's cool that they call back to it here.
Yeah, unfortunately you won't hear it in this game, but in 4A has an amazing remix of the Law theme in the final dungeon.
Yeah, it was originally a DLC boss fight theme in this game that thankfully they ported into 4A because it was so wasted being a DLC boss fight theme for how good it is. So there's Camp Ichigaya again. Let's hear it for Camp Ichigaya. Let's visit 2 of 4. So that one's a very quick run through though. Thankfully visits 2 and 3 are very, very quick. So we warp out of Tokyo, or we warp out of Blasted Tokyo. So that was the world where law prevailed in the previous conflict. Now the white are going to show us the world where chaos prevailed. Basically, instead of... basically, humanity decided to team up with the demons rather than try to fight them. Literally team up. Humanity has fused themselves with demons to become hybrids. And it's a world where very much the strong survived. It's ruled over basically by constant gang wars and violence. And everything's on fire because fire's cool. Yeah, they're like, look, see, law sucks. Now we're going to show you how bad chaos is. And their whole argument is like, you're from a world of neutrality and you know how much things suck. So like, they're basically trying to say, yeah, everything is awful, is kind of the point that they're trying to make here. But we'll address that once we finish this quick little visit here. Yeah, here we meet someone that looks like he's the Mask.
Also, not for nothing, Infernal Tokyo, much better music than Blasted Tokyo.
Yeah, Infernal Tokyo has some of the best songs in the game, and you don't get to hear most of them. So yeah, we meet Akira, not to be confused with Akira, or Aquila, or Akira.
Legally distinct.
Yeah, and he has the same scar on his face. I wonder what that's about.
No relation.
Yeah. And he's like, yeah, dude, I had a dream, and in that dream, a bunch of dudes showed up and beat up Kenji for me, and I got to rule Tokyo, which that's kind of cool. You want to, like, be friends and stuff? We're like, sure, why not?
Sure, what else are we gonna do?
You literally cannot leave this room until you agree, so I guess we'll do that. And here he actually makes a fun little reference here. He refers to Jonathan as Goody Two-Shoes and Walter as Bad Boy, which is actually a reference to, I believe it's the audio drama for SMT1, where the names that are given to the Law and the Chaos Hero basically roughly translate to something along the lines of like Goody Two-Shoes and Bad Boy.
Yeah, something you'll notice as you play more SMT games and you experience more SMT games, they love having deep cuts to either external media or other SMT games that have references so obscure you wouldn't even notice.
There we have a demonoid. The people that have fused themselves with demons are called demonoids, by the way, that looked like just like the literal, just generic depiction of the devil there. But this world, yeah, so yeah, everything's on fire. This is just the natural state of existence here in Infernal Tokyo. And Walter's all about it. He's like, everything's on fire? Heck yeah, sign me up, man. And so Walter's like, it's funny because Jonathan is pretty appalled by the fate that of the world that falls to Law, whereas Walter's like totally for the Chaos world, which is just very interesting writing-wise, because at the end of Blasted Tokyo, Jonathan even admits, oh, maybe a little bit of chaos is actually okay for the world. Whereas, like, by the end of this, Walter, like, actually makes, once we get through this area, Akira will make a comment about how he actually wants to make a more peaceful, more lawful society, and Walter actually makes fun of him for it. So it's very interesting that, like, you see, like, one character kind of, like, question his ideals, while the other one's, like, all for it. And of course, they end up just siding with their ideals anyway, so it doesn't really matter in the end. It's just one of those interesting, like, lore tidbits. So here is the most unfortunate boss in the game. This is Vatala. Vatala's weak to fire, and he's stationed as a guard right next to this flaming car. So, unfortunately for him, we do have Agidine. That concentrates in a weird spot in my menu, but that's fine.
Yeah, something you've probably noticed as you've seen some of the demons in this game is that some demons in this game have different, they look different compared to how some people may know them from other games. Vital is a really big one. In other games, he's an elephant.
A very swole elephant, too. But in my headcanon, sounds like Arnold Schwarzenegger, but that's... So here we get Null Mind on Ouroboros, and now Ouroboros is immune to panic and other ailments that I'm forgetting specifically. I think like sleep.
Oh, that's the other mind element I was forgetting earlier.
Yeah, the one thing that's consistent about SMT is that nothing is consistent in SMT. In Nocturne, sleep is a nerve element skill. Or no, sleep is mind in Nocturne. Sleep is nerve in DDS. So it's like, they bounce back and forth a lot, and so it's like you have to like remember like which one is it in this game?
Yeah, it's one of the issues with running so many different SMT games is that sometimes skills bleed together, or even worse, demon affinities bleed together, and it can go bad.
My favorite is Chatterskull in DDS is weak to fire, and Chatterskull in Nocturne drains fire.
Yeah, that's one of the worst offenders.
All right, so here we get my favorite boss name ever. So this dude is Mahama Yori. And Mahama Yori is kind of the ruler of Shinjuku. Basically, in our campaign to conquer Tokyo for Akira, basically Akira is kind of a coward, and so we have to do everything for him. In our campaign to capture Tokyo for Akira, we need to first kind of establish a staging grounds for which to attack Kenji. And so we have to take over Shinjuku. So this fight, he starts by summoning a horde that's weak to force. We have Mazanma, so Lol, Lamau even. And then he shows up. We put up a Makarakarn at the start of, or at the end of that phase because he has access to Hama-On, which is light insta-kill damage. And we really, really don't want to just find ourselves getting insta-killed by anything. So we throw up a Makarakarn just to make sure that we repel that back at him. He can do basic attacks and such, but like basic attacks. Also, among our party at this point, Nebiros completely nulls Fizz, whereas Ouroboros resists Fizz. That's part of what makes Ouroboros amazing, by the way. If you look at Ouroboros' stat sheet or resistances, Ouroboros' resistances are stacked. Like, resists, I think both Fizz and Gun, resists light and dark, drains electricity, no weaknesses as far as I can remember. Just obscenely good affinities, has a pretty strong HP and MP line. Decent, like, I think has balanced stats across the board, so is kind of okay at doing anything. And that's Mahama Yuri down. Fun fact, Mahama Yuri has the same voice actor as Flynn does, Keith Silverstein, which doesn't really mean anything, it's just kind of funny. So here, Nebiros finally gets Megidola, so we can replace Bufalo with that, and so we will finally have a Megidola on Mr. Atlas.
Megidola, very high MP skill, 40 MP for one usage, but the damage it can do in mobs is very, very nice.
Yeah, any horde fight in the game, for the rest of the game, we are going to one-shot because of how strong Megidola is. And then here, Ouroboros gets Null Nerve. So now Ouroboros is just blanket immune to every ailment in the game. It might seem weird that we're getting rid of Megidola there, but Ouroboros is basically going to exist to null ailments, be a very resistant body on the field, and use Taunt Tetracard. Also has Healing Know-How, so it can toss items. So here, Akira is like, yeah, you guys are like really strong. You could easily like rule and live a good life here in Tokyo. And we're like, no, I like to make this reference every time because you say I would like to go home. I like to say, I've been turned into a cow. Can I go home?
You're excused.
So we were like, no, I need to go home to my time and place. So we politely decline his offer to stay here and rule with him. But he's like, all right, fine, whatever. I guess meet me in Camp Ichigaya so we can fight Kenji or whatever. And so we're heading back to Camp Ichigaya for round 3. Let's hear it for Camp Ichigaya. Woo! So here, Akira is like, yeah, you know, this whole world of the strong thing, like, there's a lot of people. Basically, in this world, half of the humans have fused with demons to become super powerful, and the other half of the humans basically live as a food source for those people. And he's like, you know, this world's kind of not fair, and there's a lot of people that are hurt just because they aren't strong, and I want to create a world of, like, order where people are protected. And then the SMT1 Law theme plays, because, of course, it does. And then Walter's like, yeah, dude, that's kind of weird. And we're like, yeah, that's weird, I guess. And here we are in Camp Ichigaya again. So Kenji is basically crowned himself King of Tokyo and is headquartered at the Yamato Perpetual Reactor, so we need to get down to him. Unfortunately, he's pretty closely guarded, so we need to get some key cards. And in order to get a key card, we have to go through basically the procedure to become a nourisher, which involves getting puked on by a bird.
It's how they feed their young. It's how they show their affection.
Yeah. I don't know. I accidented into Caladrius earlier in the run. I'm not feeling the love. And after reloading from this ambush, we're going to go in the other door, where Kanbari, the Japanese toilet demon that looks like a foot, is going to purify us. As it does. And he's like, well, you've gone through all the cleaning procedures, so I'll let you go through to the actual nourisher recruitment thing. And after all of this, I only have one thing to say.
Me too.
That's me in the morning.
Yeah. So here he's like, oh, you're here to see Kenji. Oh, okay, here, take the key to the elevator. Why not? And so we, now we're good to go, go fight Kenji, King of the Koopas, of Tokyo. But before we do that, we do need to do another fusion. Nadja exists in our party right now. She's given us concentrate, which is incredibly valuable. But she's not really doing all that much else. And at the moment, we don't have any healing in our party. We've been getting by level ups alone. And the problem is that as soon as we beat Kenji and then get through the next little bit, we will be doing quest cleanup. And that's going to involve a lot of quests of varying levels. And as we discussed earlier, quests in this game challenge quests in this game give almost no experience. So we're going to start getting into pretty long gauntlets of time where we're not going to be getting full healed by level ups. And so we actually will need access to healing skills. In addition to that, we're also going to start getting into fights that are actually quite difficult, and are going to start throwing out almighty skills more often that we're going to make it so we can't just Karn everything. And so as a result of that, we are going to actually need to start banking a healer with us. And thankfully, Nadja here is a fairy, and fairies are very cool and are one of the better demon families in the game, actually. And one fairy up from Nadja happens to be Lorelei here.
Yeah, Lorelai's really, really nice. She's a good healer. She's drains force, which we don't really have any force protection right now. So it's a little nice thing to have.
Lorelei, Lorelei, Lorelei.
And she has a pretty good MP pool too.
Yeah. The other nice thing about Lorelei as well is that she will learn Makara Karn, because we've kind of lost. We had 2 Makara Karn people for a while, and we've kind of lost our other Makara Karn at this point. And so she naturally learns that via level up, so we'll have 2 people with Karns. Each of these parts of Camp Gaia also have a very powerful accessory. The Fury Earring, I forget what specifically it does. That might be Counter-Strike, but I don't remember. It sells for a lot of money, and that's what matters. All right, time for Kenji.
I'm detecting a...
So Kenji is, if you've played this game casually, you probably hate this fight. He has 8,000 HP, and once he drops below half HP, he uses an ability called Ancient Curse. Ancient Curse tries to inflict every single ailment in the game on you simultaneously, and if you don't block every ailment, you will be hit by all of them, even if you null half of them. It's an awful skill. It will lock your party entirely down while he wails on you and murders your face off. It's a really good thing we're able to do more than 4,000 damage in one turn.
Yeah, so we're going to spend the first 2 turns setting up, get Kenji as close to that halfway mark as possible, and then on turn 3, just go all in on the kill. Thankfully, the setup for this is consistent, barring misses. Missing is where this can go wrong.
Yeah, so he'll use an ability that's going to repel about 1,200 damage back on himself. Woo!
Oh, there's the full heal.
There's the thing. Welcome to the thing. So you get a full HP, half MP heal if everyone in your party smirks. Menacingly. Okay. Unfortunately, we're not going to make super good use of this. So that does just enough damage. So now he's taken about somewhere between 36 and 3,800 damage. And so we're going to concentrate again, and he's going to do an AoE attack again and repel another 1,000 damage on himself. Nice, we got the good smirk. And now he's below half HP. However, he pushed himself below half HP. And so because he pushed himself below half HP, now we're able to just deal the rest of the damage to his HP right here. Interesting thing about Kenji here. Nice, got the kill with Neveros. Yeah, so that's Kenji. Hardest boss in the game if you don't skip his second phase. Interesting thing about Kenji is that he's actually weak to both force and fire, but he takes less damage from his weakness than he does other attacks. Most things in this game take 1.5 times damage from their weakness. I believe Kenji actually, he is weak to those elements, as in you will generate press turns by hitting him with them, but he takes somewhere between like 0.5 and 0.8 damage from his weaknesses. All right, it's time. Now we are at the alignment lock. So we are faced with the white once again, and they say, look, you live in a world where neutrality won and everything's awful. You've seen a world where both law and chaos won and everything was awful. We posit that the only way to really save the world is to delete reality entirely. because everything sucks. And we're like, no. And he's like, okay, what are you going to do? And we're like, well, I'm going to be Chaos because Chaos sounds cool. And I hear Jack Garland is very fond of that route.
Chaos.
Yeah, so to go over how alignment works in this game, since now we're at the alignment lock, the game considers you neutral. So you can think of alignment as like a number line. -8 or higher, you are chaos. +8 or higher, you are lawful. So you want to teeter between that -8 and +8 as much as possible, which is why we chose the decisions we did, why we sided with Jonathan, why we chose all the chaos answers in the at the bottom of the temple, so that we can stay in that sweet spot of -8 and +8. Because this final decision, there's no neutral option. And this final decision gives you +10 to either law or chaos. And this is, again, what we mean when people like come to this point and they're too neutral for a neutral ending. Because if you're right at that -2 or +2 sweet spot, no matter which decision you make, you'll either fall too far law or too far chaos.
Yeah, it's also why we make fun of Flynn, neutral Flynn, for being just the most wishy-washy protagonist. But yeah, we have officially locked into neutrality. We know we are neutral because when we got that scene there, Steven showed up. If you were to be law or chaos, you would instead see Jonathan or Walter, and they would journey with you. This is also where a couple bits of important lore are dropped in every ending that's kind of mutually exclusive to that ending. Specifically, it is in the chaos route that you find out that trustworthy schoolgirl Hikaru that I've been memeing about this entire playthrough is actually Lucifer this entire time. The, demon lord, fallen, star or whatever. Yeah, apparently Hikaru means light in Japanese. So yeah, Hikaru was Lucifer this entire time and is like, congratulations on being chaotic and stuff. And now I will show you how to, destroy Mikado and defeat the angels. And if you go law, then Gabriel just shows up and is like, oh, you're kind of trapped. Here, defeat the white and you'll get out. Whereas if you go neutral, Steven shows up and he finally gives us something to stand for, a reason for our neutrality after already being locked into our alignment. Basically, Steven is an agent of an entity called the Axiom, and they're just kind of the overseeing force of the universe. And the only way to truly make everyone happy and be good and stuff is to resurrect the goddess of Tokyo, who is a very powerful guardian spirit of the city, thus reuniting everything and making everyone all happy and yay and cheerful and stuff. It's a bit of an oversimplification, but basically that becomes our goal for the rest of the game, is that we need to nice, he just repelled a bunch of damage on himself. We need to escape the monochrome forest, which is where the white are holding us hostage because they're upset at us for choosing not their route. We have to get out of the monochrome forest by defeating the white. We have to make it back to Tokyo, and we need to figure out a way to resurrect the guardian spirit of Tokyo, Masakado, who will remove the dome over Tokyo and allow nature and everything to start to heal and recover and reunite the two divided peoples of Mikado and Tokyo. And that will be our objective. And the way we go about that we'll get more into a little bit. And the reason why doing so requires us to complete 18 specific side quests. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. We'll get into as we are faced with that objective. But through now, we're running through the monochrome forest. We fight each of the four white individually. White Hugo is actually the scariest of the four. He has the lowest HP, but if you get him to low HP without killing him, he will use an ability called Naught Wave, N-A-U-G-H-T. That is an almighty skill with an insta-kill attached to it. So if he just hits you with it, it'll pierce resistances and probably just start killing people. So there, thankfully, I was able to set up to kill him when he was at a pretty high HP amount. This next fight is White K. He only uses Fizz skills. So Tetrakarn, and he literally cannot touch you. You are free to just set up as much as you want, build up as much damage. He has a little more HP than White Hugo. He has about 7,000 HP, give or take a little bit. But he cannot touch us, no matter what he does. So we're just going to throw up a Tetrakarn, and then buff up just so we can kill him a little bit faster. Ideally, what he does is he throws out some AoE abilities. He can use either single target or area of effect damage. Ideally, he just tosses out a bunch of AoE to make this fight go a little bit faster. Sometimes he does, sometimes he doesn't. It really just depends on how he's feeling that day. Boop. And then, do I have a concentrate? I don't, so we will kill him next turn then. The good thing about these fights is that you get to jam out to Battle B2 a bunch more in close succession, which is always a good time.
I remember somebody posted to me, there is a Siva Gunner upload of this remix to Voodoo People by Prodigy and Pendulum, and I was like, this is the sickest thing I've ever heard.
Oh yeah, one funny thing with these fights is because of how we set up HP, a lot of the time these bosses will just like karn themselves to death, which is really funny. What's really funny sometimes with these is that the game actually occasionally gets really confused when that happens. So they'll like karn, you'll get the screen flash that the boss is dead, and then the game will just sit there and think about what it's done for like 3 or 4 seconds and just be like, oh, before the boss actually starts to explode. So the next fight is actually probably would have the potential to be the hardest of these fights if we didn't have Karns. So now we're going to be fighting White Isabeau. For this fight, we have to put up both Tetrakarn and Makarakarn every single turn. I'm also going to Chakra Pot Lorelei here to make sure I have enough MP. We have to put up Tetrakarn and Makarakarn every single turn. She has access to both really strong AoE magic along with strong AoE Fizz skills. And additionally, on top of all that, she also really likes to spam Hama-On, Mahama-On, and their dark equivalents for some insta-kill cheese. So we really need to put up both Karns every single turn whilst we're setting up damage. She has about 8,500 HP, which is her and White Isakar have about the same amount of health. So ideally what happens during this fight is she just repels like Mazandine or similar skill on herself repeatedly like that. What she likes to do instead sometimes is she likes to just keep bouncing Hama-Ons on herself, which doesn't do anything because they don't do damage in this game. That doesn't happen until 4 Apocalypse. And so if she does that, it can drag this fight out a little bit because we have to Karn or use both Karns every single turn, like she just did there. Because we have to use both Karns every single turn, it means that our damage potential or our damage like output is a lot lower than it would be, than it has the potential of being because we can only really get up 1 buff every single turn. Oh, there we go. Oh, we almost got another party smurf. All right, I think, yeah, she's in red HP, so I think I can just boop, boop, and she's dead. Such neutrality is beyond comprehension.
Yeah, thankfully none of these white fights are too bad. If they had slightly more HP, they could be a problem, but the amount of damage we can put out is just a lot.
Yeah. We now have so much magic that our magic meter is now shiny blue bar, by the way. Which, fun fact, is not a soft cap. For literal years in the speedrunning community, and I think in general, the thought was that when you got 200 of a stat that it would soft cap, because that makes sense. You filled out the meter, like that would probably be an indicator that it was soft cap. Even though stats do go all the way up to 999 in this game, with it turning into a shiny golden bar when you do that. 200 is not a soft cap. Your stats continue in this game. Your stats continue to scale linearly up until 999. So here's White Isakar. He only uses Fizz skills mostly. This is also a fight that has some dialogue prompts, and each dialogue prompt will give your party a Luster Candy. Luster Candy is a full party buff to all of your attributes. This fight can be a little bit annoying, though, because he also has access to Luster Candy, and In addition to that, if you get him to red HP without killing him, he will start to throw out Megidolas on you. And since we are taunting him, it means that he will probably just... Did you Luster Candy? He did do Luster Candy. That's annoying. Because we're taunting him, it means that he will probably one-shot you if he actually gets to throw out those almighty attacks. So here I'm going to attack with this charged Bufudine. Hopefully it does enough so that I get the first dialogue prompt. We say we don't know who embodies the possibility for the future. We get a party-wide buff. There's 2 prompts here. Each gives a Tetrakarn again. I might have actually done so much damage that I don't get the second prompt. Nice 2,000 damage repel. Okay, so we think about Jonathan and Walter and we get our second buff. So now we should be set up so that I can double check his buff situation. Okay, he didn't. Oh, it's because he concentrated. That's why he did so much damage to himself. Boop. Tetrakarn. So I'm going to hold off on killing him this turn because... nice mess. Because if he were to get the dialogue and I don't kill him, then he could Megidola me and kill me. I ended up killing him there anyway, but I wasn't sure how close I was because I wasn't entirely sure as to repels. But yeah, that's the white down. All right, here, Lorelei will learn Makarakarn. Look at that. We'll get some useless affinity stacks. Again, affinity in SMT4 is not at all what it ends up being in 4A and 5. Having like full affinity means you're casting a skill for like 2 or 3 less MP, and it has like an extra 2 or 3 to its base power. It's very minor. Resist gun. Very minor, doesn't really do anything, really not worth mentioning other than just pointing out that it doesn't do anything. All right, so after defeating the white, we are now greeted by Steven, who's like, okay, yeah, so Masakado, guardian deity of Tokyo. If you resurrect him, he can fix everything, resurrect the goddess, reunite the 2 people who are at war, defeat the forces of law and chaos, etc., etc. So go find Masakado. Good luck, have fun. I don't know where he is. Even though I'm a sentient, godlike being, I don't know where Masakado is. And we wake up to find best girl Isabeau over us, who has basically come to the same conclusion that we have, that neither the angels nor the demons are correct, that everything is, there has to be another way. There has to be a way that, people can live free without being ruled over by the forces of law or chaos. If you go law or chaos in this game, Isabeau will side with the opposite alignment, and you actually have to fight her in a boss that has some of the saddest boss music I know of in a game.
Yeah, this is where you would fight her if you sided with Jonathan or Walter.
But thankfully, because neutral ending is best ending, Isabeau gets to live this ending. So we're going back to Shinjuku. Our objective is to go back to the Cafe Florida to meet with Fujiwara and Skins. However, we are now officially in quest cleanup. So we'll be doing a bunch of side quests here. We've put a dent in them already. I think we've done almost half of them, but the last ones we're going to do are pretty lengthy. So here we accept the quest serial kidnapping and arson, which is not a lifestyle choice. It's a quest that we're doing. And basically, there are a bunch of demons that have been kidnapping people and lighting them on fire. This is a reference to the original version of the movie The Wicker Man. And Nozomi is the hunter that's been tasked with dealing with them, but she's not sure if she can deal with it by herself because of how many there are. So she asks for our cooperation in dealing with the enemies. So this is the 3rd of 4 quests in Nozomi's quest line. We will be just, again, running through that same area of Shinjuku that we were running through earlier, fighting off the Wickerman hordes. These fights can be a little bit annoying, specifically because they like to, if they go first, they will use the ability Pandemic Bomb, which inflicts the sick ailment on your party. Sick is an ailment we haven't gotten into yet, and it is the most obnoxious ailment in the entire game.
What do you want to sell?
Did You miss out one of these. What Sick does as an ailment is it halves your damage output, makes it so it is impossible for you to dodge. And by nature of having an ailment inflicted upon you, it means you can't smirk. The other thing about Sick is that because you have an illness, it means that you can spread that sickness to other people in your party. In addition to that, there is no limit on the ability of Sick to spread. Like, there's no immunity period between healing from Sick. So say you're like, oh, my main damage dealer got inflicted with the Sick ailment in addition to this one other party member. But I need to do damage, so I'm going to use a Disc Poison on my MC to make it so we're not sick anymore. Immediately after you do that, he can catch the sickness from the other party member that you did not remove the sick from. It can be very frustrating. So ideally, and basically we'd have to do 3 of these horde fights, and then immediately after we beat the 3rd one, we'll be thrust into a mini boss fight. So ideally, we are able to win these fights with the Wickerman hordes, and we don't end up being sicked at the end of, or in the 3rd fight. We can get away with being sicked for the first 2 fights because whatever. We still have pretty high damage output. So yeah, here's Pandemic Bomb. This is where Ouroboros having Null Nerve is actually really nice though, because they're guaranteed to use Pandemic Bomb on their first turn. They'll crash into Ouroboros' Null Nerve and lose their turn, so they can't do anything else.
Yep. Thankfully, we're fairly high level for this quest, so the enemies die fairly quickly.
What's actually really funny is that the game still tells us that we're too low level to do this quest. I don't know what level the game wants you to be for this. We used to do, this is the big, like the quest that I mentioned earlier, I had to do a fight in Shinjuku in order to make up some missing EXP. We used to do this quest right before we did Phantom of Badness, the quest where we fought Chernobog. We used to do this quest then, and this quest, doing it then was horrible. Because you had to go into the next fight without sick. Here, like, if we get sick, it's annoying, but we can deal with it. Before, if you were sick, you basically were about to be in for the most miserable fight of your life. And we were a much lower level, so our damage output was generally lower. We had less HP, less MP. It's not a great time. So I figured, we have to come back here anyway. Let's just do this quest much later in the run, where it's a free win, even though the game still says that we're a low level. Okay, cool, we're going first. That's perfect. So you'll see the difference in our damage here. Without being sick, we one-shot this. We just one-shot this completely. And then immediately after winning that, now we're going to have a fight with Cyrnanos. I like to call him the manifestation of Texas, just because I think it's funny he's riding an armadillo head. Or an antelope head, whatever. I don't know what deity he actually is or of, but it's just funny that you have a demon on an antelope skull. But because no one's sick, what we're able to do is we're able to just do our typical concentrate, taunt, Tarakaja, and hit him in the face with a Mazana, and he dies. Something worth noting as well is that, this is the 3rd quest in the Nozomi quest line. This is also technically the first quest in the Cyrnanos quest line. Because after beating this quest, it unlocks another quest called Multi-Demon Fusion that we have that's also required for neutral ending. So a lot of these quests we have to do in a very specific order. So there, we rescued Nozomi. She kept getting kidnapped by the Wickermen, so we had to keep rescuing her. And now we're going to head to the Cafe Florida so that we can talk to Fujiwara and Skins, kind of try to figure out what the heck we're doing. Because we're still not entirely sure. We know we have an objective. We need to rescue Masakato, or we need to revive Masakato, and then revive the. We need to Tensei the Shin Megami. We need to revive the true goddess. But how we're supposed to do that, we still have no idea. So here we talk to Fujiwara and Skins, and Burroughs here mentions Masakato, and he's like, "You just said Masakato? Do you know what that means? Tell me his name." Or she says the guardian spirit, and we have to physically type out Masakato. We have to physically type out Masakato, and he's like, "Here, hold this sword."
It is a cool sword.
It is a cool sword. It's so cool we get anime with it. anime sword. And he's like, wow, no one can draw that sword that isn't the super magical special chosen one. So you're the cool chosen one, dude. By the way, Masakato's body is in the middle of Ginza. Go talk to him. Because the sword is basically the summoning totem for Masakato. The sword was used by Flynn's previous incarnation to create the dome, and so only the person who is the reincarnation of that individual is able to actually remove the dome and summon Masakato.
Got time for some donos?
Yeah.
Alrighty. We got $10 from Komba Meow, once again, saying, really glad to see my boy Frylock got cast as Kambari in this game. We got $52 from Kiana that just says, I see an opportunity to snipe 42K. I take said opportunity to snipe 42K. Whee! Whee! And we got $50 from Jeannot that just says, the $2 train was too slow. Let's make it a $50 train. Way faster. Choo-choo!
Choo-choo!
Very much appreciated. Yes, we have reached $42,000 raised for NAMI, National Alliance on Mental Illness. Thank you all so much for your donations. We still got a little over halfway through the week. So, and speaking of a little over halfway, we are also a little over halfway to that final boss animations incentive for this game, but not a lot of time left to go on that one. So please, if you are interested in that, we are at $382 out of $750 we need for that. So that's coming up pretty soon. All right. About how long is the cutoff for it?
It will be for the final boss, so we probably have like an hour and a half left before that.
Gotcha.
All right, now that we have visited Shinjuku, it was very important that I went to the bar to get quests after I did serial kidnapping and arson, because that's what puts multi-demon fusion, quest I alluded to earlier, on the board. And now we're going to go to Ginza, and this is, in my humble opinion, the worst part of the run. I think I said the Ginza Trials was the worst part of the run. That's also the worst part of the run. This is like the worst part of the run.
No, this is the new worst part of the run.
Yeah. Anything that involves Ginza in this game is kind of bad. So there is a quest. Basically, the way that Ginza here works, as we'll find out as we go over here, is that this is the territory of the Ring of Gaia, where the powerful thrive. And the way that they define power up here is money. So, to get to each of these different areas in Ginza, of which we have to get to the final area to kill one enemy to get a boss fight, or to kill one enemy for a quest, we have to pay a grand total of 165,000 Maka in order to access all of Ginza. Also, you see this hallway here? This is what I call Blight Town, but bad. Because this hallway is just poison. Everything is poison. Just poison everywhere. We have to go through that hallway 4 times. As we're going through here, we have to go through this hallway the first time so that we can talk. I didn't realize I hadn't used a Stoma Sword. Oh, that's Nekomata. Get me out of this fight right now, please.
So, funny little anecdote with Nekomata. Nekomata is a skill called Maka Beam in this game. And what Maka Beam does is it drains your money.
It cuts out a quarter of your money.
Yeah. There are a lot of enemies in this game that have it, and this game can be very stingy with it, giving you money.
Yeah, in the area where you need 165,000 Maka, there's an enemy that can drain a quarter of your money. Very funny, Atlas. Thank you. So that dude is like, hey, some dude ripped me off and gave me this card for 5K. Do you want it? And we're like, yeah. And he's like, actually, on second thought, because I have to go through that poison hallway again, I want you to pay me 10K for it. Disregard to the fact that we have to go through that hallway not only another time, but 2 more times in addition to that. So, good talk, man. There is another NPC over here that we need to talk to later. However, he refuses to talk to us until we have the platinum card. Basically, we have to get a series of cards ranking from silver all the way up to the final card is the black card, and that's the card that we need in order to actually access the final area of Ginza. I need to use a Stoma Sword. Yeah. So we need the black card in order to get to the final area of Ginza that we need to fight one quest in. So we got the silver card from that dude. Now, as we are going through there, the other guy that we have to talk to buy an item from in order to get the black card, the final item in the black card, like trading quest, we have to have the platinum card in order for him to actually talk to us. So even though we were in the same area, we will have to backtrack there in a little bit. So we were running through Poison Hallway. Woo, Poison Hallway, yeah, Poison, yeah, love it. Also, at this point, because I'm just not paying attention to my HP at all, if I get into an encounter, they will just kill me. So it's kind of important that I'm actually saving somewhat regularly because it's just not worth the time to deal. As we're running through here, though, this giant, massive rock in the middle of Ginza is actually Masakado, so we're going to initiate that real quick. So here we unsheath Masakado's katana, and as it turns out, you know, the great guardian spirit of Tokyo, or, you know, random general dude that got no diffed by his cousin or whatever back in the history age, or back in his time period, is an eldritch abomination now. So yeah, he's like, I am Masakado, and I'm like, you are terrifying. And so he's like, yeah, so in order for me to, I've been a dome for so long, I'm kind of weak. As one is when they become a dome for a long period of time. Not speaking from experience, but I can imagine. I need the embodiment of the spirit of hope in order to like reconstitute my power. And so basically what that means is we have to use this chalice that he gave us to collect the hopes and dreams and good wishes of the people of Tokyo, so that he can eat them and regain his power. So we'll be doing that for the next hour. Here, we have to pay 50K to that woman so that we have, not to get the platinum card, so we have the chance to get the platinum card. Thankfully, the platinum card is like literally just up this ladder. I just am saver loading because you have to press up on the D-pad in order to climb ladders. And that enemy was chasing me, and I didn't trust my ability to press up in time to actually do it. In 4 Apocalypse, they actually changed these ladders and hills so that if you just press the A button when you're next to them, the camera will auto-look at those interaction spots, which is such a nice quality of life change that 4A added, because having to like try to run up to things and then precisely press up or down while you're being gunned down by a demon is not exactly the most pleasant experience that I've ever had in my life. Now that we have the platinum card, though, we can go up to this dude, who thankfully does not charge us to go through here. I also believe this despawns the enemy. Yeah, okay. It also moves us over here. You remember that one quest to grab the legally distinct Lewis Witten shop? Yeah, this is where that picture is. See? Lewis Witten. There's a bunch of, like, similar, like, definitely not brand. There's one shop that's called Googie. Or I think it's Googie or Koogie or something similar to that. That door we have to have the black card to get through. So now that we have the platinum card and we've taken that picture, now we have to run all the way back through the Poison Town so that the NPC who refused to talk to us will now actually talk to us. And when we get here, he'll be like, hey, I like made this coin and it's completely worthless, but I made it. So will you buy it from me for 100,000 Maka? And coincidentally, the person who has the black card wants to trade it for a silver coin. So once we have the silver coin, we can go and we can accept the quest to get the black card, and we can actually have the black card so we can do the quest. So while I'm running through Poison Room again, GK, take it away.
Poison, my favorite. Alrighty. So I just wanted to remind everyone, we are RPG Limit Break 2026, live from Denver, Colorado, raising money for National Alliance on Mental Illness, aka NAMI. In an effort to support the mission statement of NAMI, we'd like to encourage our viewers in chat and our donors to avoid using mental health-related pejoratives when describing situations that are extraordinary, such as crazy, insane, mental, nuts, bonkers, etc. Be mindful of the specific language you use, as many people do not realize that they can be pejoratives, and instead consider substituting them with words like amazing, ridiculous, wild, bananas. I'm particularly partial to absurd. We greatly appreciate your cooperation with this. We hope that you can carry this forward in your everyday lives. Yes, language is very important in how we talk about things like mental illness. So I have a question for you, actually, Freedom.
Yeah, what's up?
So what is it that like compelled you to run specifically the neutral ending of this game?
I mean, it's really the only category that like actually exists in this game. Like Law and Chaos, I've never had any routes done for them aside from like one dude who saw that there was an open New Game Plus board for Law and Chaos and decided to do like a random run of it so they could have a free world record. The only category that really has runners for this game is neutral, just because it's the just de facto ending that we go for. There is like a category for the white ending, which is the bad ending if you actually agree to destroy the universe or whatever. That basically became the I got tilted at my neutral ending speedrun and decided to end the run 2 hours early. That I also have world record in because I happened to get tilted at a run that still got there in under 5 hours. But aside from that, yeah, that's really neutral is just the category for this game. A lot of the time when it comes to Mega 10 speedruns, people like speedrunning what is either the fastest category or the most complete category, or ending rather. So like in the case of Nocturne, the most popular category is the Hard True Demon ending category, which is definitely the longest ending, but it also features a bunch of extra bosses and a cool super boss and a bunch of like extra content that's really fun. Whereas the other category that people run is the any percent category that just goes for the Musubi ending usually. Whereas like for Shin Megami Tensei 1, usually people run the Law ending because Law is the fastest ending in that game. Or with like Strange Journey, it's the same with like Chaos ending. Also, fun fact, there is a chance that I get into a Fiend here as soon as I reload. Fiends are a 1 in 256 chance to show up at any point, or at specific locations once you get back to Tokyo from the alternate Tokyos. Again, they're a 1 in 256 chance to show up, so very unlikely. To the point that, like I said, if I happen to run into a Fiend during this run, I will donate $100 because I'm that confident it's not going to happen. But I have ran into a Fiend during a run before, so it isn't not going to happen.
It isn't impossible. It's just incredibly unlikely.
Yeah, so the entire reason we had to do all of those quests was just to fight Dionysus here. There is a quest called The Great Drunkenness, where we need to get this like super special, awesome, magical wine called the Maenad's Wine in order to perform a ritual. And this ritual is the final quest of the Nozomi, is the final part of the Nozomi quest line. So in order to finish Nozomi's quest line, we have to get the Maenad's Wine. And we need to make sure that we turn in this quest. I'm going the absolute wrong way. You need to make sure that we turn in this this wine here when we get to Ueno. Otherwise, the final quest in the Nozomi chain will not spawn. And I know this because it's one of those things that every runner of this game at some point will not do that and then get to where we would do the quest. It's called Rebirth of the Lady is the name of the quest. We would get to Rebirth of the Lady, look for it in our menu and be like, huh, why isn't this in my quest list? What? And then inevitably someone will be like, oh yeah, you had to turn in the thing. So we will be making sure that when I go to Ueno here in about 20 seconds, that before I accept any quest from the list, because the quest is also in the Ueno association, before I accept any quest from Ueno, that I turn in the Maenad's Wine so that I can actually get Rebirth of the Lady and don't have to spend 3 minutes running back to Ueno to turn in the quest and pick up the following quest.
Yeah, and you can just kind of get a glimpse on why this is the worst part of the run. It's so much legwork and backtracking and get this and get that, and there's really nothing interesting going on. Like, there's maybe one interesting fight from now until we're done with all the mandatory side quests.
Yeah. For reference, my gold split for quest cleanup is like almost exactly an hour long. So it's quite a beefy chunk. Oh, by the way, we need to close the Save Kill Hunters incentive. Forgot to mention that. We're about to do the Hunter tournament.
Right now?
Yes.
Okay, so the incentive is currently, well, the winner is we are going to spare them.
Cool. So yeah, now we're going to be doing, it's a 2-part tournament called the Hunter Tournament. There's the prelims and there's the finals. Each of them has 4 battles with different hunters, and at the end of them, you're given the choice of whether to kill your opponent or to spare them. If we were not locked into our alignment and we were to be doing these quests earlier in the game, each option we pick would give us law or chaos points. Killing them gives you chaos points, and sparing them gives you law points. It's like 2 points each time, and there's 8 fights. So if you wanted to, you could do the fight. You could do this quest before cleanup as long as you like went 50-50 on them. Again, neutrality isn't about standing for something. It's about picking the exact or correct number of lawful and chaotic decisions that you somehow end up in the middle. So this is Hunter Tournament. Thanks to your generous donations, we will be sparing the Hunters. Also, the song that plays here is the SMT1 Ginza theme, and it is an amazing theme that you get to hear in between each of these fights. So Hunter Tournament, this is like literally your standard tournament arc. 4v4 battles, 1 Hunter, there are 3 demons. And we're just going to be doing these fights. Unfortunately, they always go first. So we will be getting pelted by damage in the meantime, which is kind of unfortunate. Do I hit the thing? Yeah, let's go. I hit the 15%. It was hard to tell. So yeah, we're going to spare him. Hey, you wuss, quit wasting my time.
I'm curious, which is faster for the speed run?
Sparing. It's because of the input. The down input's like slightly slower. I usually just go for kill because I think it's funnier, but it is technically more optimal to spare them every time, just to save the down input. So that's fight number 1. This is fight number 2. Thankfully, this quest was designed to be done like around the time you caught the Black Samurai, so we are actually quite over-leveled for these quests for once. Boo! All right, so this is Buzzsaw Sanya. I only know his name because for the longest time, I only saw the word Buzzsaw in his name. So I just referred to him exclusively as Buzzsaw Joe for about 3 years. Until someone's like, his name is Buzzsaw Sanya, right? And I was like, oh, that makes more sense. So yeah, this is Buzzsaw Joe, and all of these fights we're going to be healing off the damage that we took, and then the first 2 fights we were able to use Mazanma to save some MP. For these last few fights, we're going to be doing Concentrated Megidola. All right, so today Buzzsaw Joe gets to live. And then our final, the final fight of the prelims. Some of these demon some of these party compositions these hunters are running are very interesting. Like, Silky is a pretty okay demon. Dantalian's one of the best demons in the game. And then there's a Basilisk. Basilisk did used to be part of the speedrun route for this game like 7 years ago. All right, I'm gonna spare him. Ooh. So for beating that, we get the Showdown ticket, which will unlock the Finals quest. Now we are going to actually go to a new area of the Tokyo map. This part of the map only unlocks once you have escaped alternate Tokyo because it was previously being guarded by the Ashurikai. The Ashurikai have kind of completely fallen apart now that Tayama's dead. So we're going to be going to Shibuya here to accept quests. We've never actually been to the Shibuya Hunters Association before. So there is a bunch of quests that we need to grab. We also have used a lot of MP from that gauntlet there. So we'll be stopping by the association, healing, grabbing some new quests, and then we'll be making our way to the Bay area where there's a handful of quests that we need to complete and a few terminal fights. So while we're making our way over there, GK, now is your moment.
I heard the words Bay Area and I get nostalgic. That's where I'm from.
What's your blood?
Yeah, once again, we are at 382 out of 750 on those final boss animations. It's going to be a little over an hour left in the run to get your donations in for that. Once again, we are raising money for NAMI, National Alliance on Mental Illness, who they have focus on 3 main pillars, one of which is awareness, which they drive the national conversation around mental health from coast to coast and across all demographics, having appeared in major media more than any other mental health organization since 2021, with over 24,000 earned media articles in top-tier outlets, including NPR, CBS News, CNN, and the BBC. If you're interested in checking them out, you can go to their website, That would be nami.org.
Continuing to save load, I do have a Stoma Sword, so I could get rid of some of these encounters, but like there where it was a surprise, or where it was a surround attack, I just, even if I had hit one of them, I would have still gotten ambushed. Fun fact, even though you would think, oh, you have a Stoma Sword, you can go through most of the map scot-free now. For some reason, once you get out of alternate Tokyos, there is one enemy horde that is added to every single region of the map that is a level 50 Yakuza horde that we cannot remove. So even if I'm like running through like Ueno with a Stoma Sword, sometimes I'll just like get into a random fight and be really confused. Now we're in the Bay Area, though. Unfortunately, we can get into enemies. Some of them are scary. Yo, it's Gog Magog Gaming!
Gog Magog with Titania.
Gog Magog is a very important part of the SMT5 engine speedrun, and so Gog Magog Gaming has become just like a random thing we throw out when we see him.
Yeah, shoutouts to John.
Good old gaming, my good old gaming.
Mm-hmm. There are a couple encounters here that can absolutely murder us, though. If we see Fenrir, he will absolutely destroy us. Shax, which is a bird with which is like a bird thing, also kills us. Bodus is pretty scary. So ideally, we don't run into them and they don't go first. Oh, hey, there's like one enemy in this entire area you can actually remove, so I'm kind of surprised that I did that. The nice thing about this part of the run where we're just like running through here is that you do get to listen to the Tokyo theme for a while, which is really good.
Here goes.
And we're gaming again. Let's go.
So not really relevant to too much, but since we are in alignment lock, the only partner we can get is Isabeau, since she's the only one with us.
Yeah, there's some quest-related partners. Like for some of the Nozomi quests, we have her as a partner, or like the overcome the trial quest, or there's a quest later that will have another item in our inventory. But yeah, Isabeau will be our partner for every non-quest fight. All right, time for probably one of. Oh, I forgot to accept the quest. Time for one of the worst quests in the game. Where is it? Mysterious Story of Tenozu. All right, this is a gauntlet fight. There's 2 fights in a row. Both of them can kind of suck. This is one of those quests that is either like I win first try and I'm really happy, or we could be here for a while. So basically, we find that these people are worshiping this Red Knight who, thanks to Atlas localization during this period of time, refers to himself as Goes to Know. Also known in every other game as Gozu Tenno. So Red Knight here likes to inflict sick on you. He also likes to use a really, really fun ability called Carol Hit. We talked earlier about the lost status and the fact that it can eject a partner from a demon from the fight with a 4% chance on single target and 1% chance on AoE abilities. Carol Hit, I believe, is a 50% chance to automatically just yeet a party member out of the battle. Thankfully, he did not use it at all, and we were able to put up Tetrakarn every single turn. So that went pretty well. Now the Red Knight here eats these 2 dudes, as one does, and he transforms into Baal. So Baal here likes to just spam electric and force magic, and unfortunately, Neberos doesn't have very much HP and is kind of dead now. We're just going to Makara Karn every single turn. Thankfully, we did not get inflicted with sick from the last fight, so I'm not. So this fight should go fairly quickly before I start to worry about my resources running thin. If you have your damage half from the sick ailment, then this fight can start to get a little scary because Lorelei's MP is not infinite by any stretch. Oh, there's also a really fun glitch you can do in this fight that I didn't showcase. The ability Retaliate is bugged in this game and in 4 Apocalypse when paired with Auto Battle. So Retaliate is an ability that whenever an enemy, or whenever you're hit by a physical attack, you have a certain percentage chance to counter with a physical attack of your own. For some reason, if you were to use, if you were to auto battle an enemy, like say for example, Ouroboros smirked from repelling like that Mazanma or whatever that he used, or Mazandine, whatever. If Ouroboros were to smirk from that, and I were to be like, oh well, Ouroboros, doesn't need to do anything with her turn, so I'm just gonna auto to bonk for a little bit of extra damage, and then he were to use the ability Retaliate. For some reason, Ouroboros would get a second turn. And we don't know why, but glitches are fun. And that glitch does literally nothing. It's just like, sometimes I will forget that happens, and I'll just auto-battle, and then I'll be like, oh crap, Ouroboros has a second turn when I just wanted to pass. So this is the Tenozu shelter. Okay, we're good. Black Rider can spawn in that middle of that room. Black Rider is kind of a nasty fiend because he opens the fight by using Wastrel Beam, which halves your money, and he uses it like 6 times. The good news is that if you can kill him, you get like 600k Maka in sellables. Oh yeah, Terminal Guardian's back. Now he's dressed up as a knight. And he summons 2 Fusion Accident only demons and Kukulane. I think Kukulane's a special fusion, I could be wrong. But
I don't think so. He's not in 4A, but he could be in this for all I know. But I don't think he's special fusion.
Yeah. Oh no, because he's a Genma. I think he's a Genma. I think the dude in the middle is a Famed, and I can't remember if Krezhnik is a Famed or a Genma. All right. Again, a nice bit of EXP. We will have to come back to the Tenozu terminal, though, so that's why we're doing that fight there, even though it might... to the Tenozu terminal. So we are doing that fight there. There is one more terminal in Tokyo, and we will be going to it. It's the Toyosu terminal. We will be fighting that fight, like, literally right at the end of the game, or right after we do quest cleanup. To get out of the area that we have... To get out of the Toyosu area that we have to be in to finish up one of the quests. All right, I am like so far behind in my notes because I've been doing this whole thing from memory. And now we go to Kasumigaseki. So this is where I would this is where if I were to have forgotten to turn in the wine, that I would suddenly be very, very sad. Because we are about to accept the quest Rebirth of the Lady. And this is only unlocked if you've done the first 3 parts of the Nozomi quest line and the Great Drunkenness. Okay. So we have a couple of these fights that are like right next to each other. We have Rebirth of the Lady here, which is going to be at the St. Nicholas Cathedral. And then immediately after that, we're just going to go 1 building north to do the quest Demon Guarding the Shrine. And then immediately following that, we're going to go north and to the west a little bit to do the Hunter Tournament final. Saving before this fight, this is like one really, like this quest, if it goes well, will take like 5 seconds. There is a chance that the enemies in this quest will go first, though, and kill us. So here we find Nozomi. Basically, the fairies have gathered together here because they want to summon their queen, Black Maria, back to like lead them and to keep them safe and stuff. Because the fairies have kind of had it rough since demons have been everywhere. So Nozomi agrees to do the summoning ritual. Well, we fight a bunch of angels because the angels kind of don't want us to summon Black Maria. So this is a horde fight. Horde fights, as we know, are very susceptible to getting completely annihilated, the Megiddola. So concentrate, taunt Megiddola, go bird. And that's Rebirth of the Lady. And you get like a level's worth of EXP for doing that too, because that's a really high level quest. And now Nozomi successfully summons Black Maria. And Black Maria is like, you know, I love the fairies. I was originally their queen, because originally she was the goddess Danu before she got turned into Black Maria. And then she's like, but the people that, worship me need me and stuff. So you get to be queen of the fairies now. And so Nozomi becomes queen of the fairies. develops a taste for Gurren Lagann and Kamina glasses and a like for outdated vernacular and makes her way into For Apocalypse, where she becomes one of the party members.
Who the hell does she think she is?
Right? We also get pants for completing this quest, and these are like some of the best pants in the game. I guess we stole them from some angel. I don't know. Speaking of stealing pants from people, this next quest, we're also going to be stealing someone's pants. We're going to be fighting Okuninushi. This is Demon guarding the shrine. Apparently this shrine is super important, and Okuninushi is here, and people don't like Okuninushi, I guess, so they just called out a hit on him. And so we're gonna beat him up and steal his pants. There's like a whole joke behind this. In an older version of the route, we did this quest way earlier because the Bushi Tasagare pants that you get from him are actually really, really good. And so an earlier version of the route, again, this is 7 years ago at this point, would do this quest a lot earlier. And this actually used to be the exact halfway point in the game, was killing Okuninushi to steal his pants. And so I would jokingly refer to this fight as pants percent, because it's like, hey, we're halfway through the game, you know, it's a good stopping point. And so now it's just a whole thing where we're just, even though there's probably some important lore about this quest, it's just we're just bullying Okuninushi because we want to pants him. And we used to wear the pants for like the whole run until we got the White King, and now we literally just sell them. All right, here we have Hunter Tournament Finals. This quest can be a little bit of a nightmare because these are basically rated for almost the exact level that we are, and it's more enemies that are going first and can do some nasty stuff. So hopefully we make it through here first try, but we'll see. And again, we will be sparing these hunters and enjoying the jeers and jabs of the disappointed audience. And this is where we start seeing some really interesting party compositions, by the way. So this dude is like some guy with a tattoo, a pride worm, and Shemyaza.
The demon all the way on the far right its name is literally Tattooed Man.
Yeah, that is his name. He has a Jack Frost tattoo on his back that's Jack Frost flipping the bird that says "Go to Frozen." So we'll be sparing him. All right, so this guy's party comp is an Arachne, I forget, Skogsra? Oh, my heroes.
Skroska, yeah.
Yeah, and an Incubus. So unfortunately, I do actually really need my Neburos to be live, so I'm gonna stall a turn while I bring him back. He doesn't have the Makara card on him, which is a little unfortunate, but ideally it doesn't matter. Well, that's rude.
Nice.
That looked really funny. Just the 3 repels in a row. All right, now we revive you, and I punch Skogsra in the face for her insolence, and we summon Lorelei back and hope that she doesn't get owned.
Yeah, again, since Lorelei was out of the party before mirrors went up, she's not protected by mirrors coming back into the party.
Just gonna keep continuing to just slap these random enemies in the face.
And thankfully, we are smirking from them hitting into the repel, the mirrors, which does help.
Bro. All right, fine. We'll take that. We'll take the death. All right, that's how many now?
9, I think. 10.
10. Yeah, actually, I haven't died in a while. Huh?
Yeah, that was the first time in a while.
As a reminder to those just joining us, I'll be donating $2 for every death and $5 for every fusion accident that occurs during this run. Yeah, so we got $25 for charity.
Yeah. And we don't have too many more opportunities for fusion accent. We still have to make some of our endgame demons, but it's not too many more. I think it's like 5 fusions left.
Something like that. Rude. Okay.
Finally allowed to play the game.
I enjoy playing Shin Megami Tensei 4 for the Nintendo 3DS.
Yeah, unfortunately, since this is a gauntlet fight, if you have to redo fights past the first one, you have to redo all of them, which can make deaths in this part a particular pain.
Ooh. All right, I'm sorry I made fun of your party comp. Please have mercy. Thank you.
Nice.
All right. Boo. All right, this guy's party composition is great, though. You want to know why it's great? Because he has a bunny. Bunny!
Banui.
As is tradition, the bunny must die.
Yeah. Oh, the bunny is going to die.
Shoutouts to Strange Journey that has an entire quest revolving around this rabbit.
Yeah. All right. Ooh.
Boo, boo, I say.
All right, this next guy has the coolest name in all of these. His name is Godhand Hills. I also call him the chairman because dude brought his chair to the tournament. Okay, cool. Yeah, and he actually has a pretty decent party comp. It's very fizz heavy, which, you know, when you have an Eberos in your party isn't exactly the best thing for your continued survival, but, you know, he tried. I give Godhand Hills an A for effort. And because we're so nice, we'll let him live.
Boo. I'm kind of missing Buzzsaw Joe.
Right. I miss Buzzsaw Joe already. All right, and for doing that, not only is it required, we also get an accessory called the Hunter Crown. The Hunter Crown gives Flynn immunity, or excuse me, Mr. Atlas, immunity to specifically the panic ailment. This sounds oddly specific and maybe not like amazing, but it's actually like the best thing that we could possibly get as a reward from that quest. Because the panic ailment is really obnoxious. We're also going to grab it to the menu here. Put on the White King because it gives us a bunch of HP, and then we're going to put on the Hunter Crown. Because the next quest we're going to do actually does involve panic, and then the final boss of the game, his whole gimmick is that one of his abilities has a really high chance to inflict panic. So the Hunter's Crown is actually an amazing thing to get from doing that quest because it lets us cover that, lets us null that.
Yeah, we're also rapidly approaching the end here. I believe we have 2 quests left before we can move to the end game.
Yeah, so we're heading to Ikebukuro to do a quest called Multi-Demon Fusion, which is my other least favorite cleanup quest. Just because it's very random and we can die a bunch again, or it can take forever. We'll see. And then we have a really, really long quest called Tokyo Cosmos that in itself will probably take about 15 minutes. And then after that, we will we have to turn in the picture that we took like 3 hours ago.
Yeah.
And after that, we'll finally be done with cleanup.
Yeah, thankfully the last 2 dungeons of this game are not too long, especially since we know where we're going.
There it is.
Oh?
So this is part 2 of the like Cernunnos quest line. Basically, Cernunnos was doing all of the stuff he was doing because he wants to revive his friend, who's a terrifying demon of death and destruction and plagues and such. So we don't really want that to happen, so here we're going to be stopping him again. Here we're going to have 2 fights. The first fight is going to be with a Baphomet, who is kind of the contained version of that friend. And then after that, we're going to have the real fight. This Baphomet, though, is really annoying. The way this fight works with this Baphomet here, depending on who goes first. Okay, so he always prioritizes... Okay, yeah, this is why we needed the Null Panic. Baphomet, no matter what, will prioritize keeping you at negative attack. So as long as we are able to get our attack, to get our offense positive or neutral, he will focus on using Tarunda to put us at negative, or he'll just make a liar out of me and continue to use Panic Voice, which is also totally fine. Nice thing about Smirking, again, is that it mimics you having 3 Tarukajas, so even though we are only at +1, it is a nice boost to our damage. That's okay, I guess. One thing he can do, though, is he can use Mamudon, which would be not great. There he just used 2 Tarundas. Again, he really wants me to be at negative attack. We have put enough damage on him. Yeah, he's at red HP. I probably didn't even need this taunt. That we can just taunt to kill him. So that fight can be annoying. He also has Megidola, and I have no idea what causes him to use it. Just sometimes he just decides he wants you dead and die. This is a running theme, as you can tell. But yeah, so Cernunnos shows up and he's like, yo, get into the Demonica or whatever. Get in the mech, Shinji, and turn into a donkey. And so now we have a donkey. And so now we'll be fighting Cernunnos and Pales together. Their big gimmick that they like doing is they like using... they still continue to use Mamudon, because of course they do. But on top of that, they like debuffing you, and then they like inflicting you with the sick ailment, which, again, is already a problem. But then they use an ability called Death's Door. Death's Door as an ability is normally when it's used on you, it does 1 damage. It's 1 almighty damage. However, if you are sick, then Death's Door, instead of dealing 1 damage, will set you to 1 HP, or will do all but 1 of your HP in damage. So pretty bad. I would like to resummon Lorelei here and hope that bad things don't happen to me. Oh, nice. She got sick immediately as soon as she got summoned into my party. That's really cool. Thank you, game. I'm going to Makara Karn here. Actually, yeah, whatever. It's fine. That's why you Tetrakarn. There I was using Makara Karn because I didn't want to get Mamudoned again, but the game laughs at your hopes and dreams. In this case, I guess, because she just got punched in the face, so whatever. Unfortunately, because Flynn is sick, I am doing a lot less damage here. I would probably have won by this point otherwise. I'm going to remove the sick, and I'm going to put up another Makara Karn just to block the... You're very funny, game. An absolute comedian of the highest caliber. All right, Cernunnos is dead. That's good. We just need to take out Pales now, which is who is weak to fire. All right, we did it.
Nice.
It was slow, but we got there. All right, now we have 1 real quest left to do, and that is Tokyo Cosmos. The goal of this quest is we have to go around all of Tokyo and fight the 4 Devas who are in random locations scattered throughout Tokyo. And that means a lot of backtracking, a lot of walking. But first we have to do some fusions. We're going to buy some and discount 1 now because we actually have a bit of a leeway with that points. Buy a fusion booster 6 so we can fuse things that are 12 levels higher than us. And I'm actually going to leave Lorelei dead because I'm about to fuse her away, which it does mean that the accident rate is going to be a little higher, but hopefully it doesn't matter.
Yeah, surely not. So we're going to fuse Lorelei into Sarasvati, and then Sarasvati we're going to up-fuse into Perry. Perry's going to have both of our mirrors and an additional source of Bufudine. On top of that, we're going to up-fuse Ouroboros into Orochi. Orochi has a very high HP pool, and we're going to give it Healing Know-How and Tarukaja. So we're just a lot of support demons for MC here.
The other really nice thing about Orochi specifically is that Orochi nulls both fire and ice, which is very helpful for element coverage. Slice, Bufudine, Tetrakarn, and Makarakan. And then, yeah, so Ouroboros into Orochi. And Orochi is going to be one of our final party members. Megaton Press and Gram Slice with a Healing Know-How and Terrakaja. We already have Taunt, Bufudine. Yep. Cool. All right, so we have one of our final party members fused. To fuse the other two, we're going to actually need to get Masakato. Masakato, as a demon, is pretty mediocre, surprisingly, considering how much of the plot revolves around him right now. But he does have one amazing skill in the form of Enduring Soul. Enduring Soul, whenever you would die, you instead revive at full HP. And so we're going to be putting that on two of our demons. Here, I'm going to re-equip the Ice Earring because damage is good. We're also going to be swapping back to the first armor in the game, the Samurai outfit, because we really don't want to be weak to Force, and resisting Ice is also... I didn't mention this before. The Samurai outfit actually resists Ice in addition to being weak to Fire. And we really, really want Resist Ice because the final boss of the game has an Ice ability that can do a lot of damage, and so being able to have that is going to be really nice because we're not going to be Makara-Karning that fight. So we'll want to be able to mitigate damage that we take as much as possible from that. And again, we just don't want an open Force weakness anymore. It's kind of become too much of a liability at this point.
Yeah, and with the armor swaps we've done, Mr. Atlas is now the peak of fashion.
Oh, yeah. That should be enough MP for now. So the first, we accept the quest, but in order to actually start the quest, we have to come over here to this shrine, where this dude will explain the rules. Basically, we're going to be taking this Orb of the Heavens around the map, and it's similar to the candle from Overcoming the Trial, where every single turn that passes, the orb will lose some health. And basically, we just have to defeat the 4 Devas in combat before the orb breaks. This is, supposed to be kind of scary because if you're getting a bunch of random encounters that are taking a while, it'll kind of wear you down. But we're only going to be fighting the Devas, so we have more than enough time.
Got time for a couple quick donations?
Absolutely.
Alrighty, we have $100 from DeWolf that says, we must make anime, parentheses, shuns, real. We also have a $3.03 donation from Tio that says, hi.
Hi.
Hello.
Yeah, so that's all been going to the final boss animations for Shin Megami Tensei 4. We are getting really close to the ending boss here. We are at 486 out of 750 on that. We have been inching closer, but we still need about 264 to go on that. So not a lot of time left for that donation incentive. Please get your donations in for that. We are raising money for quite the wonderful cause here with Nami, and we would love to see those animations.
All right, so here we're fighting the first of the 4 Devas. This is Mario. The Devas are also coincidentally the Mario brothers, in case you were curious. So we saw Luigi earlier. He was in our party. This is Mario, a.k.a. Bishamonten. And he killed me. Nice. Oh, he didn't kill me. Never mind. I need to revive. I was gonna delay reviving and just heal at the association, but I do have another fight I have to do. Yeah, parries. This. I hope we all really, really like Challenge Quest Alpha because we're gonna be hearing it for a little bit.
Yeah, even though this quest is just taking down, well, 4 bosses, now 3, it really makes you run all over the Tokyo map to find them.
Good news, that was the penultimate poisonous swamp of the run.
Miyazaki must be crying.
Yeah. My Estoma sword, no. Actually, we'll have to re-up that. I'm just being lazy. All right, so we met Mario and Luigi, and we all know that the most important member of the Mario Bros is actually Blue Toad, so that's who we're fighting here. His actual name is Kamokuten, but he's Blue Toad. Karn. Blue Toad here is really good at booping himself with Tetrakarn, which is pretty nice. I did... Okay. Just in case I miss the kill here, I'm going to Tetrakarn, but I should be fine. Yeah, we're good. All right, 2 down, 2 to go. Thankfully, you are allowed to use warps during this quest. I ran into the... nope, I forgot to use a Stoma Sword. What is this? The consequences of my own actions?
Anything but that.
Yeah.
At least we got to see one of my favorite demons in this game, Culpa.
Oh yeah, Copa's cool.
They're just jamming out.
Oh, good news. You know that quest we accepted like 4 hours ago?
Yeah, we have to finally turn it in.
Yeah, we're finally going to turn it in.
And this is just the most convenient time to turn it in since we're already walking in this direction.
Yeah, this is the only time that we're leaving, or that we're entering Shinjuku this way after, since we have taken the picture. There was like leaving Shinjuku to get to the, to Midtown earlier, but it was just a little that far out of the way. Whereas here we can give the shelter photo and then take the elevator down. And we get a useless hat. The olive camouflage set is really good if you're going for a gun build, but we're not going for a gun build. If this is surprising information for you, then I don't know what speedrun you've been watching. But.
We could pivot.
Yeah.
Welcome.
All right, here I'm going to be selling these Shino rounds as well as a bunch of the other items.
What do you want to sell?
In order to finish out the run, I need
What do you want to sell?
about 100K
What do you want to sell?
for fusions.
sell?
So we're just gonna sell the Bushita Sagare, and we have plenty of money. And so I'm actually gonna buy more disc poisons though because
What do
I'm
you want
kind
to
of low.
buy?
Oh no, I'm not. What am I talking about? I'll buy more revival beads though because I'm kind of low.
Yeah, in order to gain access to the final dungeons, we do need Masakato in our party. So when we use him for fusion material, we're gonna need to buy him back. It's
Yeah.
kind of pricey.
Yeah, and with Compendium Discount 1, he still costs like 80K or something. So, and we're gonna be using him in fusion a couple of times. All right, sorry, I think he's like 46K, and so we buy him back twice. So yeah. So we heal there. The last two are kind of over in the Tanozu area. One is in the Tanozu area, and then one is in the Toyosu area that I mentioned earlier that you can get to most conveniently from Tanozu. It's really unfortunate that we have to fight the Devas in the order that we are fighting them, because this Deva is the easiest one. Also, Fiend check. Nope, no Fiend. We have to fight because the Deva that we are about to fight is the easiest of them all. And basically, after we kill the last Deva, we have to immediately go into fighting all 4 of them at once. And the one that we will be fighting last is kind of in the middle of the road as far as difficulty is concerned. But things can get really sketchy when you get to the fight against all of them, whereas this one's like a pretty free win. So yeah, so everyone say hi to Luigi. All right. Now everyone say bye to Luigi.
Mamma mia!
All right, and now we get to head over to Toyosu, where we'll be experiencing the final Poison Swamp in the game.
You know, in a weird way, I'm gonna miss him.
Sometimes I can still hear the poison ticking in my head.
Oh, nice.
Very cool. Hi, Fenrir. Bye, Fenrir. Also, Barbados. Bye, Barbados. I'll be polite. You ever just want to give Fenrir head pats? Like, I know he's like some horrifying dog of Ragnarok or something, but he's like kind of cute.
This is lightning doggo.
Also, there's a bridge there, by the way. I point out that bridge because there were many years of running this game that neither myself nor Coolzo knew that that bridge existed. And so we would go around the long way, which is like 30 seconds slower both times. And we didn't know that bridge existed until we were watching another runner of this game, Blue Imp, do a run for a marathon. And he took that bridge, and I was watching the marathon, and I was like, wait, there's a bridge there? It was like, yes, you didn't know this? And I was like, no, I've never seen that before. I was world record holder at the time of this revelation.
Shoutouts to Blue Imp.
Yeah, and then I told Coolzo that immediately. He was like, wait, what? There's a bridge there?
Yeah, they both had the same revelation. It was really funny to watch.
All right, so here we're fighting the final Mario brother, Wario. Wow, that was rude. All right. Remember when I said that Lost is a mechanic that exists? Yeah, that's what just happened. Perry just got ejected from the fight. Yeah, that's definitely a death.
We have $5 from Kiana that says, we can do it, chat. Even just $1 goes a long way in helping push the mission of Nami forward. And it gets us one step closer to seeing those final boss animations. We can do this, chat.
Woo! Woo! Yeah, remember when I said earlier that it would be really, really nice if we could do Jikoku-ten before, or sorry, this is Jikoku-ten. If we could do Zocho-ten earlier. Yeah, this is why. That was partially on me. I should have done a Karn there, but I was getting greedy. Before we do this fight, or before we push into the final phase of this fight, where you fight all 4 of the Motons at the same time, I do want to try to get all of my Tarukajas up, since it's considered the same fight. So I want to make sure that I have the damage output to OTK the fight. It's also very important that I do not use any Karns going into that fight, because for whatever reason, those are one of the those are one of like 3 or 4 fights in the game that's actually capable of reading shields. And I learned that the hard way the other day. Because normally you just blow them up or you deal with it and you're sad or whatever. Because like in this case, yeah, they're going to Lester Kenny's probably going to debilitate too. Yeah, that's fine.
I don't think we've talked about it because it's not a skill we really can get access to. But so Luster Candy increases all of your stats by 1. Debilitate does the opposite. It decreases all of the enemy stats by 1. So very powerful skills.
Yeah, we will have access to Debilitate for the end game. Because even though we've just been glass cannoning our way through the game, the final bosses have so much HP and like deal so much damage that we do need access to Debilitate to lower their damage, as well as just boosting the damage we do to them. Luster Candy is unfortunately just way too far out of the way to get. The like old routes of this game used to fuse Bishamonten for Luster Candy, and he's like a level 60 something demon, 64 demon, I think. And he's just very awkwardly placed fusion-wise, so it's not really accessible to us. And really, the only buff that we care about is Tarakaja. Why care about taking less damage when you can just do more damage? Yeah, so we'll be using Debilitate, and hopefully that will come into play and help us out a lot. But until then, I'm going to save here because I'm going to do a Fiend check, and this Fiend is Matador, and yeah. Fiend check.
Dang,
no Fiends.
He did not want to challenge you to a duel.
Nope. All right, so this is the final Terminal Guardian that we're going to fight. He's now a businessman, and he sends a whole he-horde at us.
Hee-ho! Hee-ho!
Hee-ho!
Hee-ho!
Unfortunately, for the He-Ho Brigade. They're a horde, so goodbye, He-Ho Brigade. Oh no.
You gotta be Jihoking.
You gotta be Jihoking. Shoutouts to King Frost and For Apocalypse, who says that when you kill him. All right, now that we have completed all of the quests, we have to go to the Hunters Association so that they can... This whole thing was like also a tournament arc within a tournament arc, because the leader of the Hunters Association was like, yeah, we should have, the world is really lacking in hope. We really should have a tournament to determine who the best hunter is, because whoever the best hunter is will really be the hope of all of Tokyo. You know what I'm saying? And so we win the tournament. We have completed the 18 mandatory side quests.
It's your
Oh,
pleasure.
we didn't complete the 18 quests. Wait, what am I missing? Shoot.
What are you missing?
If you've got business,
Oh, I know what I
it's open.
forgot.
We both see each other alive.
And it's an annoying one to get to. I forgot to give the picture to the woman.
Oh.
So I get to go back to Ginza. I wonder if it's faster to go to Ginza or Sumakasaki. If it's just for that, it's probably faster to go to Ginza.
Yeah.
So, you know that Lewis Witten picture that I took like an hour ago? So it's still in my inventory. I was so focused on the fact that I didn't forget to get Rebirth of the Lady that I forgot to turn in the other quest. Oh, good. Thankfully, this one's not too bad. It's not like I forgot a whole thing.
Yeah.
Hi, I have your picture. Wowie. All right, we did it. We did the thing. Now we should be we should have won the tournament now.
Yeah, now we get to start the very awkwardly funny segment where we get to go around most of the places we've been and have people just absolutely fall in love with us.
Yeah, now that we have become the hope of Tokyo, once I actually talked to the association dude, we have to collect the hopes and dreams of the people of Tokyo so that we can feed them to our eldritch nightmare friend, as one does.
We have 11 and 11 from Furried Skin that just says, the devs worked so hard on these animations. It would be a shame to not see them.
All right?
Also have $5 from Pork Back Fat that says, Masakato once bought me a sandwich. What a cool guy.
All right, there we go. Now we get to go to a bunch of different towns in Tokyo and have people admire how cool we are. I believe I already healed,
It's
so.
open. We both see each
Then
other
they're
alive
alive
again.
again. So we get to see a bunch of these scenes where someone's like, wait, is that Mr. Atlas? Quick, everyone, he's here. And they're like, oh my gosh, you're so cool. Wow.
And then people just start cheering in the streets for us. And Isabel was like, wow, you're really popular.
I'd make a John Atlas joke, but this game already has a Jonathan. That's kind of the problem.
Every Megami has its Tensei, as John SMT.
Shoutouts to John.
Oh my goodness, it's him! Wow! Oh my gosh, I know him!
And this is another segment of the game where if you just listen to the background vocals, they can be really hilarious.
Shoutouts to once again to early 2010s Atlas localization, where when we go to Ikebukuro here, the NPC that greets us is like a stereotypical Asian massage lady. Like broken English and everything. It's like, what? Also, for some reason, there's people in Ikebukuro. Like, Ikebukuro was abandoned, and now there's just like randomly people here. It's because we brought hope back to
Yeah.
All right. So, joke's on all of you. You thought I was just rocking a Hawaiian shirt this entire time. I've been secretly cosplaying a character from this video game the entire time. and you never realized it. Right there. Second dude on the left. That's me.
The long con.
Yeah, unfortunately, we couldn't get the prop weapon cleared through TSA.
Yeah, it turns out bringing a harpoon into an event probably isn't as recommended as one would hope. But
Yeah, I don't think they would P-spawn that exactly.
But yeah, so that NPC, the story behind why I enjoy that NPC so much. If you notice, every single character in this game is wearing very, very heavy winter clothing. Reason being, Tokyo hasn't seen the sun in 25 years. It's really cold. And then you have that dude who's rocking a Hawaiian shirt and khaki shorts, rocking a harpoon.
He's ready to go to the beach, the non-existent beach.
And he's basically me, because like I'm totally that dude. Like I didn't bring a pair of shorts with me to Denver, and it was like 40 degrees earlier in the week. So yeah, that's why I'm that guy. Also, Masakato ate the hopes and dreams of all of Tokyo. Congratulations. However, he can't remove the dome because the demon lord Lucifer and the lord's chariot Merkaba have appeared, and their powers are basically stopping Masakato from being able to do his job. So now we have to go kill the final boss of the Chaos ending and the final boss of the Law ending. We are now approaching the end game. We have like somewhere like 45 minutes left in the run, I think. So we'll be a little over it, but it's fine. But first of all, because we're kind of going to remove the dome over Tokyo, and there's kind of an entire civilization of people living up there, before we do anything else, we're actually going to go to Mikado first in order to allow Isabeau to be able to evacuate the inhabitants. So first, we're going to go to what would be the final dungeon in the Chaos route, which is basically the angels have put up a barrier to prevent any unclean ones from accessing Tokyo, and that barrier takes the form of Purgatorium.
A fun little anecdote about Purgatorium. So we've talked about the sister game for this game a lot, Shin Megami Tensei 4 Apocalypse. Almost all of the dungeons make an appearance in 4A in some capacity, or at least you can go to that area at some point during the game. This is the only dungeon exclusive to just this game.
Yeah, and this is a cool dungeon. It has like it has its pros and its cons. Pros, it looks really cool, and the gimmick is kind of neat. Cons, remember when I mentioned invisible enemies earlier? If you thought it was really hard to see enemies in Reverse Hills, the enemies are basically invisible here. So with this area, each of these doors has a mini boss behind it.
I'm detecting a...
I speak unto the filth.
And they speak unto the filth. So each of these doors has a mini boss behind it. In between each gauntlet of mini bosses, we have basically a gravity maze that we have to solve. And so we have to go through a couple sets of these. Let's see, this one is the one that is weak to Boggy. Yep. So this is Kazfiel, or as I lovingly refer to him as Kazfail, because he's bad at his job of fighting us. Case in point. Goodbye, Kazfail. And doing these fights gives us a bunch of EXP, which is good because we do need to get a couple more levels to get Fusion Booster 7, which is the final Fusion Booster. It raises the cap on fusions by 14. And also we just need to be a high enough level so that we can fuse our final party. Rah.
Rah.
She's just doing her best impression of that one song from the Prince of Egypt. By the power of Ra. Oh.
Yeah, did you see that enemy? Because I didn't see that enemy.
It's okay, because Neburos is cool and Null's Fizz and has no HP, so things like to try to slap him. Also, shoutouts to ACL, who's just a very funny, demon. He looks like he's basically like a lurk emote, which coincidentally, Daynava, who is a runner of Shin Megami Tensei Nocturne, actually has ACL as his lurk emote.
I'm detecting a...
I can't help but laugh every time I see the wheel demons, especially Throne.
Throne.
Yeah, like in Nocturne, it's just kind of funny just watching their idle animation of them just like spinning around. Like that's a torture device. It's just nonchalantly just rotating.
Oh yeah, they're having such a good time with it too, which is just so funny. They're just like, wee! So we have a horde, and we know what that means. Hard fight. I enjoy that I'm getting Mahama stones as drops from these fights, because that's like the most useless thing you could possibly get in the area filled with law demons. In the final dungeon where everything you fight is probably going to be immune to insta-kills. Yeah, I saw that one. The circle pad of this 3DS just fell off. It's fine.
We'll fix it. Thankfully, there's not much of the run left. We'll fix it later.
The rubber casing of the circle pad just fell off the 3DS. I would like to thank Keanu Lookalike for lending me this 3DS with a capture card. This run is only possible because of him, so thank you, Keanu, and I'm sorry for breaking your 3DS.
Yeah, so this is the main gimmick of Purgatorium. You step into the light pillars and they'll send you up onto the ceiling, and then if you step into the game, they'll send you down back onto the floor. And it's just a very big headache to try to navigate this place. Thankfully,
Right first.
we know exactly where to go.
There's that last section had 4 angels. This one, or had 2 angels. This one has 4, and I was trying to remember which order I fight them in. I fight this one first. So the next fight is Azrael, and Azrael is a really interesting design. I want you to tell me which of Azrael's faces is actually Azrael. You'll see what I mean in a second.
I speak unto the filth.
So which one is Azrael? The one on the stick?
Skull.
I think I'm going with the one on the stick too, actually. So Azrael is a fight that exists in this game. Unfortunately for Azrael, he's weak to ice, and if you haven't noticed by this point, we kind of have a lot of ice damage. Yeah, bye Azrael. I do like the facial hair on the stomach face, though. Or would that just be body hair?
I think it's still facial hair.
Maybe just very well-groomed chest hair.
Yeah.
That sounds like one of those weird philosophy conundrums that you ask.
All right. We'll be doing our final fusion chain here.
Yeah, so we talked about how one of the reasons that makes Nibiru so good is Nibiru's Null's physical. The next demon we're going to make, Rongda, repels physical, and this includes both physical attacks and gun attacks.
Oh! All right, Rangda. Replace Binding Claw, Myriad Arrows with both Karns. The other nice thing about Rangda is that Rangda naturally has Debilitate, so we can debilitate things now. And then because I fused with Masakado, she has Enduring Soul, so basically she exists twice. And then, whoops, we will be bringing Neburos into Dominion.
Yeah, so now we're going to make Dominion, who's going to be our intermediate to our actual final, one of our final party members, and that's Murmur. Murmur as an ally does not him as a boss does not do him justice as him as an ally. Murmur reflects both wind and electric. So in terms of defense, we're pretty widely covered for what enemies in the late game can throw at us.
Yeah, and he is only weak to fire, but we have Orochi who nulls fire. So we have full element coverage just between like Orochi and Murmur. And then we have physical coverage from Rangda as well as some elemental coverage. And that's our full party. I need to buy a Masakato from the Demon Compendium.
Cathedral, are you sure?
Okay, we're good.
Yeah, we still need Masakato. You need Masakato to get both into Purgatorium and the next dungeon, which is Lucifer's Castle. Which
We have $50 from Dolph that says, I'd like to put this towards buy Keanu a circle pad incentive. Just a very quick update on that. We are up to 557 out of 750, so only 200 more to go, chat, but we have less than 30 more minutes left to go for that, so not a lot of time left. Get your down oceans in. We are coming up against the wire here.
I speak unto the filth.
Do you think they're speaking into the filth?
Maybe. I think if I heard it one more time, I could get a good idea.
That's it. Yeah, so now we have Skogsra. Skogsra is like... In SMT5, Skogsra has like one of the creepiest like damage animations I've seen in the entire game.
Yeah, he like whenever you hit him, he like contorts his body. It's very off-putting to watch.
But here we just hit him with Megidola and we don't have to see any of that. Also, I need to remember, this is something I've been testing in preparation for the marathon. The one downside of Murmur is that he doesn't have all that much HP. Like, he is just slightly less than everyone else. And unfortunately, that just, like, slightly less ends up being enough so that if the final boss uses an ability 3 times in a row, a specific ability 3 times in a row, he just dies. And so I've been experimenting with this idea of giving him this light grimoire and a heavy grimoire later to hopefully boost his level enough so that he can actually survive. This is like the second run that I'm doing this, so I don't know how worth it is, but we're going to believe that it will make the difference, and I will be proud of myself for being an absolute genius.
Filth that has strayed.
So these ones don't repeat the same dialogue. So this is Seraph. This is actually kind of the most interesting boss in the game, in that it's a barrier swap boss. So the first turn of each of Seraph's turns, they will use an ability called Light Wing, which will generate a shield of a certain color. That time it's green. And they will repel every attack that is of not that color. So we hit with force, breaks the shield. Now you can hit them with whatever. In between each of these turns, we are going to be using Debilitate to just overall weaken their damage, because Seraph can output quite a bit of damage. And we are going to be very careful not to use any shields during this fight. This is one of like 3 fights in the game that can read shields. And if you use any Karns on this fight, Seraph will retaliate by spamming Megidoleon. It might just be Megidola, but Seraph will kill you. Yeah, it will retaliate with Megidoleon, and you will die. So we're being very careful not to use Karns out of habit. We really, the worst thing that Seraph can use here is green, which is why Seraph keeps spamming green. Because in terms of damage output, our preference, the best one would be if Seraph used an Ice Shield, because we have Bufudyne and it's boosted with the Ice Earring. Fire would be okay, because we still have Agidyne. Electric is not ideal because we just have Zionga for it. However, in these games, single target damage is stronger than AoE damage. That's like kind of the way that they balance that out. So Mazanma is actually the weakest of the abilities that he could be that we could be throwing at it, unfortunately. So of course that means we got that every turn. I elect Pleroma. I elect Pleroma. Bye elect Pleroma.
Yeah, it's kind of bizarre. SMT games, this one in particular doesn't have many puzzle bosses. Seraph is like the only one in this game, if you don't count the 2 final bosses who...
Those are more just straight up fights.
Yeah.
The only like puzzle boss really is Omoikane, and that's just a can you kill me in 1 turn.
Yeah, it's something that you could probably figure out fairly quickly. Where here, like you get to this boss, and it may take someone a few tries to realize what's happening when Seraph uses Lightwing.
Yeah, it's like mildly counterintuitive because you have to hit them with the same color that they put up when you would think like, oh, it's a shield. I should hit them with like
Anything else?
either anything else or the opposite color. Like if you put up a green shield, you should hit it with electricity.
I speak unto the filth.
I speak unto the filth. So this is Aniel, who used to be known as Haniel, and I think Haniel's probably a better name. He is the patron angel saint of hair gel and hair product, as you can tell by his very spiky do. Yep.
Yeah, I believe a little lore thing with all of the angels here is the more wings they have, the higher up they are on the totem pole.
I think so, something like that.
It's something like that.
Let's go, Orochi! All right, so that is the final mini boss. So the next fight we'll be doing will be Merkaba, who is the chariot. No.
Yeah, so we touched upon this after we dealt with the whites. This game kind of intends you to play through all three endings to get the full picture on what's happening here. And something that you only see in the Law and Chaos endings respectively is how Merkaba and how Lucifer actually came to be.
Yeah, at least for like Merkaba, it's easy enough to just assume, oh, Jonathan merged with the Seraphim. Lucifer is a lot less obvious of just like suddenly Walter turns into Lucifer and you're like, what?
Yeah.
We have $25 from Code Gorilla with no comment, but he did put some of that towards the final boss animations. We're now up to 577 out of 750.
Come on, let's see that. You don't have a whole lot of time left, but we can definitely make it. We do have another dungeon after this one, but that dungeon is very, very short. So,
yeah, this dungeon was long in the sense that we had to fight 6 different things to get to the end. I believe there's 2 fights you have to do in Lucifer's castle before you actually get to fight Lucifer.
Left, yeah. Yeah, there's 2 fights in a very short walking segment. Lucifer's castle is less than half the length of Purgatorium. I think the entirety of Lucifer's castle is like less than 10 minutes. Not counting the actual fight. Here, there's a luck incense that we can use for a full heal. And we are at the gates of Paradiso. So on the right, there's another chakra pot, which you might as well pick up because I've had to use a couple of them. All right, and if you were in chaos, if you were on the chaos path, this would be your final boss. So let's luck you, and then let's just throw the Stex incense on the Rangda to top you up, and then chakra drop Orochi.
I'm a big fan of the first phase, the music of the first phase of this boss.
I like both phases. I think I like the second phase more, but I'm going to pick that circle pad up off the floor so I don't step on it.
I think you can get like super glue at Walmart or something for it.
Yeah, probably. All right, so yeah, Jonathan has mega merged or fusion danced, whatever terminology you like to use, with the 4 Seraphim to become God's chariot, Merkaba. And this, in my opinion, is the harder of the 2 final bosses. Basically, he just really likes to buff himself. All right, so we want to get him down to keep him at -2. We can't -3 Merkaba because in response to being put at -3, Merkaba will use Dacunda, which would be very bad. Okay, good. We do have a good turn order. So I'm going to set up a concentrate. We will use Makarakarn once I start doing damage to Merkaba. When Merkaba's at full HP, he only uses Almighty damage. And that was, I believe, that was a Luster Candy and a something else. So I'm going to kill. Chariot is Merkaba's like signature Almighty move, and it has the very obnoxious quirk that whenever he hits you with Chariot, you have your accuracy and your evasion lowered by 1 stage. Which thankfully Tsukakaja in this game is absolutely terrible, so it doesn't matter all that much, but sometimes if it lands enough, it starts to kind of be a problem. Here we have the dialogue. We're like, yeah, I'm helping the people of Tokyo, and then we get some buffs, which is cool. Here he uses Deadly. That's not great. So I was really hoping he was going to hit one of my party members with Deadly Wind so I could repel a lot of damage back. Instead, he killed Isabeau because he's the absolute worst. Let's see. He used a concentrate, so I need to Makarakarn here, but I also want to be at full HP in case I get hit in the face with a Chariot. I don't think he uses Charged Chariot, but I also don't want to be proven wrong right now because that would just kill me. He did
definitely
use Charged Chariot. Nice. Okay, cool. This is now really scary. I think I just kill him this turn. He has about 6,500 HP. Okay, yeah, we're good. So I'm going to send it because I'm going to use a Bead of Life at the start of the next phase. So I'm just going to use a Terakaja here, and I'm going to go for the kill. Yeah, okay, cool. All right, this phase 1 down.
Real quick, we got $25 from Kiana. It says, final push chat, let's do it. We got $33 from Combomb Meow. It says, time for the final push, late night RPG LB crew. Let's get that incentive met to cap this fantastic run. We got $25 from Big Daryl 1986. It says, I can't let Code Gorilla show me up. So here's $25 for the final boss animation. Sorry, Keanu, that circle pad will have to wait. And we are at $660, less than 100 to go on that incentive there. So get your final donations in chat. It's single-digit minutes left, approximately.
Yeah, like 15, but like definitely get it in now.
Close enough.
All right, this is Merkaba Phase 2. In Phase 2, Merkaba gets access to an ability called Shout Not Resist, which is an... Oh, that's really annoying that you're going when you're going. Gets access to an ability called Shout Not Resist, which hits 2 random targets. Sometimes it can be the same target. For almighty damage, and each hit that it lands will be a 1 stack of a defense debuff. So ideally, usually the first turn is just using Shout Not Resist 3 times.
How about this?
Ideally, it doesn't do exactly what it just did right there and hit the same person like 5 times. This is quietly accept. So this prompt is kind of irritating. So there we did quietly accept for the prompt, and that puts Flynn at full buffs. Also, I misspoke earlier when I said that you can't fully debuff Merkaba. You can't fully debuff Merkaba. You can't fully buff against Merkaba. And the problem is, the game just fully buffed us, so now Merkaba is just going to immediately Dakaja us. Actually is going to try to hit me with something in this. That's cool too. Usually Merkaba just immediately punishes your buffs, but hey, if you're gonna let me be +3, I'm not gonna. If your AI is just gonna randomly brick on me, then who am I to not take advantage of this this opportunity? Also, it's not really worth using Makarakarn against this phase of Merkaba. It does still have access to like Thunder Rain and Deadly Wind, but there's so many other abilities that Merkaba has access to that it's just not worth it to do. All right, we're at HP. What are we looking like? Okay, you did Dakaja me that time. I'm going to pass. Rangda's Enduring Soul popped, but that's fine. I still have it on Murmur and everyone else is at pretty good HP. I'm just gonna... Okay.
Take this.
Aw. I was really, really hoping that Isabeau was gonna get the final hit because he was at red HP. Which has happened numerous times, because it just sometimes works out that you do exactly enough damage that... Oh, dang it. Let's go, Isabeau!
She did it!
And speaking of did it, we just got a $90 donation from Jeanot that says, Keanu and the others, we did it.
Hey, let's go!
So we got that incentive met. Thank you everybody so much for raising $750 for the National Alliance on Mental Illness to get those animations shown.
All right, we will be playing animations against Lucifer. Oh yeah, spoilers, the final boss is Lucifer. We're playing an SMT game. It's like a 50-50 chance of it, whether it's Lucifer or God, so.
And in some games, both.
Yeah, sometimes it's both. All right, so we made it. We dissolved Purgatorium because the entity preserving it no longer exists. So now we are unfortunately going to part ways with the best girl in all of SMT, who is so amazing that she kills the final boss for us, because she's gonna go evacuate the citizens of Mikado while we have to go deal with Lucifer on our own.
I just noticed the bagpipes playing the songs of my people.
So we have access to Mikado again, which means we can rest at the barracks for a free heal, which is really nice, because the nearest terminal, or the nearest heal point otherwise would be super far out of the way. Because the Shibuya terminal is on the opposite side of Shibuya from the warp point, and which is also on the opposite side from the exit. Shibuya specifically is very obnoxiously laid out. The terminal is very far away from the entrance. To the point that if you're going from Shibuya to Shinjuku, it is actually faster to walk from Shinjuku to wherever you are around Shibuya than it would be to walk into Shibuya, then warp to Shinjuku. This will become relevant here in about 15 minutes. Because once we beat Lucifer, that will not actually be the end of the run. We have to go back to the Cafe Florida in order to actually beat the game once we've defeated the final boss. And so in order to get back there, we actually are going to walk all the way to Shinjuku rather than warping through Shibuya. Also, this is why I had to rebuy Masakado, because you couldn't get through this door otherwise. So it wouldn't have been that big of a time loss. I would have just felt very silly if I would have touched that door and nothing would have happened.
Yeah, it's not that big of a deal in the grand scheme of the run.
All right, and this is the final dungeon of the game. That would be the Law final dungeon, but Lamau Law alignment. This is not Lucifer's Palace, Lucifer Palace. So the way Lucifer Palace works is there's a bunch of these doors, and going through each door kind of changes the room state slightly, even though the room looks basically identical. And you have to change the room state into a way that one of the doors becomes a boss door. So here we're going to go through the first door on the right on the upper level, and then we're going to loop back around to the top right, and that's going to, the second door now will be the door that will take us to a boss fight.
Yeah, if that was confusing to you, just think of it as another teleport maze in this game.
Yeah, it's a teleport maze, except all of the rooms look the exact same.
Yeah.
So here we have the first boss. This is, I think it's supposed to be pronounced Lucifuge. I like saying Lucifudge because it makes me hungry.
I have not met one person who has not called him Lucifudge.
The other thing about Lucifudge here is close book, open book, close book, open book, close book, open book, close book, open book. The most impressive thing about this fight is that he's able to open and close the book to the same page every single time. Gonna Makara Karn here. He uses gun skills and force skills, so we're just gonna Makara Karn there, and then we're gonna Bufudine him, and then he should just bonk himself if he does Mazandine. He didn't quite bonk himself, but he's pretty close. Yeah, Lucifage is like no HP. So I think he has like 3,500 or something ridiculous.
That has been a common theme with bosses in this game. Some bosses in this game do not have enough HP to survive the sheer damage output you can, like, even casually get in this game.
As a friendly reminder, Minotaur had 2,706 HP, and that guy had like 3,500 or something. I'm going to use that Heavy Grimoire on Murmur to give him another level up. Okay, so this, you just take the first door on the right, and then you go back to the ground floor and take the west door, and that'll give us the next boss. One of the quote fun things with running this game is seeing your IGT every time you save and load, and imagine what the run would be like if you didn't die 50 times.
What's your like PB in terms of lowest number of deaths in like a good run?
I don't remember. I know for a long time the world record had 8 deaths. I don't remember if my run has more or less than that.
That sounds so SMT.
Yeah, unfortunately, dying in this game is too common of an occurrence to actually have a deathless run.
Yeah, so this is Belial. Belial is one of the other few gimmick fights in the game. His gimmick is you're not allowed to buff or debuff, or he'll use Diarahan to reset the fight. However, we are allowed to use Tetrakarn and Makarakarn, and so we're just gonna kill him in 3 turns anyway. He can use Spirit Drain, which is really annoying, like that, and that. Please don't do it again. Also, this game has a really awkwardly long delay. If you like try to auto battle after Spirit Drain, the game just like hangs for an extra like 3 or 4 seconds. It's so weird.
Yeah, that's an issue in this game and in SMT4A too.
All right, so we hit him here, and then nice. All right. So you know how I said we're not allowed to use buffs and debuffs? Well, we're actually going to say forget that, and we're actually going to debilitate and taunt him and then kill him. I don't think you technically have to. You, I think in a damage range are able to just kill him, but BM is fun. And that's Belial down. All right, one more fight, and that's Lucifer. And we will be playing out the attack animation, so you'll get to see what the game looks like when you don't just skip every animation. And I'm saying it out loud so that I don't forget and just muscle memory auto battle for the whole fight. All right. Also, like I said before, Lucifer likes to spam an ability that can inflict panic. So we do have to remove the Ice Earring for the Hunter Crown. So our DPS is going to be a little bit lower for the Lucifer fight. Which is also kind of unfortunate because Lucifer does have more HP than Merkaba. Merkaba, in both of his phases, I believe, had something like 6,500, whereas I think both Lucifer phases have about 8,000. This is counteracted by the fact that Merkaba does a lot more really scary stuff that can debuff you into oblivion and cause problems. We didn't see it in the fight, thankfully, because we got through Phase 2 pretty quickly, but in Merkaba Phase 2, when he gets to somewhat low HP, he gets access to an ability called Hexagram, and Hexagram just immediately insta-kills one of your demons. And sometimes, if he's feeling really spicy that day, he'll just do it twice in a turn, and then you cry. Which has not happened to me in a long time. It happened to me once on a PB-paced run, and it was pretty upsetting. I think I still PB'd that run, but it was like, it lost like 5 minutes to Merkaba, and it was like...
Yeah, and we're already at the end of the dungeon. Like, this dungeon is so quick compared to Purgatorium.
Yeah. Oh, this is a... Oh, no, never mind, it's Beat of Life. I thought it was a Great Chakra first man. Okay, we have the Strength Incense that I can give to Snek here. Everyone else leveled up, so we don't have to worry about that. And it is time for the final boss, Demon Lord Lucifer.
Yeah, so we've been skipping animations thus far in the run to save a bunch of time, and since we're going to be playing all the animations for this final fight, you'll actually get to see how much slower fights are when you don't skip them.
So yeah, Walter shows up and he's like, "Don't do it, man. Once I begin to morb, there's no going back." And then he morbs all over the place and becomes the Demon Lord Lucifer.
Classic line. Brought a tear to my eye, actually.
So this is Lucifer. If you thought he was an alien, you would not be remiss in thinking that, because that's definitely what he looks like. But yeah, Lucifer, we're going to Tetrakarn every single turn because he has Hades Blast and a couple of other really strong physical skills. We're going to debuff him to -2. If we were to put him at -3, then he would be able... Oh, don't do that. I caught it. We're good. So Evil Shine, it's almighty damage with also the ability to inflict panic. This is why we need to be protected from panic on everyone. Hades Blast is really good. You want to see him use Hades Blast a lot, and Evil Shine, like, never. Okay, let's see. I have to do multiple... yes, I'm going to touch your turn with you. I do have a stack of Bead Chains. Bead Chains are an item that restore all of your party's HP. I have a stack of them from just accumulating them, and Orochi does have healing know-how, so we're going to use that. Not press the R button. Shoutouts to Myriad Arrows. Myriad Arrows is actually one of my favorite abilities in the game, and we just kind of wound on him for using it. All right, he's at -2, so I don't want to debuff him anymore so he doesn't Kaja me. Everyone's at full HP, which is good. I'm going to have you slap Lucifer. Very
That's
good.
good.
Yeah. Well, it was a smirk, so. And then I'm going to Agidine you because I don't have anything better to do. Also, he's at low HP, so if he does the Fizz skill... Oh, he's going to dialogue me. People of Tokyo. Full heal, nice. Okay, Glacial Blast... Ow. Glacial Blast is the reason why we want the Samurai armor on Flynn, or on Mr. Atlas, because it's 1 to 4 hits of moderate ice damage. Unlike Ice Breath, Glacial Blast actually really hurts. So we want to be resistant to ice. We also have Orochi in our party to block it if it happens to hit him. But it is nice to just make sure that MC doesn't get one-tapped by a quad-hit Glacial Blast. Oh, so we beat Lucifer, and you may have noticed that he had a giant tumor on his arm. He's actually now going to produce offspring from his arm tumor, and it's a demon alien form of Walter. You can tell from the bandana. On the plus side, though, the rest of the design looks really, really cool.
Yeah. That was a banger.
Oh yeah, this track is great. So yeah, this is the final phase of Lucifer. Let's see. Let's Debbie. Still want to Tetrakarn every single turn, and then I'm going to use that because I have like 2 beads of life, so I'm going to just toss one here because whatever, it's fine. Toss that, and then we will. I'm going to actually prioritize getting 2 Debbies up on him here. Kingly One. Kingly One just tries to puts a demon back in your stock because screw you. The really funny thing about Kingly One is that he can actually target the main character with Kingly One and it will miss because you can't put a human back into the stock. And it will actually cause him to lose press turns as a result, which is really funny. Tetrakarn. Our Tarakaj is up, and we can start doing damage next turn. Thank you for hitting Orochi. Orochi's smirking, so that should miss. What we really don't want to see him do is use Evil Shine 3 times in a row, because if he does, it will kill Murmur. And Murmur does have Enduring Soul, so he can do that once. But if he decides to do it a second time, then we're in trouble. All right, let's just smack him. All right. Boop. Apparently, Orochi and Lucifer are engaged in a slap fight for the ages. So here we're going to stare back at him calmly. We get a full heal, and we get 2 additional half-press turns. So this is our opportunity to do a lot of really big damage. I'm going to do this Tetrakarn here. I'm going to have you pass. I'm going to have Orochi bite him. I think Orochi's winning. For 2k. This is a half turn. I guess I'll just toss an Agidine. Why not? Tarakaja. +2, right? Yeah. All right, and we should. He's a little over halfway gone now. Glacial Blast is good, especially when a single hits. Oh.
A battle for the ages.
Who will win? The Demon Lord of Chaos or one snaky boy? This is like not insignificant. Orochi's done like over 1,000 damage.
I think it's almost 500 a hit.
Yeah, he's done all. Yeah, he's done An actually sizable amount of damage. Oh, and then ranked to killed.
Whatever.
That might be the stupidest Lucifer fight ever. So we did it. We beat Lucifer.
We beat Lucifer.
RNG. Oh, goodness gracious, this video game. Shin Megami Tensei is the gift that keeps on giving. That's why I've ran these games for like 6 years. That's so funny. All right, so we get the Great Spirit of Spite, I think is what it's called. For some reason, Merkaba's is the Great Spirit of Goodwill when there's literally nothing good about Merkaba's will. And now we get to walk back to Shinjuku now. This is a part of the run that I lovingly refer to as the Freedom Walk, just solely because I was the one that found out it's faster to walk back to Shinjuku than it is to warp. So I'm gonna save because it is possible to die and have to refight Lucifer.
That is exceptional evil from Atlas. I'm impressed, and I've known this company for 20 years.
I've only seen it happen once, and it was unfortunately to Pink Pajamas. But good news is it was when he was testing a route and not when he was actually doing a run. I've had a few close calls though, because you do have like Ouroboros in here who can just like Megidola you, and even though we like very much out level Ouroboros, Megidola still really hurts. Oh, also we're in Camp Ichigaya again, so let's hear it for Camp Ichigaya.
I think this is the 5th time?
4th if you're counting like when us stepping in here for 5 seconds is often, is it?
Just thank you again to everyone who donated to get those animations on that fight.
It made it so much more worth it to know that him and Orochi were having a slap fight. That made it so much better.
That was worth it.
Because without that, I would have been just like, oh, he keeps hitting my car and it's awesome. But no, now I know it specifically was just like beefing with Orochi, which is so funny. All right, so the grand total for this run was 11 deaths, 1 fusion accident. So that gives us $27 for Nami, thanks to SMT for trolling me. Also a Mothman.
Yeah.
Mothman.
I would say that is an immaculate Mothman. Shoutouts to Mothman. He's the mascot of the SMT speedrunning community, and he's heckin' adorable.
Unfortunately, you never see him in this game or 4A.
Yeah, he's kind of terrible in this game, unfortunately.
Yeah.
He has Tarakaja, which is good, but he's weak to gun, and the area that you get him in your party is the area right before Medusa, aka the boss that uses almost only gun damage. And then he's also not graded for Apocalypse. I think he's maybe even worse.
No, he's an ailment demon in 4A, and ailments are okay in 4A, but they're not like great.
Yeah. All right, so we made it to the Cafe Florida. There's going to be a couple bits of dialogue here. There's going to be a cutscene, and then Isabeau is going to have 3 lines of dialogue, ending with her saying, "Ah, look." "Ah, look" is going to be time. So I will call that out when we get there, but we are about a minute and a half off of time. So here, Hugo has decided to, instead of being a priest, to become an alcoholic or something. He's very excited about trying Tokyo liquor, so he's gonna do that while we go and remove the dome.
Now, this final quest gives you not an insignificant amount of XP, by the way.
Yeah, I just put it into strength because you got to do something with your life after you save the world. Might as well start lifting weights.
Yeah, they do it because for New Game Plus, but overall it's worthless.
Yeah, it's the same reason why there's gameplay after Lucifer's. There's a bunch of quests and stuff that you can do, that you can still do. In fact, beating Lucifer reopens the Yamato Perpetual Reactor, so you can go back to Blasted and Infertile Tokyo. And inside of those are like the high Pleroma earrings in Infernal Tokyo that you can only get after beating Lucifer, or if you're on Chaos route, you can go whenever. And like a bunch of like side quests that you can only do after you've beaten the final boss. It's very silly, but so we feed the great spirits of goodwill and spite to our Eldritch Abomination pet, and he becomes Malice from Shadow of the Colossus or something, and floats into the ceiling.
The savior of Tokyo, by the way.
Yeah. That one time Tokyo was saved by a giant tentacle monster. All right. Here is 1, 2, time. Oh, we did it. And that, guys, gals, non-binary pals, was Shin Megami Tensei 4. So yeah, we remove the dome from Tokyo, rocks fall, everyone dies, the end, or something. Thank you all for watching. I have been Freedom Pulse. Shoutouts to Flutter for helping with commentary. Did an amazing job. Shoutouts to Keanu for being awesome and for making this run possible. This is Keanu's 3DS that I have progressively broke over the course of the week. That he so kindly lent to me so that we could do this run. This run would not be possible without Keanu. Shoutouts to the SMT RTA community. Coolzo, who's done a lot of the routing for this game. Pink Pajama is like one of the like original Western SMT runners. Just the community in general. If you're interested in this run or in any other SMT, Persona, or Mega 10 adjacent speedrun, please check us out. We have an awesome community on Discord with a lot of people who are very, very willing to help you learn any run that you're interested in. So please check us out. Come hang out, whatever. It'll be a great. It's a great time, and these are really fun runs. They're all very challenging, but they're definitely like very rewarding as well to get good at and to execute well. So thank you. Do you have anything you'd like to?
No, just if you're willing, feel free to ask us anything, like personally anything. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. So same with Freedom. These are our games. We love these games, and they're an endurance, but they're very worth the marathon of running them.
Yeah, and shout outs to RPGLB for having me. I'm super honored to be showcasing this run after so many years of submitting it, and glad to finally be able to show it off and just showcase a bunch of games from series that I love. So stick around, a lot more awesome runs to come, and I guess I'll be signing off. Take care, y'all.
Thank you so much, everybody. One last round of applause for Freedom Pulse with that awesome run of Shin Megami Tensei 4 Neutral Ending. Really quick, I have $16 here from Furry Skin that says, this is for the 11 deaths and the 1 fusion that backfired. Wonderful. Tantrum Merch is excited to partner with RPG Limit Break yet again to launch an exclusive merch collection supporting the National Alliance on Mental Illness, NAMI. This lineup includes a handful of unique shirt designs brought to you by the RPG community, as well as a cozy blanket, an enamel pin, and more, plus our very own real-life Mimi plush. From bold graphics to heartfelt designs, $5 from every sale, excluding the Mimi plush, goes directly to charity. Explore the full collection now at tantrummerch.com. That's TANTRUMMERCH.com/RPG Limit Break and help make a difference. Dragon Roast Coffee is a dedicated coffee for gamers and adventurers alike. Their small, passionate team puts their hearts into roasting coffee to order with the mythical heat of Dragonfire, infusing a touch of enchantment in every sip. Visit dragonroast.coffee, that's DRAGONROAST.coffee, today and pick up your exclusive coffee, Mimi's Loot. Our exclusive coffee, Mimi's Loot. An RPG Limit Break tumbler is also available in this exclusive collection. For each item purchased in this collection, Dragon Roast Coffee will donate a portion of the proceeds to the National Alliance on Mental Illness. And be sure to enter promo code RPGLB26 upon checkout to receive a 10% discount on your order. What are you waiting for? Adventure awaits. Have you been enjoying all this week's RPG speedrunning goodness? Do you wish you could have more of it in your life? Well, I've got great news for you. Join us all year round with our side quests. Every week, there is a new stream from RPG Limit Break to showcase amazing runs, talk about new RPGs and speedruns, and in general, have a good time. If you'd like to see our full calendar of events and announcements about the latest RPG Limit Break happenings, join our Discord server using the exclamation mark Discord command in chat. And don't forget to follow our Twitch channel if you haven't done so already. Alrighty, folks, my time as your host for today has come to an end, but I will be handing the mic over to the wonderful Ashen Prime, and he'll do a fantastic job taking you through the next game, which will be a run of Gloomhaven by Code Gorilla. Thank you all so much for having me. We'll see you again later this week.
Good morning, RPG Limit Break. Welcome back after those ads. My name is Ashen Prime, and I am so excited to be here with you this morning. It is fun o'clock in the morning, and we're getting ready for a run of Gloomhaven. We're going to the end of Gloom on easy mode, and we do actually have an incentive that I need to push right away. We've got Name That Character's incentive. Now, here's how this is working. We have 5 characters that we need to name, but we only have 1 incentive open, and that's because we have to have unique names. We can't have duplicates, and that's just the easiest way to do it in the system. But that means that what we're going to be doing is, in this naming incentive, we're going to be taking the top 5 names for our characters. We get 2 names right at the beginning of the run, then a few minutes in, we'll get 2 more names, and then a few minutes later, we'll get the last one, the 5th one. Now, as I'm looking at this naming incentive right now, I have a lot of names tied for 3rd place, and they can't all win. So, chat, here's your shout out, chat. Go ahead and get us an actual winner here in our character naming incentive. Break the tie as you can, and we will be looking forward to that in the near future. And we have had a few donations come in since the end of that amazing Shin Megami Tensei run. We have $10 from Xanathos, who says, "Good luck, Gorilla. May your cultists forget how to summon." We have also a $25 anonymous donation. We thank you all for everything that you submit to NAMI. Of course, we are RPG Limit Break 2026, coming to you live from Denver, Colorado. We are raising money for the National Alliance on Mental Illness. NAMI was formed in 1979 as a grassroots advocacy organization by a group of parents whose children suffered with serious mental illnesses, and they have maintained that focus to this day. So everything that you donate, either for the incentives or just so that you can win amazing prizes or get entered to possibly win amazing prizes, all of that goes directly towards NAMI and the good work that they do. Now, I do want to take a quick moment. I got into it, things a little bit rushed here, and I forgot to do something super important as I got on the mic here, and that was to thank my previous host, Ghost Kumo. Ghost Kumo is amazing. He's a wonderful host, a wonderful human. You see him all the time on commentating all the various runs, but did you know that Ghost Kumo is also responsible for curating the playlist that we're listening to in this break screen? 100% of the songs on this playlist were chosen by Ghost Kumo because he's amazing and can't be stopped. So we want to thank him very much for everything that he does for the event. Thank him for the music in the break screen. Thank you for the wonderful words you said as I was being brought onto stage as well. Now, I do want to talk about something that's near and dear to my heart, and that is the RPG Limit Break side quests. If you've been enjoying this week's RPG speedrunning goodness, you can have more of it in your life. Join us all year round with our side quests. Every week, there is at least one new stream from RPG Limit Break to showcase amazing runs, talk about new RPGs and speedruns, and in general, just having a good time. And if you'd like to see our full calendar of events and announcements about the latest RPG Limit Break happenings, you need to join our Discord server. So use the ! Discord command in chat. And don't forget to either follow our Twitch channel or subscribe to us on YouTube. We do stream on both. In fact, we're streaming on both right now. Imagine.